life, oh darling, darling, yeah. You've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust, now this time is through. All I asked from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free.
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up, it's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I'm always fine. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded. Get up in my vibe. Ooh, intoxicated. Get ahead of time. And even it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. Is
bring it back, bring it back, oh, bring it back to me. Living on the edge, somewhere in the in-between. I'm in full circle, just when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Whoa, bring it back to me. Whoa, crashing like a wave, looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
It might be dark, but I'm seeing all the sides of you. Touch my skin, baby, we might be far, but I'm only getting closer to. Feel the waves coming in, oh. Feel the waves coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else, don't go through it. Feel the waves crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I'll make it right here. Got the whole squad wild, champagne flying, rocking all over the room. Feel the waves coming in, oh. Feel the waves coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the waves crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this.
was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up, come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work.
PCS 就有反动的一个机会，但是再反过来要抓人，这是挖口的一波绕背，后面还有一个屋顶，这是正面先看了雷霆冠军，Taco已经要被电死了，这边交了一个 TP 下来，准备要是红哥，但是泰的往前想要尝试做输出，一个扭曲空间关注了俊家，他的还在输出，泰的这个挖口来个正面对象，但阿紫的进场一敲，让挖口拿下了 Triple Kill， 还在继续往前做，这次挖口有机会拿到 Penta，Taco 这边交了闪现，挖口还要再往前追，就是反击风暴运作 ，Penta 由挖口拿下。 那在上路 Long 要被打的一波 gank， 先开了武器宗师，但是被顿点神农摆尾踹到了草丛里面，还有拼死一搏拉回来，跳斩小兵想要跑，交了闪现，能不能再走？但撤退的方向是对方的家中，回头用瞬间之杖回了一口血，反击不破晕住，再跳斩，他整个完成了这一波的反杀，他还在冲，其实最后还是被空月队给击杀掉。
打线差距哎，
画面有了，
又开到了，
就是进草盲视野的局吗？哇，那看起来是的，往前走，但是一闪接大，
哎呦，一闪接啊！
哇，玩太好了。而且 MN 也是第一时间就开大补伤害，马上定住了2个人，
然后闪爆。哎呦，哇，这个配合好完美。
那龙已经要被 IMP 给 rush 掉，
他没有磨啊，他
是来了，又是一闪现啊，又是开到 Atlas， 以及 MMA 一个 Presenter 双 C 伤害补上，秒掉了亚菲利欧，往前做追击 ，Presenter 锤到了后排，在下面的 Nature 已经被料理掉，上方最后一发大颗电磁脉冲带走的是 Alex，
那个 MVP 字卡如果 FAK 以先做凯 win 的啦。
再一标，哎呦 ，Alex 刚才跟弱弹冲击有点小奇怪，而且再吃到一炮，
开帮小龙挡哦。
有了 FAK 这边的 Poke 提到中央，开车进去 B 闪闪现出来 ，Solo Kill， 这边吃到了钩子，回头举斧敲爆的是 Alex， 再用的是 Pretender 的 Poke 给到压力，这时候两边要拼这个龙，
拼中。
这是平中举的，飙到，
有
后龙闪现进来，但是被弹到，而是正面凯威开到了 Adler， 火龙魂用 FAK 打亮，上面 Adler 操作起来了 ，Presenter 再闪敲死 Driver， 这是 FAK 的一波机会，在 Adler 身上挂了一堆白刀，要准备闪现躲掉巨斧毁灭，这时候 Presenter 闪敲，但是反而要被 Adler 给反杀掉，
下路一波吗？下波团是左边的机会，因为右边3个主 C 都没有闪现喽。这里是 NN 开秀的，看他直接闪现上去，直接爆点。就正面的当然是 Holo 他抢到这个龙嘛，然后NN 就找到一个机会直接切后排，跟着杰西啦，杰西也有一起进。
但在这边的话，这是一波 Holo 闪现的进场，以及凯文的限制。
哇，这个一闪逼了一个闪之后，这里直接爆点。那当然凯文也有在地图的偏下方，他也是直接限制到对方第一派的输出，所以出桌只打在凯文身上。
哇，这个大绝居然砸到 MMA 身上，
这是一个 R 闪，
成功跑掉，回到了下半边，换了一个对手，下一个挑战由酒桶来，
是，
在对上的纳尔来说依旧不行哎，他要杀了吗？跳过去追，晕到，直接一个抛岩抛死了酒桶，完成了第3次我们所看到的单杀画面。Carrot 是看着纳尔，但他不太敢出手。
还有谁？
对面是有大的，直接再推2个，再拍几个赛的再跳。
还有谁？
对面想追5个人杀一个 Solo Kill， 打加速还在拉扯，会打先命中，右边3不够 Solo Kill 跑得超快，继续点还在打，一滴血不讲被剪死了 ，Solo Kill 1打5完成了3人的击杀。
火龙泰文小教室。萨瓦迪卡，大家好，我是泰文小老师火龙闷干饭。今天要教我最喜欢的一个泰文小单字，老婆潘格伦亚，老婆潘格伦亚。来，大家跟我念一次，老婆潘格伦亚。这个词要用在哪里呢？当动画或者游戏出现我喜欢的白发妹子的时候，就会称呼她为老婆潘格伦亚。萨瓦迪卡。果然就是要白发妹子才够香啊！这就是我要的老婆潘格伦亚。
哼，就算你再怎么喜欢我，这版本你还是只能当工具人上路。
萨瓦迪卡。
今天教的同学们有记住吗？我们下堂课见，拉弓。
你爱上了？
我不讨厌。
你要带这去 7？
对啊。
还是你礼拜5、礼拜4就带这个？礼
拜4就带这个。
你到底做了什么？店员说什么
啊？
店员
我问他，你觉得我这样好看吗？
然后呢？
他觉得我应该把脸露出来。
确实，脸要做露出来啊！你后面头发好短哦。
不是啊，少林足球也没露出来啊。 没看过少林足球是吧？好啦，皮特啊，受不了了，好痒。
And man, Helpig's just backing off.
Yeah, I think PSG playing this really smart.
Wacko just immediately kills off the electrocute, and ICA good wild grove onto Junjia. Junjia might be dead here to tie, but Wacko almost untouched in this fight. Ozzy coming in, landing a massive kill, looking for the quadra. Can we see the pentakill here? It'll be the first one of the PCS.
I think he's got it.
Yeah, there we go. First pentakill of the PCS, and we're finally finding out why you don't give Wacko Zeri.
She's already hit the wave clear she needs. Maybe looking for a play on long.
Yeah, looks like it might work out. Nice Dragon's Rage kick. Doesn't land the lockout, but Kasante does go all out. With that extra true damage, he just needs to find one more leap.
And Long actually doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, Long trading back. Maybe gets a 1v2 kill. He's looking for the second, but he doesn't quite get it. But an amazing trade there by Long.
Or pays it back to bot. So Imperial's bot lane once again just kind of losing the 2v2, right? Obviously Driver cleans it up, but I think here was, just engaged on by Kaiwing. He's one of the best melee support players in the region for, a reason. Just so much damage traded over. Alan is already dead before this basically even starts. Driver does come through and last hit him. But I think even before that, the damage is already done.
And Aphelios does have the fun guns. Initiation lands onto Atlan, however, and he is just deleted by the Feather Storm. Pretender really up there, phase rushing in, flash onto Alex. Bit of a weird interaction with that wall there, but Alex does go down, as well as Nature down on the bottom outside of our screens.
Really, they have the better position.
Yeah, Alex body slamming into a bit of poke. Definitely not what you want just as this dragon spawns. And the initiation does come through, but immediately flashed out by Solo Kill. Does use the shield. And Atlan is currently untouched. Dragon is still being pressured.
Gameplay all comes out.
Yeah, Hollow flashes in, and it does go down. Very important to Frank as we see the team fight erupt. Eminem kind of in the back line. Driver can't get him. Alex picks off the Nidalee in behind. Solo Kill looking. Massive ult there by Aphelios.
Yeah, he has so many chakras.
Oh my goodness, Solo Kill might just live. Get this Infernal Drake, and that's a huge amount of power gain, especially for this poke, right? Well, obviously not so much onto Atlan, he can heal it up, but landing it onto Alex, onto Driver, and onto Mission will stick a lot more than it did.
Yeah, so they managed to kind of survive the initial engage, and then I think everything is actually used to kill Driver on the side. Like, I think right now, if you kind of look, Driver, I think gets kind of caught out of it over here, but during this whole kind of time, you actually notice that Atlan, he just never lost health, right? He's still full HP, has the Ori shield, and after that, like, all the cooldown's gone, and the fact that he's still alive, also really nice ulti. I didn't even notice that in the fight. I mean, really, really well played by him. Force the issue. I think they're definitely strong enough to. At the same time, might just prefer to wait another 4 minutes for this dragon. Although, Solo Kill's bringing 2 people bot, I think you can just start up Baron.
Yeah, Hullbreaker completed. Columbia extremely low, does get stunned, and will be solo killed by Solo Kill yet again. Kyrie's and Relia, I think you just lose this 2v1. Although Fear is coming down too. That 700 gold shutdown would be nice.
Oh my god, gets another one.
Yeah.
It's just 1v5ing.
Gets 2. He does have that Hullbreaker. He now is mini-nar, so a lot faster and a lot more range damage.
Solo Kill really is just putting on a clinic. I mean, he's actually 1v5ing. He just took down 3 people in a 1v5, and he gets his team the Baron as well. Who's like that, man?
可以啊。
有没有自信？
可以啊，都可以啊。给我拿蜘蛛啊！啊，这里拿蜘蛛。走。团长，有没有自信？有啊。讲吗？双三分大招给我们，还是酷刑，完全不怕他们的伤害。可以撑的。
走，这船长。
船长。美题。
AD 还有闪的吧？我们会往中走。
哎，我要靠！
主美没闪。
哎，可以，我靠！
往下。
他有闪吗？
有 ，nice。
忙什么？
谁掉闪了？跟我说。
主美。
加入人。
加入那个辅助而已。
塞拉斯没替。
这个伞是什么伞啊，哥们儿？
我吗？
啊。
我想躲他 W 的，没躲到。失误了。
打，没事，会省掉的。
他刚才冷不起你，
他敢撞我扎到了。
哎，我好亏。不要啊。
没事，我们中学让你走。
没事。
可以抓人。
看我，这个可以看啊。
nice。
小心！
有技能吗？拉开可以
帮卡。
没事。
哎，
爹，他没耶。哎，小心，不要！
我知道。
要走。
来我 go。微表。
哎，不要骂了，可以了。哎，爹。
对。
他没闪。
nice。
我没血了。
可以，先走。
降叫。先降。很好，有勾到，我觉得可以。
我在侧面。
慢一点，先走。哎，
吃一下。
拖一下。
可以打吗？
可以，就慢慢拖。蜘蛛法吗？
后面有那个哦。
OK。
哎，可以，
我去看他，你们正面，我去看他。
好，那可以看哦，正面可以看哦。
来。
我快打走哦，看我一下，看他 ，nice。
往前打。
哎，看小龙，先看小龙。哎，
先看小龙。
哎，来打。
哎，高了。
你可以勾吗？
辅助没闪。
我帮你打。
走，别。
追他！
加入。可以打。
绑住。
下路一波啊！下一波吧。
我去卡。
打得不错。
来，玩得好。nice。
好。
空白今天玩得好，空白。
你知道因为我没有死吗？
玩得好。
好，谢谢。
The sweetest thing, yeah. I live on the joy you bring, yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Oh, I have a few. Yeah.
lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm stunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their grave. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down, but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, recard. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station. You to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and carried live. We're now in what is our second to last day of the regular season, week 6, day 2. And we're getting pretty close now to finding out who is actually just our last playoff teams. Most of them have been locked in, but not all of them. I'm your host for tonight's Shock, and I'm joined on the desk by Vestian.
Yeah, glad to be back here. And as you said, there's a few sort of switch-ups we can see in this playoff position. I think J-Team especially is the only team that still contends, which is outside that top 6. So exciting to see what they can do. An inconsequential not game tonight as well, starting us off, but a lot of these games tonight will decide sort of how we're looking going into these playoffs. So very exciting, and I'm sure we'll have some good games, hopefully like last night.
Yeah, I really hope so. We got some absolute bangers yesterday. If you didn't see them live, make sure to go back and check them out. But it is going to be pretty interesting. I think we're almost guaranteed to have some tiebreakers at this point. I feel like we might even be guaranteed. I actually haven't checked, but there's a very high possibility of tiebreakers, which I believe will actually be played a couple days from now, most likely. So that'll be really interesting. I always think tiebreakers are, it's a really good form check right before kind of the playoffs come in. And it's also like that kind of last chance to show your strength on a current patch, right? A lot of the time, playoffs occurs on a different patch, and while I don't think 13.5 is majorly different than 13.4, it could have some sort of difference, and I think if you can manage to secure those top 2, you know, get that bye, that's obviously really good for the playoffs, or even just getting out of the losers bracket. So lots to play for, lots up to grabs.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that top 2 is really important, right? Because right now, after yesterday, Frank taking on CFO and winning, we do have a tie at that second position. I'm sure the standings will come up shortly, but I think that is sort of the most exciting part of tonight, is finding out. I mean, CFO is facing up against J-Team, a bit of an easier game for them perhaps, while Frank having to take on PSG. We saw how impossible PSG really are to sort of win, as we are going to take a look at yesterday's results. Taipei J-Team did take the win against Do-ish Team. Rest of the night, all red side wins. Frank Esports over CFO. Sem9 impressively over Megabank Beyond Gaming. Impunity over Hellpigs. And in our final and most exciting game of the night was PSG Talon in an absolute thriller, beating Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, that last game was insane. 52 minutes of, I want to say the first 15 minutes there was no action, but after that, action-packed gameplay pretty much non-stop. So yeah, really crazy game. There were some kind of important things happen yesterday. You know, Frank Esports tying up the second place with the win over CFO. Sem9, at least for now, denying Megabank Beyond Gaming's spot in playoffs. They only need to win one game this week, but you know, if they could have got it versus what is, for most teams, a free win in Sem9, obviously would have been very big. The rest of them, yeah, kind of went how they were expected to go, but the way they played out, especially that last game, I think Deep Cross Gaming, despite the fact they lost, they kind of actually went up in the rankings, at least for me.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an extremely impressive game, particularly out of Creskada and Wako. And I believe also Beyond Gaming can, as we'll take a look at this, I'm pretty sure if J-Team lose tonight, Beyond will be also guaranteed as well. Deep Cross Gaming, obviously, they really have to pick up a win tonight. They will be taking on Do-ish Team later on. So yeah, very important games tonight for a bunch of these teams. I believe Impunity and Megabank both just need one win. Both will be certainly in the finals. It's more that 6th place between Deep Cross Gaming and J-Team. But after yesterday, you don't really see Deep Cross Gaming losing. I don't suspect.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so after their performance. At the same time, we've seen, you know, we saw Impunity push PSG to the limit and then lose to J-Team. So it's possible, of course. We'll have to see. I think J-Team take on CFO today, so it's a pretty tough match for them. But maybe they'll be able to take it out. Who knows? I think as well, I think top 3, you know, they've already confirmed playoffs, and I think mostly they've locked their positions. There's still that chance for that tiebreaker for second place, or maybe we'll see something kind of develop today. Frank Esports take on PSG, so this might be the time for, actually, as we get into today's matchups, Hellpigs take on Sem9. It's a matchup that doesn't mean anything for playoffs, but obviously Pride is still on the line. And then, yeah, Game 2 and Game 3, both are kind of important for standings, so CFO should pick up J-Team, which will get them a point, and then PSG most likely will beat Frank, but it's a very close match, right? Ultimately, it's second versus first, so you might see Frank fall down and CFO have that kind of sole possession of second. And then later on, Megabank Beyond Gaming versus Impunity. Both teams really need the wins. And finally, Deep Cross Gaming should take out Do-ish Team, but it's one where you can't afford to give that one up. You know, it's an expected win, but a win that's extremely important nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. You do suspect they'll win. You can't guarantee it at any rate, but and importantly, I think the Frank versus PSG game
if Frank do lose here, they still can tie for that second place, but it's not really up to them anymore, as we will now take a look at Halpigs in our first game of the day. It will be Taco, Hong2, Tide, and IC8. And with this team, I feel like when they find success, generally it tends to be from that AD carry position. I don't think Taco, while sharing the same name almost, you don't really see them playing around each other all that much. I really do think Tide is sort of the star performer on this team, and I think perhaps obviously this game is inconsequential in terms of any playoff seeding, that neither team can make it anymore, but I think we might be even able to see some exciting picks. You never really know what's going to come out when all that's left is sort of your pride, you know.
I'm hoping for the ASOL to finally be picked. I think Hong2 could be someone to play. He does prefer his scaling picks. And I think as a whole, Halpigs never have really settled on an identity for themselves. They've been a bit all over the place in terms of the stuff they've played, but hopefully we can see in a game like this Hong2 pick up the ASOL and perhaps take it to a win. On the other side, I mean, we're going to see Sem9 in a moment. They had a roster change, and Halpigs, I'm not even sure they come in the favorite into this matchup.
Yeah, Carriers looked pretty phenomenal on that Xayah yesterday, and honestly, it's quite impressive, right? Because YJY had some amazing showings on that Xayah. They came in with a role swap. As we look at S9's roster, we'll see Ralia, Fia, Calumnia, Keres, and YJY. And again, we have gone for that role swap. So, I mean, they found the success yesterday. Importantly, last time these teams did face, S9 did pick up the win. So, I mean, again, I think this game could be quite an exciting one, quite explosive perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, last time it was a very slow game. Was a 45-minute, slugfest. Did end up with S9 picking up the win, like you said. I think they've actually changed kind of their identity quite a bit since then, though, right? Like, I think Keres coming in as the ADC now has actually changed things a lot. We're going to see a stats comparison between the two ADCs. Games played is 16-1. Keres has only played one game, but he looked really good in that one game he played. 14 KDA, 1k DPM, and 36% of his team's damage. So, small sample size, but hey, he's got the best stats in the league.
Yeah, it's not having his ranking on those stats, but I'm pretty sure he'd be first in all except games played. I would be surprised if anyone's got better than that, but he did really play phenomenally yesterday, and he was the major reason how they took that win. So yeah, I'm excited to see it again. I wonder if they're going to try something different or just play sort of standard and how you'd expect them, or how we've seen them, for the rest of the season. I guess, yeah, I don't really know which way these teams will go, because obviously Pride, as you said, quite important, and obviously headed in towards the next split as well. You do want to keep yourself improving. But yeah, as we do, head into Champ Select, and good ban on the Ralia there, taking it away from that top lane of S9, as well as the Elise. Gragas is banned by Red Side, another good ban.
Yeah, so the Aurelia, I think, definitely makes a lot of sense versus S9. They flex it, they've had good games on it. One thing I want to see is Keres just a Zyra Khan kind of one trick here? Are they both just, is that all they're going to play? Halpigs, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just take away or ban the Xayah and then take away something else like the Zeri. Kind of force Keres to show his flexibility in that ADC role, because coming from support, right, you're not expecting to have a super deep ADC champion pool. At the same time, they could always flex back, right? You could always put Keres support and YJY back as AD. There's nothing really stopping you from doing so. Xayah is left up though, and Ashe will be the last ban.
Yeah, very typical Ashe ban here. Pretty much banned in all of our champion selects. Heimerdinger ban, I mean, we haven't really seen the Heimerdinger come out even when it was left open, but just taking it away to get rid of that. And Jace will be the final ban. I think that's kind of a curious ban. Hong2 not really, I don't see that as part of his sort of playstyle and what he's known for, but I mean, it is just a strong pick anyway. As Zeri hovered here, wouldn't be too surprised to see that. Has had a lot of success.
Yeah, I think should be Zeri or Sedge. Those are kind of the first picks we're looking at here. Veigar first pick, okay. I mean, it's wild. Maybe we are seeing a bit of a different game here. I think that Veigar shouldn't really be first pickable. It's very punishable in lane, and I think if you can take a lot of range, makes it quite hard to play. But at the same time, if we just pick a bunch of melees into it, it'll probably be fine. Senate Cho'Gath could be the play here.
Yeah, and with that Veigar too, I think it's becoming a bit of a flex pick almost now. We have actually seen it globally start to be taken into that AD carry position, or I guess AP carry. As Xayah is the pickup again, so let's see if Keres can put on yet another clinic for the second day in a row. Would be quite exciting to see. And also, I guess I am a bit excited to see where the Veigar ends up. I would like to kind of see it AD carry. I think it'll make the game a little bit more unique.
I think it should just go mid just because Hong 2 seems like he's much better on it. I feel like Tide is so good at the ADC, so you kind of just want him on that instead. Giving over the Xayah is really curious though, especially because they looked so good on it yesterday. Lee Sin is locked in, which... Ooh, okay, not locked in. Renekton is locked in instead. I wonder if they want to go some like Renekton Sedge on 3 or something, or they just want options. Yeah. It's kind of interesting.
But you wouldn't be surprised to see the Sedge taken away in this phase of the draft. So it is interesting. I mean, you do have other options with the Renekton, Nidalee being one of them. That could be quite exciting, and it's sort of a older pick. Rakan is hovered here, and I like that takeaway from that Xayah.
Yeah, I think that's a good pickup for sure. Do you take the Sedge now? Like Sedge, Veigar, Rakan is not exactly a winning combination, but perhaps just wanted to deny away from the Renekton, because I think now that there's no Rakan that needs to be picked up third here for S9, it's pretty much guaranteed they lock in like the Sedge or the Nidalee or something. Lee's picked up instead, so on that AD jungler, the ability to pressure the map. I think if S9 just lock in Sedge, they've got such a strong front line for what is, you know, Keras has shown he can put out the DPS. Will it be locked in though? We're not sure. I mean, what else could there be? Perhaps a mid-answer to Veigar, but there's lots of them. I don't think you really need to take one early. Oh, Maokai. So not valuing the Sejuani at all. I think having extra range versus Veigar does make a lot of sense. Does feel sort of weird not to take the Sejuani when it's open, especially because why would you take Renekton if you weren't planning on playing anything kind of with it?
Yeah, interesting direction. Jax is the ban here, first of all, for S9.
And Gragas is already gone. So there are decent top matchups available. I think maybe take away the Cassante as well. The side of Hellpigs, I think you just ban out YJY supports. Surely you can't play that many. Or you could try and protect Veigar, but I just think attacking the player here, you know, YJY as an ADC surely can't have too big a champion pool for support. Nautilus is banned. Maybe it will just be Nort Leona bans. And I wonder, will S9 ban away the Cassante? I sure hope they do. Yeah.
Yeah, good call on that one. It is banned out, so targeting some of those easier picks into the Renekton. You have to feel like there's still champs like the Gnar, which is certainly playable, so I don't suppose Taco will have too much problem here finding a champion to match up.
So do you take support here? I think you most likely do, unless you're scared of Veigar being flexed around, but you already see Rakan. Oh, Xayah Lulu, so really putting their eggs in the Keras basket if they do that. Okay, Thresh for an ADC player is kind of wild. I suppose they can always swap back around. You have to see. YJY would surprise me if he's a Thresh player. Sivir is the hover here. I think it makes more sense. I would prefer to see Veigar. Oh, okay. Will they put Tide on Veigar? I mean, they might. I feel like sort of weird though. Not really a fan of Yasuo in this game. Okay. It looks like they are going to go this sort of direction, but I'm honestly not a big fan. Okay, yeah, I like that a lot more. It looks like it will just be Sion blind top, or sorry, counter top into Renekton. Pretty safe. Can just look to scale. Obviously, you can get dived early, but probably not by Maokai. I really hope they just lock in an ADC here. I think it'll be better for Hellpigs as a lineup if they just put this Veigar mid and then have a different ADC.
Definitely agree with you. It's interesting. Yeah. This is just an interesting comp, I feel. I don't even know what its identity really is. Like, you can't focus many of the... I guess you have... The Lee Sin's main focus has to kind of be mid. That's the only real setup.
I think you're just using Lee to kind of get you through the early game and then look for kind of front-to-back team fights. Seems sort of fine. What is the last pick? Mid counter to Veigar. Oh, okay, nice. We finally see the first Ace Soul.
I think we got it on the opposite side of this matchup as you'd expect, though, but I'm not complaining. Now that's a lot of late game scaling. Honestly, the Xayah does scale really well. Obviously, Sivir too, but Aurelion Sol is like, I think in the 5v5, he's like even harder scaler than the likes of Kassadin. He gets so much done if he gets that Starlight.
It does do some pretty ridiculous damage. I think a lot of this will come down to kind of Hong 2 on the Veigar, although picks are being swapped around really right now. Could it just be Sivir mid? I mean, I'd be very surprised, but currently, unless they swap back, that's what it's looking like.
And I think it is. I think You're not allowed to swap back after like 20 seconds or something?
Not LCO at least.
Yeah.
We'll see. Okay, if it's Civ mid, you get a lot of push into the A-Sol. But can you stop him from farming? I don't really think so.
Yeah, surely he's okay to just
just clear
under the tower. Yeah,
because it's not like Civ can really look to punish and invade jungle. So if they did that, it'd be very curious. I think it would still be better to put Veigar mid, just because at least then you have some sort of gank setup onto the A-Sol. But we'll see. I mean, this could be a really wild game. Like we said before, playoffs are no longer kind of in contention for these two teams, so it really is just playing for pride, and they've got some very wacky stuff coming out for us straight away, so that's really cool. And then finally, we see an A-Sol in the PCS. It's been gathering steam kind of across the world, but hasn't made its PCS debut until now.
Yeah, I think this is our fifth day since Aurelion Sol was released.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it is now on the Rift. I mean, we've seen it around the world, as you said, to varying success, but honestly, a lot of it we've seen, like even when he's behind. I saw Wolf have a video on it recently.
Yeah,
it was like behind like 10k gold and he still just 1v9s the team fight. So definitely has the power even if he gets a little bit behind. So we'll have to see if Calumnia is able to sort of put it to its full use. And I don't know, I'm very excited. I think we've got the most unique draft we've really had in a while.
Yeah, now Civ mid is confirmed, so that's certainly weird. I think this is a really easy comp for A-Sol to play into. Really, the only threat onto you is that Veigar. Everything else is kind of short range enough that you can pretty much just put your E on them and not really worry too much about it. So my eyes are definitely on Calumnia for this game. At the same time, Hong2 on the Sivir. Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because like we were saying before, Hong2 seemed like the scaling mage player, and Calumnia played stuff late game like the Tristana before. So I don't know if they've swapped here, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, all sorts of exciting things in this game. I mean, I'm looking towards this Aurelion Sol. Maybe he can get a lot of work done. We'll see how these PCS players fare with him. And again, Sem9 won this last time round, so Hellpigs really won't want to be going down 0-2 against them, as Tide is very aggressively in this jungle already on the Veigar.
Is the first strike picked up here for the A-Sol? There's a few different keystones normally picked up by A-Sol, so the kind of common ones that people go for lately is Comet, taken in kind of difficult matchups where you want to poke them out or you can't really survive without it. So stuff like the Syndra, Comet's very good against, versus like the Assassin matchups, you're then looking for the Spellbook, gives you a lot of defensive stats and just those combat summoners. But if you get kind of a freer matchup where you're just looking to scale, First Strike is certainly the choice. And it's also First Strike picked up by Tide on the Veigar as well.
Yeah, so both these AP mages are going First Strike, obviously in differing lanes, but this is just so interesting. I can't believe Tide has been put onto the Veigar. We've just got a Civ mid. It's a real different take on drafting.
It certainly is. I don't think we've seen anything like this before. I think it's always interesting when you put someone who's really good on ADCs on one of these mage bots, because it feels like while it's good for the draft advantage, a lot of the time it's just not worth it because they're honestly just not that good at the mages. So we'll have to see how good is Tide on the Veigar. I don't think he's the most difficult mage of all time, but there's certainly some skill expression, particularly with your E positioning and timing. Kerez, though, did go for the cleanse, also has the cull, so really banking on the scaling as a side of S9. And Maokai being back. I mean, we haven't seen Maokai that much lately. We've seen it picked here and there. I do think it's a pretty good game for it. Can just kind of poke down. There's not a whole lot of sustain here other than the, maybe lifesteal on the Sivir. So probably a pretty big DPS game here for Maokai.
Yeah, and you have to see what build he goes for as well. Does have the multiple options. With the phase rush especially, doesn't really tell you much because that could be both the AP or the sort of tankier build.
I think he will go the AP build. I guess I'm not sure, but I think something like Liandry's Demonic is really good for dealing with Scion. Same time, though, it might depend a little bit what Calumnia is building too. The kind of common mythics on A-Sol are either Liandry's or the Rod of Ages, depending on, do you want more scaling? Do you want more early game? Do you want more tankiness? Do you want more damage? Those are all the kind of questions that you're sort of asking of that item. And Taco is spotted out on the red. It's pretty hard, I think, for Fear to get help. He has the Renekton priority, but mid definitely won't be able to. And actually does just back off it, decides it's going to be a waste of time.
Yeah, perhaps a bit too risky. Is now looking towards Relia, and we have seen Relia get solo killed a fair amount of times, but he does do a good job there of realizing he's a bit weak through that gank and backs out just to get some vision and protect himself. But tell me a little bit about the A-Sol. What do you reckon he's got to do in these team fights as we get to the later stage of the game? Or even perhaps like when dragons start spawning. What do you think is like his way of playing. Because obviously, I feel like it's kind of hard to just W in and unleash. Because obviously, you do have that Veigar cage, Rakan knock up and ult. And I mean, if you get Lee Sin kicked into the middle of a team prior to having any sort of defenses, you will pretty much just get bursted down. Hold up, Relia is getting engaged on, will get away. Actually, a lot of damage returned onto Taco, but ultimately we'll have to back. But anyway, what do you reckon there?
Okay, so the ASOL, it's... I think that, especially if you go to Leandri's build, we'll see what he goes for here, but you do enough damage, especially when you get lots of stacks of Stardust, that you actually just do so much with your E and your R that sometimes you don't even need to W just because you're outputting so much damage with the AoE. I think most ways to kind of ASOL plays a team fight is you're looking for, again, like a big group fight, get a lot of people stacked up in your E and your R, and then kind of use W forward once CC has already been committed, or just when people are getting low. It's kind of more like a cleanup and chase tool as opposed to just something that is full DPS. But yeah, just with the E and the R, you can get so much value. The E, which kind of pulls people in, then really sets up for the R AoE. And if you can get enough stacks, I think having the Skies Descend, which is his kind of super ult here, for all the late game dragon fights is really, really important. It's just so much guaranteed damage with that shockwave that comes out after. He's doing a good job of just stacking up in mid. That's why I'm kind of worried about this Sivir. It feels like ASOL's biggest weakness is kind of early game skirmishing as well as the laning phase, and Sivir just kind of trades that evenly. And I'm not sure Sivir can actually deal a lot of damage just because she's so short range up against the ASOL, right? It does feel like a pretty difficult champ to teamfight against. Even if Sivir is kind of known for really good scaling, I don't think it's the easiest comp, mainly because of the ASOL to deal damage into. Top trades. Looks like they're kind of going the way of Taco, but the wave is built here for Relia. Could be in trouble though. I mean, Taco's very, very tanky.
Yeah, we do see Fia getting engaged on here. He will get extremely low. Blast Cone is there to save him, but an Ignite will be committed by IC8. But Ignite for Flash, you do like that trade. It'll make Fia feel a lot more vulnerable against the Lee Sin in the jungle.
So far, I feel like Taco's on the Lee has had a real tough time trying to find stuff to work because he just doesn't really have lanes that are super easy to gank, right? There's the Scion Renekton, but Renekton's obviously very tanky, and also it's just a matchup that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Bot feels difficult because of Thresh and Zion. Mid certainly has no gank set up with the Sivir. So the Lee has really just been picked to kind of get through the early game. At the same time, does get outscaled very hard. You see Fia already kind of building up a CS lead in the jungle. Just basically off clearing. Even the fact that he doesn't have any prior can still manage to get some of these camps here. And enough that he's got himself a lead.
Yeah, and as you said, Lee Sin hasn't found too much. He has gotten a couple of summoners, but for that to really matter, you need to then go back to that lane and sort of exploit that cooldown to try and pick up some gold for your team. But since happening, Rally has just stayed equal in that top lane, and Fia got himself a Giant's Belt and will be happy enough just clearing his jungle bit by bit.
I wonder, will there be any pressure put on the map here by Taco? So the Dragon hasn't been started up, which is, I guess, just because of the bot prior being too much. It is pretty hard to start when you've got the Veigar in that bot lane. Sort of weird, though, to let ASOL just kind of go through the early game uncontested. Right now, it's just a slight CS lead for Hong 2, and it's going to close up even more here. So, I mean, Sivir, again, doesn't scale bad. I just kind of question if they really got what they wanted out of what they did in draft. Tide also investing in the full scaling, so he's going for the Tier and the Rod of Ages. I think Calumnia is actually going for the Leandries here, has got the 2 amp tomes, as well as the mana crystals. So respecting just the insane amount of health that can come through from the side of Hellpigs. And it is definitely more damage going to Leandries, as long as you feel like you're not going to take too much back. That's when you'd like to go for the Rod of Ages. So I really like Calumnia's setup here. He's got a ton of damage, got the first strike scaling.
And I think against Sivir, you're not too worried about taking too much damage. I think he will be fairly fine to play out the lane, and then during team fights, I mean, it more depends on his positioning, because either build, I feel like you're pretty much going to get one shot regardless, as a hook is landed here by Wei, and Tide will flash away. He doesn't have teleport, importantly, to get back to lane. Curious use of the Feather Storm there. Maybe thought he was a bit closer so he could land that route.
I think YJY kind of misexecuted it. Felt like the Lantern wasn't used in the correct location. It's still a nice win. You get Tide's Flash. Can you do anything off it, though? Probably not. You're not really expecting much here, though, as the side of S9. You really just want to kind of scale through to one item and then start to look for stuff. Herald will go the way of Hellpigs. Ooh, actually
looking for a dive. Nature's Grasp is used, but very nice use of that cage there by Vega, sort of denying anything for now. IC8 will land a nice knock up to Kires as Flash is used. Calumnia down here looking like he might pick up a double potentially, but not quite yet. He will just survive as Kires. Oh my goodness. Everyone here on the side of S9 on 1 HP for now. Do have to be careful.
The health bars go very low. Calumnia did miss the ult, and I think it actually might end up bad here. A lot of plates lost mid, which is probably not really worth it. ASOL really needs to keep this tower alive. And if it actually goes down here, it's such a massive win for Hellpigs. I think it will. This is a real problem here for the side of S9. The fact your mid tower just drops this early in the game. Obviously, Sivir isn't the best user of this priority, but the map is now so open so early. Let's take a look at what happened here. So I think the ult coming through here was pretty nicely played initially from Hellpigs. I honestly think the Vega cage, you kind of have to use it. At the same time, it feels like you're kind of committing to dying later on. There isn't really a way to get out. Calumnia, though, really mis-executes, misses both the R, and then also E placement isn't the best. So then he just got stuck dealing damage off the back end, but takes so much in return, which means he can't ever go back mid. And as a result, mid tower falls. Hong2 is so accelerated, goes for the shield bow instead of the Kraken, which is really, I don't even think I've ever seen a shield bow Sivir.
No, me neither, but we have to be careful here. Rally looking like he will be getting dove. Dominus is available. He does use it, is kicked, gets very low, and is just taken down. So well executed dive there by Taco and Taco.
It will be Dragon traded back on the other side of the map. It's only the first one, though, and the Dragon win condition starting up kind of late here. It's going to be a while. And I think that it was kind of strange that Rel here was so low on health. I think maybe could have popped the Dominus early and just try and get enough Fury to lifesteal off the wave. Also is going for the Bork. Kind of makes sense for us as Scion. At the same time, a Renekton going Bork from behind does feel very, very bad. Hellpigs, they're starting to pick up this gold lead, and a lot of it feels like it's just off the back of S9's poor individual play, right? Top taking a lot of damage for free, and mid as well, roaming on a really poor timing.
Yeah, YJY engaged on here, will be stuck in the box, doesn't have flash, misses hook as well, and it looks like he will go down to Vega, but Calumnia joins in. Ult will just catch Tide there on the edge, but has to flash away as there's 4 members come down from Hellpig, so just another free pickup there.
I'm surprised Calumnia is roaming around the map so much. I don't think this is really what Aurelion Sol wants to do. Obviously, you can roam if necessary, but I think the fact that he's falling behind on stacks and farm and now given over the tower mid is a really bad state for the Aurelion Sol to be in.
I was going to ask, I did catch just before, 86 stacks so far of that Stardust for Aurelion Sol. How was that kind of at the... I mean, that was about 2 minutes ago or a minute ago, but...
It's fairly decent. I think early game, if you can get 10 per minute, that's pretty much fine. Although in a lane where it was completely free, I think could have more, especially if you're going Leandries, because you get more AP earlier, so it makes it a bit easier just to stack off the waves. As the game goes on, though, you kind of find yourself able to do camps, you know, picking up more kills, can kind of begin to accelerate further. I'm still really curious why Hong2 went for the shield bow. It kind of suggests that he doesn't want to build BT later on, or maybe he just wants both. But I think there isn't actually a ton of threat onto him in team fights. It's mainly the ASOL, but I think ASOL will be kind of hitting the front line for most of it. They're kind of interesting. Relia in big trouble, though. It's started to fall very far behind. Does not have the Borg. It's looking like he's actually going to get dived again. Dominus is available.
Yeah, Dominus available. We'll use it early to gather extra health and Fury. Makes this a little bit harder, but man, he does just catch the kick and will go down. Calumnia is teleporting in here as well as Fia coming in. Is getting a lot of damage done onto Taco. Will put down that black hole as Taco is diving Fia. Nature's Grasp will lock him just under tower. He'll be going down as Thresh lands the hook here onto Taco. Looks like Calumnia will pick up one for himself. So good answer here by S9, but Relia does seem to just be consistently dying by himself up in this top lane.
While it is kind of a decent outcome for S9, they're trying to trade something back here. I think the mid tower is very, very low once again. Would love to see the health on this. Can't quite tell, but it took a lot of damage there. Hong2 again, just continuing to push mid. Calumnia roams once more, and it is punished. Take a look at the replays. So I think Relia this time at least played the start a bit better, but I think probably just should have looked to Q a bit earlier, right? I think here, rather than flashing in, just prop the Q right now. Instead, tries to go for something, does not work out. Calumnia, I think, does not quite have the ult here, so is missing a little bit of that damage. And the ASOL E executes when you get low HP, but just not enough damage, right? Doesn't have the Liandries at what is a fairly late timing, is actually causing him to kind of just spend so much time clearing this. Meanwhile, Hong2 was knocking on that mid tower, and you can see on the map, it's actually very, very low.
Yeah, and look at turret plates. That right there is 10 plates to 2. So a massive amount of gold and just turret damage going on the side of Hellpigs. I believe when we saw the gold stats just before, Kyrgios was still first in the game, but the next 4 were everyone except Rakan on the side of Hellpigs. So again, we see more priority put up to this top lane, and turret will go down. So 2 turrets to 0 so far, and you have to be really worried about this top lane at the moment.
This makes me really wonder, like, what was the purpose of this blind pick Renekton? It doesn't feel like it really fits in your team at all, to be honest. I think there were much better picks that you could have gone for. Is now just, yeah, kind of that gank setup champion that set up no ganks. YJY, he's engaged on. Nothing really comes of it, though.
Yeah, Flash traded for that quickness, so Aurelion Sol's big ult is available.
Yeah,
It's just happy getting some stacks. It will come out, lands onto Taco. That's a shutdown for Calumnia. He's now Wing forward again. Hong2, will he be able to escape? And he will, just at the end there, use his flash. But that is so much damage already coming out for Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, nicely played there by Calumnia. I think that's really, really important for him that he can pick up that kill. Fight goes on bot.
Nice flay there. Makes IC8 take a lot more damage that he wouldn't want to have taken. Honestly, both these bot laners quite low. Kira's fairly healthy for now, but we'll see them just back away.
I think this dragon can be grabbed here by S9. I think that's a really good usage of the Sky's Descent by Calumnia. I feel like you're always using it either at a dragon fight or to secure a dragon in some way, right? You don't want to just use it randomly, but here it kind of knows that this is a good enough situation. If he does use it, things will come of it. And just so much damage coming out from the E and R. Taco just dies so quick. And then Hong2 as well, you know, trying to sprint away, but as we said before, ASOL, one of the best champs at chasing in the game right now. So much damage, forces out the flash from him as well. Is going the Rylai second, so pretty normal from Calumnia in terms of the build. Looks really good against the short range HP stacking compositions. I'm a big fan of the itemization and runes here. Looks like Herald will be picked up by the side of Hellpigs. They have a 2.5k gold lead, but they are down 2 dragons. I think normally I would actually be kind of worried about Hellpigs in this situation, but the one nice thing they have going for them is the Scion.
A lot of damage coming out here onto IC8. Quickness will be used. Does go away. Gale Force also used by Kyrgios, as well as he does get ignited. He's now stuck in this cage. Can he find a way out? Possibly. Oh, nice flash by Tide, and he will take Kyrgios down. So fairly well played from both of them, but Kyrgios wasn't able to win out in a 3v1. As we see Taco initiating onto Calumnia. The Sky's Descent does come out, and Taco, rooted in position, does go down now. Hong2 will run away.
Doesn't have flash this time.
Yeah, W following him. He's taking a lot of damage, but will just get away using that ult.
Yeah, the W did run out there. Couldn't quite cover enough distance, but Calumnia is getting all the kills. And the game now has been paused, but yeah, I think Hellpigs, they kind of... I'm not feeling too good about their position, right? The Sivir hasn't really found anything off her lead. The lead's fallen behind. At least Tide on the Vega is strong, though, and you've got Taco on the Scion, who's extremely strong. It feels like Relia is almost a non-factor in this game. It's going to Bork and now has a Dirk, so really playing for a kind of 1v1 focused build, but it's never going to do much on the Scion. Instead, perhaps wants to just flash W someone in the team fight and look to one-shot them. It could even just be the kind of thing where, you know, if you're useless but you can take someone down with you, I mean, that honestly could be quite good.
Yeah, I guess, but like you have to feel like, why not just pick the Gnar? Like if you're blind pick, and I mean, Renekton does often get blinded, but the Gnar has seen so much success as a blind or as an answer, you feel like it's just the better option. It would have had a fine matchup into Scion, perhaps negated the Scion pick entirely even, but I don't know, I'm just sort of, I guess we haven't seen Relia play many tanks at all. But you just feel like the Gnar would have fit better here.
The Renekton is kind of out of nowhere. I feel like the Renekton priority in the PCS has been really weird. Like, I think it's actually a decent counter pick, but it's so surprising to see it blind pick because it feels like there are so many options, right? They even had 2 top lane bans and they've still ended up this far behind. Fortunately though, Calumnia on his team is continuing to just farm up a Storm. Is probably going to complete the Rileys here, I'd imagine. Yeah, 2 items completed, 17 minutes in, so it's really, really strong.
214 Stardust now.
Yeah, so definitely starting to accelerate in that. And I think once you get around 300 stacks, that's when you're starting to hit kind of 1v9 potential as the ASOL.
So very close to that now already. And I mean, it feels very early in the game to have that amount of stacks. And honestly, he's coming up on his 3rd item probably pretty soon. And he's going to be a real lot to deal with.
It is going to be, I think, up to Tide and Taco to kind of make sure that they have the lockdown for this ASOL. I think if you just let Calumnia free hit, it's going to be really tough. But I'm really excited to see the team fights coming out. It kind of is what ASOL is now known for, right? Went from being a roaming champion pre-rework to now just kind of a late game scaling control mage. It's very different, but it's still very strong. Ooh.
Yeah, ICA interestingly goes in. Quickness will be used, but he has gotten extremely low. And now there is a bit of a chase, but nothing will come of it. And interesting decision to jump in there. Cost him his ult and flash.
Yeah, I wonder why he felt confident engaging that, but is forced away. Herald is completely denied, although it did take the bot tier 1. No flash on Rakan for next fight, I think, is pretty big. Relia actually finds himself a tower in the side lane, so he can at least get a little bit of gold back onto himself.
Yeah, and he might be able to even win out on this 1v1 for now. Just with that Blade of the Ruined King will do so much damage to Sion.
It's kind of ridiculous how much damage just a Bork can do. 2 minutes on the drag, though. I think Hellpigs really do need to contest. Are they scaled enough? I mean, they've got the Rod of Ages on the Veigar. Sion's looking strong. Hong 2, though, is weird because he got so much gold early, but he doesn't really feel that strong, right? Just has the shield, though. Doesn't even have second item here, so I think they should contest. Whether or not they actually win, though, I'm not sure. Calumnia now has the Skies descend once again, so perfect for this next dragon fight. It's going to be extremely strong.
Yeah, and Tide has finished his Archangels, not yet upgraded into that Ceres, which I think is quite important, especially coming up. Maybe he can get it done in 1 minute, but 50 stacks does take a little bit of time, so
looks like we will be grouping on this mid wave. It's just a minute away, and I think Relia might just be stuck in side lane, at least for a little bit. It's certainly not as impactful as Taco on the Sion, and even though Calumnia has a lot of damage here, he doesn't have a Void Staff. You know, it's very early into the game still. Doesn't have the Void Staff up against the Maw and the Jack Show, so it is pretty difficult for him to actually deal with those tankier members. Baron just started up here, and Hong 2, he has a Navori. This is spotted out by the Sapling, so nice there from Fear. Has the Demonic as well.
Yeah, really, you get a lot of sort of pressure around the map with this Maokai, even though the Saplings were nerfed. Just being able to have them sit in a bush and around any objective and know when it's being taken, it really does help you with this map control, as priority for the Dragon is in favor of Hellpigs.
Yeah, S9, they're trying to find a way in. It is difficult, though. They don't really have a member to face check.
Yeah, Shirelles is used, and Relia is still very far away. However, he is looking for a flank here on the bottom side of the map.
Okay, Engage comes out.
Yeah, only Taco hit. Fear taken fairly low. Relia has popped Dominus, so they do have to be careful here. Hong 2 is engaged on. Will get stunned up. A 3-man knockup from the Sky's Descent. Taco's trying to take out Calumnia. Calumnia W's into that Sion queue and just gets destroyed as we see 3 people focusing on this Jack Show Taco. Can they get him down? It doesn't seem so. Hook will land. Man, Taco picks up Aurelia in the side there.
I really want to see what even happened in this team fight. I feel like it started out quite well for S9. They had a really great flank, but Calumnia somehow dies just by getting so close to Tide that he was caged and then ulted immediately after. I also think Tide must have done an absurd amount of damage in this fight. And we'll pick up the Dragon after. So I think that's kind of the win that Hellpigs needed, kind of shut down this Dragon win condition for S9. And while this scaling isn't like absurdly great, it's still very competitive, right? I think the fact like Veigar Sivir is very good scaling. I think it's pretty on par with the ASOL Xayah. Really will just come down to teamfight execution, which I think is exactly what Hellpigs want, given they just proved they can execute teamfights much better. They'll just started off with the disengage from S9 and then the re-engage. Relia, he has a great flank. So this is all looking really good. Especially, I think, even the Sky's Descent were pretty good here. We've got the E already down. Maybe E was used a bit too early, so it doesn't have all that follow-up damage, but you still get the massive knock-up. Hong2, I think, also just died really early. I think keep your eyes on Calumnia. I'm not really sure. Okay, so he got kicked into the team, and then has the opportunity to W away, but instead W's in, gets knocked up by Sion, and then immediately ulted by Vega. So it's so poor there for your main DPS to just go down, because now you just don't really have any other damage other than carriers, and he's just being focused down. Tied as well with the cage, just buys so much time for his team in this fight. And I really got to question Calumnia, right? He got so fed here, and then it's just taken out. Is also now going for the Seraphs, or for the Archangels, but I think honestly he should probably go for a Void. There's so much magic resist already, and he's the one that needs to deal with that front line.
Definitely agree with you, and LDR also is now getting picked up soon by Carriers, but in that fight, I have to say, Carriers coming from that support, I don't know if you noticed, but he was dodging away from just so much skill shots. This guy really is a fantastic AD carry on his second game in the PCS. Looks like Baron will be started here by Hellpigs.
Yeah.
Hasn't been spotted yet, but Relia kind of in the area, and no real DPS is being done to it.
They could just do it as a two-man.
Oh, Taco loses half his health to the Prowler's Claw empowered W there by Relia.
Ooh,
they do know Nature's Grasp will be used. Does land onto 3 people. Gets really far in there with the Twisted Advance. It's getting extremely low. Will just go down, but are they able to stop this Baron? Calumnia getting a lot done on this bottom side. He is teleporting in now, though. You have to be careful. He doesn't have the upgraded ultimate yet.
I think S9 can force them off. It's a good place for ASOL to fight in.
Yeah, it does get a hook land onto Taco. YJ will be eliminated. You have to be careful of Lee Sin up the top here, as Calumnia does W away. They pick up Renekton, but this is... Fear will almost be spawning, and there's quite low health bars, and a lot of damage still alive on S9. So if they can play it well enough, Taco getting very low here. Baron at 7k HP. What will happen? Box will be used, as does Aurelion Soul's ult. Taco getting low in the pit on this Baron, but it looks like Hellpigs will just claim this Baron. Will there be a fight afterwards? Taco does go down, so nice pick up there, getting rid of one of the Barons early.
Yeah, can they still fight though? I don't think they can. They're going to be forced away. Another really big win there for Hellpigs, and I think it was a little bit unlucky the way that started for Fear. Got dragged pretty far with that Twisted Advance into the team fight, but again, I think Calumnia just doesn't really have the damage. He doesn't have this Void stuff, so it takes so long to deal with the tanks. And also, I think perhaps waited on the R just a bit too long. We'll have the Skies Descent for the next fight, though.
Yeah, and 335 stacks now for this Aurelion Soul, so is ramping up continually, and it just becomes more and more scary as the game progresses. I feel like as S9, you're kind of okay with how the game is as long as you don't bleed too much with this Baron. You just have to kind of survive the next 2 minutes, and with Zarya and you have to feel Aurelion Soul, your wave clear is probably good enough to not have to worry too much about Baron.
Yeah, I think you should be able to withstand the Baron. You can afford to give up the Dragon as well. I mean, look at the damage. Calumnia, he was certainly dealing a lot of damage, but it took him a very long time to deal with the front line. And unfortunately, his front line kind of just evaporates. The Maokai and the Renekton are both very, very squishy, which again makes us kind of question, like, what is the Renekton actually picked for? Because it just feels like it hasn't really done a whole lot in this game. I think if you're the side of S9, honestly, probably just give up this drag. You could fight it. And actually, maybe they do. I mean, they have the Skies Descent on the Aurelion Soul. So do they want to fight it? Maybe. It's not like they really need more time to scale.
You have to be real careful of Tide now. He does have that Dead Man's Plate, which is quite nice on these sort of immobile mages, as it adds so much movement speed. You just never auto-attack, and you always have that constant 100 stack Dead Man's Plate. As we saw him sort of just run towards Perez and force flash out of Zarya. So another huge summoner down as Dragon will spawn. You have to think most likely will go to Hellpigs.
They do have all the control. I'd be really curious to see if S9 want to contest. I think probably not. Just let them kind of waste some of their Baron if they go towards the Dragon. Try and just wait for the next opportunity to fight on a more even footing. And while Hellpigs, they've gained a little bit of gold off the Baron. Ooh.
Yeah, YJY going to get caught here. Does just get taken out, but again, they will just go to the Dragon, and you already suspected they would be doing that anyway. Although now trying to pressure the side lanes, maybe going to the Dragon later as the Baron does run out. Get the most efficiency out of this Baron buff.
I think they should still be able to clear. I don't think it'll be any inhibs going down unless they can force some sort of engage.
Yeah, Hong2 making work now on this, but as the black hole gets put down, you have to be very careful not to get caught up in that and altered by the Aurelion Soul. YJY will be back now.
I think this tower will actually fall, and I really like how Hellpigs are just delaying the Dragon. They know they don't really need to pick it up. They can just continue to siege. And once the ASOL's E here falls, they might be able to pressure this mid inhib. It is back to being a 5v5 though.
Yeah, Rally on the side there doing a bit of damage to Taco as we see 4 members head towards him. Calumnia will now back off. Inhib is going to go down there, so Nature's Graft's committed. We see a fight break out. We do see Tide get caught up there. Can Rally take him out? No, he cannot. Kira's on the side, gets Lee Sin kicked into the team, and it's now a 2-for-0. YJY will go down, making it 3. Can Fia and Calumnia peel this? It does not look like, and I think the game will just end here.
Most likely it will, and while Calumnia, he did what he could. Feels like the rest of his team is just a little too behind, and also I think kind of fell himself a little bit behind when he gave up that mid tower early in the game. Overall, I mean, very weird drafts that we saw coming out of these teams. Does end up going the way of Hellpigs after only 28 minutes. And yeah, I really like how Tide played this game on the Veigar as well. I mean, went for the tanky stats, which a lot of times it's like isn't really necessary, but I think knowing that if he doesn't die, can continue to just put out those cages over and over, just makes it so easy for the rest of the team to fight. And I think YJY, a little exposed on the Thresh, right? You weren't really expecting great things, because again, he is like a role-swapped ADC to support. Looked, I want to say, average on the Rakan yesterday. It was mainly the Keres show on the Zion. I think even this game, Keres kind of, he didn't have like the star performance that he did yesterday, but you kind of saw makings of it, right? I think if the game had gone a bit more in their favor, probably would have had more to do, but really just questionable across the board. Like, why wouldn't you take the Rakan earlier? Why do you value the Renekton so highly? It just, yeah, I don't know, really weird choices from the side of S9.
Yeah, the Renekton felt useless the entire game, and I mean, part of it is also that Relia does tend to just get caught out by himself and dove top so often, and I mean, we don't watch the top lane the entire game, but you have to feel like there's something he can be doing there to avoid it, or at least realizing when he is that weak factor on the map to sort of play, even drop a few minion waves, play a bit more safer. But yeah, I don't know, the Renekton questionable. If you're picking the Renekton, you really have to be ahead, because almost any other laner in that top lane will outscale you. And I mean, we saw it here. I mean, he was outscaled from about level 8 or something.
Yeah,
he really never was in this game. And then we saw the effects of it at the end there. There was a really low Veigar. He flash and power W'd on him and still didn't kill him. So just, I mean, he ends up being pretty useless. And I mean, because because of that, I think MVP probably goes to Taco, Lee Sin. Taco,
you reckon? I was thinking Tide's Veigar.
Yeah, the reason I say Taco is because he really was the one getting that Renekton so behind. Like, he allowed for so many of those dives to happen and facilitated that top side, as well as like he really was crucial in a lot of these team fights too, finding nice kicks and
controversial.
Sure. Yeah.
I would say that the reason Rally is getting dived over and over is every time we look up there, he's just 1 HP. So I'm not sure what's going on in the trades, but if I were to give MVP based on like the top jungle, I would have given it to Taco, the other Taco, on the Scion, because somehow, like, obviously I think Scion's a pretty good neutralizer into Renekton, but you don't often see him just kind of getting him low and getting ready to solo kill him under towers. So I mean, that, yeah, really interesting. But for me, I think Tide's Veigar, just over and over with the cages, just had too much value for him not to have MVP.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll see if there might be a bit of an 80 carry bias in the broadcast. You never know. But yeah, I think everyone played pretty well on the team, honestly, regardless. So definitely had like shining moments for everyone. I mean, Hong2 didn't really do anything. He was just kind of clearing waves.
He did do damage in team fights, though, to be fair.
And I think you expect that of a Sivir, right? Like, you just auto-attack one person, your boomerang hits everyone and crits them all. But like, other than that, I mean, his Thrill of the Hunt was really allowing the team to get in position, especially that Veigar and Rakan. Really good usage of that to allow them. But I don't know, all around, really well played by the side of sorry, Hellpigs, as we're going to look at a replay here. This looks like the last fight, if I'm...
No, this was a bit earlier in the game.
Flank.
Yeah, this was a really weird fumble from Calumnia. So I think this is really well set up for S9. They've got a great flank. They've got everyone bunched up. It looks like a really good start, but just keep your eyes on Calumnia, because I feel like after he gets lead kicked into the team, there should be no threat left onto him. But I think it's really strange, just W in, immediately gets Q'd by Sion and ulted by Tai. I think, honestly, if he just stays alive, can continue outputting DPS, there's a very real chance S9 win this fight and can then pick up what was, I think, a 3rd dragon at the time. So could have put the game in a really good state for themselves. Instead, you know, massively fumble it. And while it is a lot of DPS done by Calumnia, and I think he did what he could, it also felt like he could have played a lot better and perhaps even brought his team to the win. At the same time, in the top lane, we had some issues. We're really far behind. And I don't know, again, like just draft questions for me. Like I think, why not prioritize the Rakan if it looks so good for you guys yesterday? Like, why play Maokai when you've got such a solo AP in the mid lane? And then the blind pick Renekton, I don't know, it just felt like S9, they never had like a cohesive plan. It kind of feels like everyone just chose their own champs as opposed to it really being put together as like, this is what we want and how we're going to get it. Instead, yeah, just everyone kind of locked in their own champion.
Yeah, and you know what? They don't have a chance at these playoffs anymore. And honestly, Hellpigs don't either, so you can't really like fault them.
Yeah.
I guess you're allowed to sort of have a bit more fun, a bit more freedom to sort of show what you enjoy playing here. Because, I mean, if you're against a team where seeding does actually matter, I guess you'd, you know, as sportsmen-like, you'd want to play your best. And guess who called the MVP?
Ah, man, okay. 81% KP for Targo on the Lee Sin. And he did have a pretty massive gold lead in the jungle. I think it kind of, the gold in the jungle went a little bit under the radar, but I think Malco only ever had 1 kill or something, so it was pretty far behind. But yeah, you're right. He found that insect onto Calumnia, which then mind-controlled him into Wing forward. So, hey, better than nothing.
Yeah, no, I think he did play really well. Even the early game there, he didn't find many kills, but he did get Flash out of Fear and Rallier, which he then converted into that dive top. So I do think it was well-deserved, honestly. And even at the end there, the very last team fight near the Nexus, he did find another insect onto Perez there on the Xayah. So again, another big impact he found. So I did genuinely think he deserves it. I think maybe you're just biased towards Veigar.
I swear Tide's Veigar, man. He was smurfing cage after cage. I mean, people just... they sleeping on my boy over there. I mean, I was impressed, I think, mainly because I don't expect a whole lot of ADCs playing mages normally. And while, again, Veigar isn't the most difficult mage, it's still nice to kind of have that flexibility. Normally, that flexibility that you showed before playoffs is nice, but unfortunately, you know, Hellpigs, they're not in playoffs. A team that will be in playoffs, though, is CFO, and they're taking on J-Team in our second game of the day. So I'll see you in 10 more minutes.
You don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, not tempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. It's contagious, begin to recognize. I know you're cheated, but get up in the vibe. Ooh, intoxicated, get ahead of time, and even it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not. But I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough.
the way it feels, the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. I know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh yeah, oh your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, it's so caught up, yeah, it's so caught up. It makes me nauseous, all of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me, but I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feed your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 6 Day 2. Very close to playoffs now and brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Just before this, we saw Hellpigs up against Sem9, in which we saw the first Aurelian Soul of the PCS, but unfortunately it did lose. Hellpigs picked up that game. And now, CFO taking on J-Team. I think J-Team, they need to win this game to keep their playoff dreams alive, and CFO also really want this game if they want to kind of remain in control of that second place position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there is, I think a really long shot if they lose, maybe they...
J-Team this is?
Yeah, no, I think they do have to win. They do definitely have to win. But yeah, again, and again, it's even more important because CFO really want to pull ahead of Frank as well. So sort of a double important game for both teams. And you have to imagine, I mean, J-Team have been looking really good recently. Yesterday, they kind of took out a game by using that Caitlyn and Lux bottom lane. It got a little bit behind at the beginning, but ended up taking every plate and got a really good lead for themselves. So maybe looking towards something like that again. I mean, Flying Oyster have a 90% win rate right now when they're ahead at 15 minutes. So something like that, Kate Lux can really attack at that stat, and maybe that's a way to exploit them. We do know Flying Oyster like those early dragons. They like to really snowball from the beginning. So possibly a way to attack them, and J-Team definitely want to win. So I imagine we're going to see something really, structured out of them and really, really go for this one.
I think that's a really good point that you make. The kind of times the CFO have looked a bit, I want to say shakier, is when they kind of haven't been able to get the early game lead. They're so used to getting right, and it's kind of led to them, not picking up those early dragons, not having that kind of guaranteed win condition of the soul, which for CFO often comes in very early, right? We've seen as early as 24, 23 minutes. They really do just pick up those dragons pretty much as soon as they spawn. So I'm looking towards, I'd say, mid and bot to kind of make sure if you have priority lanes up against CFO, perhaps that can do something. And J-Team, while they haven't looked amazing recently, they did get that win over Impunity 23-1, which makes me honestly have pretty good hopes for them in this game. Taking a look at CFO's roster, got Rest, Gemini, Jimian, Shun, and Slay True. Last time I think these two teams faced, it was CFO that picked up the game in a fairly convincing game, but it wasn't super one-sided, especially back then. I think Jimian was getting gapped pretty hard by Minji, so Jimian's improved his form quite a lot since then, and if that doesn't happen, then I'd kind of be expecting CFO to make rather quick work of this, but yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think it's as one-sided as the standings might suggest.
No, absolutely not. And the things like that Caitlyn Lux against a formidable bot lane like Shun Slater won't probably get as much of a lead and have as much free time as they did yesterday. So maybe not as powerful, but definitely I feel like attacking this team's early game is your best point of attack. Rest generally will win his lane on a one-on-one. He does get quite aggressive though. I believe he has the highest forward percentage by 10% of all top laners. So possibly if he's overextended, you could look to there, as we are going to take a look at J-Team's lineup, which is Long, Lalva, Minji, Bruce, and Enso. And I think importantly on this team, Minji of the last couple of weeks has really been picking up steam and has been playing quite well. And on champs like the Akali, he's had a few good performances on that Akali. Both as counterpick and not counterpick, so I don't know if you're worried about that for the side of CFO. I mean, I feel like Jimian's champ pool will be fairly okay in general against the Akali, or maybe take away the Azir. You might not be able to play the Azir in this matchup anymore. But yeah, I think in general, Akali should be dealable with on the side of CFO, but definitely an interesting sort of thing to look at. I mean, Minji hasn't looked so hot on those Annie picks that he's been often going towards earlier on in the split.
You're very right. I think J-Team have put a lot of priority towards blinding that Annie, and it hasn't really made a big difference. Taking a look at our two top laners, though, we have Rest taking on Long, and last time these teams faced was actually RUA playing for J-Team, so Long has been in since then, pretty much. But taking a look, I mean, solo kills Long, despite coming into the split a bit later, actually has a lot of solo kills to his name, more than Rest. Take a look at that forward percent, though. Looks like Rest is ahead, or pushing the lane, half the time at least. So that's really an impressive stat there, and still manages to have a slightly higher KDA because of it, although is a bit lower perhaps than their kind of rankings in the standings would suggest. I think the Long kind of prefers more of the split push carries, although even Rest kind of just plays a bit of everything. But yeah, the Few are a bit of a Long special and has looked good on it. I think a lot of the time Long is kind of not really been able to get to the point where he's able to 1v9 before the rest of the map kind of falls apart. And that's not just a team thing. I think Long has had difficulties in the laning phase, but I think does generally play the mid game out pretty well.
I definitely agree with you there, and I think in this matchup particularly, we will probably see Jax in the bans. I mean, we generally do anyway most of the time, but I don't really think you want to give either of these players Jax. I mean, we've seen Long have some standout performances as well as Rest. As we do head into our champion select, we see Gragas and Akali importantly taken out by the side of a CFO, and Varus Ashe is the answer.
Okay, really interesting. I think really just trying to limit Minji's options in that mid lane. The Gragas kind of makes sense. I think if you don't want to first pick it, giving that kind of three-way flex to red side is very scary. Annie ban, another curious one. I wonder if they kind of have something that they just don't want to play into Annie, or they just think, okay, Minji is the one who's performing best on this team, so if we just take away some of his options, it's going to be better. But a lot of these laning bot lane picks taken away from the side, or J-Team are taking them away from the side of CFO. That makes sense. I think, again, as we were talking about how this early Dragon priority, very, very important for CFO, and picks like those do make it a lot easier. So what's our first pick? Lee, Sejuani, Zeri? I think CFO aren't much of a Zeri team. They do play it, but I think they like those early game picks just a little bit more.
Definitely agree, and Aphelios was taken away too at the backside of those bans, but I don't expect the first pick Lee. He hasn't really... I mean, last game he looked pretty good, obviously, but in general, it's been kind of just mediocre. And that, I would not be surprised. It is locked in, and I think it is the most powerful jungler on the patch. So, no surprises. It is locked in. And I think with how these top laners play too, getting that Sejuani is really important because they both tend to play melee champs, right? I mean, Nah being probably the only exception. So the 2v2 just gets a lot stronger having this champion also.
I really like the Sedge. Now, from J-Team, do you just pick Zeri? Yeah, I think when you play against Sedge, you need a tank killer, and Bruce has definitely tended towards the Zeri more often than not. So Zeri Lulu is picked up, no chance of the Lulu being denied. I wonder if Xayah will come through. That's kind of the... or will we see the Caitlyn picked? I think Xayah is what we normally see just to kind of match the Zeri, and it has looked very strong. CFO, though, again, they want to play for that early game. They like having their pushing lanes. Something like the Caitlyn Lux could come through here.
Definitely gives you that early presence, and again, I would love to see that. Honestly, I just love seeing Dravens, but it is locked in. Yeah, wasn't this... I think this was like pretty much perma-banned against him at the start of the split, so... Draven Nautilus, you really have to be careful in this bottom lane now, and I think bot lane stocks just went up.
They certainly did. Now, J-Team, you have to pick up your junglers, Wukong or Vi. I think Wukong's a little bit better, but Vi can make shutting down the Draven in particular kind of, you know, a bit more guaranteed. I think I do prefer the Wukong, though, overall. Especially if we can get, like, Kong-Yue's Wukong, find some insane engages. Vi is the lock-in, though. Second phase bans. I think you should target tops here from the side of J-Team. There was no top laner picked up in the first three from CFO, so if you can ban out something like the Jax and the Cassante, I think is my prediction. Could go towards mid lane bans as well, but I think the top lane bans seem more valuable.
Yeah, do we see 5 mid lane bans for the side of CFO here? It is a possibility. Renekton, interesting ban. I don't feel like that champion offers all that much. I mean, I do think the sort of damage build probably helps to kill that, obviously the Zeri, get rid of some of that shielding, but I don't know, I find this Renekton sort of priority quite interesting.
I think Rest has looked pretty good on the Renekton, so maybe it is respecting that as well. CFO, do you just ban more mids? I think you probably do, yeah. Silas is the ban, makes sense, takes away the Nautilus ult and the Sedge ult, which would be quite good. Second ban from J-Team, surely you ban the Jax unless you're planning on picking it up, in which case you probably ban the Sion? Yeah, or maybe if you want the Sion, you ban the Gwen?
You do have the first pick as this phase ends, so maybe leave that Jax up. I mean, Jax has looked extremely blindable, although maybe some weakness against the Cassante, which is still open. Jace is the ban here. Jimmian has had a really good performance on that of late, so I don't hate it, but I think it's interesting to focus on one mid and one top here in the second half.
I mean, Rest is still good at the Jace, right? It could be respecting that. Kind of depends what they're fourth picking. I'm actually really interested because I think Jace ban can set up for Jax as well. So it will be real interesting to see what J-Team pick. Talia's ban, surely... So 5 mid bans, basically. I think as J-Team, you should take the Jax. And if you're... I guess you're not worried too much about the Sion and you've got the Zeri. Yeah, I think that's the play here. So I don't hate this. From the side of CFO, will Rest take the Sion or will he go for the Gnar? It's another option we've seen. I think I prefer the Sion, but it doesn't seem like a very Rest champ to me.
Yeah, Gnar is hovered currently, and Casante also open.
Yeah, it's possible. Gnar, Rest does look very good on the Gnar though, time and time again. Wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in. And what is your mid blind pick now? Akali is gone, Saris is gone, which are a lot of the melees. Could take a Yone here, honestly. Wouldn't be too good up into the Jax. I think you do play in... Ooh, or will we see... No, I don't think we'll see this. And Nivea could be interesting. I don't think it's that great for Zeri, but it's good against the rest of the comp.
Victor makes sense. Last time these two teams did play, I believe Minji played Azir.
Yeah.
And these two sort of just neutralize each other. It's just a farm lane, essentially. And it is locked in, so probably expecting J-Team to pick up the Azir here. We'll have to see if they have someone else in store for us, but I would love to see that.
Could be the A-Sol. It can be difficult, I think, in lane against the Victor, but Victor doesn't really kill you, he just pokes you out. I think A-Sol or Syndra are probably looking like the options here. And I think taking so much scaling against CFO can be risky. At the same time, maybe saying if you can get through that early game, having the scaling will be nice. But it is A-Sol once again locked in. So versus Victor, most likely I think we'll go for the Comet. Can't really proc the first strike. Overall though, I think I like J-Team's comp a little bit better if they can get through that early game, which is a big if, because playing against Shun's Draven is, I mean, you've really got your work cut out for you there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what I want to ask you, actually, do you think it's a Rod of Ages angle here for the A-Sol this game? I think the tankiness might provide a lot against this. Like, there's quite a lot of dive, and you are able to sort of get caught up by the Sejuani, the Gnar, or even Draven, Victor damage coming through. What do you think? I mean, there's a lot of tankiness, but...
I think if you can get away with the Leandries up against the Health Stackers, it is better, but might need the Catalyst to lane against the Victor. Victor is one of the strongest 1v1 laners, especially in these mage versus mage matchups. So I think if you don't have it, you might just find it too difficult to actually play out the lane. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, there's definitely arguments for both, and neither of them are really bad items in this game, right? It is just fairly solid overall. But I honestly think most of this game will come down to, can J-Team neutralize this early game? Because if they can, they look like they certainly have the scaling on their side. At the same time, there's so much threat coming out from the side of CFO early game, right? You've got Gnar who wins lane, Victor who wins lane, and the Draven Nautilus, right? So it's basically 3 winning lanes, and a jungler that can have, you know, pretty strong 1v1 and invade. So J-Team, it's going to be tough, but if they can get to, say, 15, 20 minutes being even, I think they have a very good shot of actually taking this.
Definitely agree, and we are loading now into Summoner's Rift yet again. And I think to get through this early game, don't you feel like there's going to have to be some priority here into the bot lane, protection of that Zeri Lulu, also maybe set up for the Draven? I mean, time and time again, top has sort of in this matchup been sort of neutralizes each other out. I mean, you have seen solo kills here and there, but between these two top laners, I don't suspect that to happen. It is the Comet, as you pointed out, on the Aurelion Sol.
Does make sense. Opted for the bone plating second, though, which is quite weird. Normally second wind picked up versus the Victor, but doesn't really matter overall. Also the fleet from the Gnar, I think that's pretty standard these days. Having the movement speed to kite out the Jax does feel really good. There's actually Ghost on the Jax, though.
Yeah, a bit of extra team fight pressure, perhaps, although the Flash does enable more sort of Counter-Strike stun setup, but...
Yeah, maybe just need it to kind of chase down Gnar on the side. Otherwise, just can never really catch up. Just keep getting kited out. So my eyes here for the early game are going to be a lot on where the junglers are pathing, because I think Gemini can go basically anywhere, has priority pretty much everywhere. Maybe won't get priority mid. Jimmy and S gone for the first strike rather than the like airy build early. So might just like try and scale in this matchup as opposed to try and win it. Could even see a bot dive coming out early.
Playtrue looking, does somehow land that onto Bruce. Cleanse will be expended here, but that looked like a hit inside of me. But anyway, it did land onto Bruce.
I think that bot trade actually does mean quite a lot. Losing that HP and losing that cleanse when Sejuani is pathing towards the Krugs does mean that you have to be a little bit scared of the bot dive.
Inside is hooked down there now, but Slaytrue getting quite low. Shun running forward, and definitely like these early trades for the Draven rather than the Zeri, but Slaytrue has to be careful now. He can't get too excited with these hooks at his current health.
Yeah, they did lose a lot of HP. I think diving now will be pretty hard, especially with Lava in their area, who wisely actually soloed Raptors and then immediately pathed down the map. So is going to be here in time to counteract any sort of early dive.
And there's a bit of shenanigans at this Gromp, but now that Gemini sees this, we'll know that Vi was in the area. We'll chase him around, but you have to think because they know Vi's here, this dive is going to be extremely hard to pull off.
Yeah, I think this should be counterable.
Yeah. Really well played by Lava to play with this vision, as tower aggro was only taken just at the end there, and you have to feel like that's probably not worth it for Shun to take the tower damage, but Gemini now starting up on this Gromp is a level up, so Lava has to be really careful of Sejuani at the moment.
Yeah, I think it was nicely played by Lava to kind of path down and make sure that was defended. It's really big for the Zeri Lulu that you don't die early. At the same time, is feeling kind of the pain of having no priority lanes, right? Is pushed in mid and bot. Could maybe go towards top. Right now, Long has a little bit of push, but kind of feels like that doesn't really amount into anything. I don't think you can ever look to enter the jungle here on the side of CFO. So Gemini does find that lead early, kind of just expected based off the lane matchups. And mid, though, is just kind of farming back and forth. Doesn't look like there's been any damage really traded at all. This Scuttle will be picked up by Lava, which is a nice pickup. Rest looks pretty ungankable in this top side, so most likely we'll just go back and clear up his red that actually still hasn't been cleaned up yet. It's an interesting path.
They're definitely not following those Riot-given jungle pathings.
And Lava could be in trouble. I mean, Sedge is invading once again. Spots him out. I think neither mid laner really wants to come to this, so it should just be a 1v1. I guess Minji could come, but can't offer much.
We'll get there a lot quicker, though, if he does decide to. As it comes down to a smite fight, you have to think. Lava does get it and will be able to queue away. So nice pickup from there. And I mean, him getting that means Gemini did waste a little bit of time. We'll come back around again. We just see constant brawling between these two junglers currently.
Yeah, the pain of having 3 no prior lanes. I feel bad for Lava. Really, as honestly, I feel like managed this situation very well. But just the reality of jungling with no winning lanes is it's going to be extremely difficult. There's really no doubt about it. And it does find himself at least slightly behind, but has managed to stabilize bot, and the rest of his lanes seem in relatively decent spots. So I actually think, you know, yeah, given the hand that Lava was dealt, has done not too bad with it.
Yeah, and as Jimmy gets lower on this mana, you'll have a better time as Minji to be able to sort of scale up on Aurelian's soul in this mid lane. I guess Jimmy will be backing and teleporting now. Gemini starting up this dragon, and honestly, Lava's still level 3. It feels so terrible to be this Vi in this situation. Enso is coming to look to help him, as well as Bruce to deny dragon. I mean, this is just a CFO classic. 5 minutes 30, the dragon has been started, but denied. So well played by J-Team there to not allow CFO to sort of play to this win condition they so often look for.
It's forced off. Lava, it's level 3 while both mid laners are level 6. I think he might be able to get level 4 off this Raptor camp here. But that's kind of insane. Just has been denied so many camps by Gemini. Looks like he does hit the level 4. Could look for something mid, but you have to feel it can never be anything more than a flash. And might not even be one at that. Looks like Minji will be opting for the Rod of Ages, so has the Catalyst, which is very important for laning up against something like the Victor, who just has so much poke. Rest looks like he's almost going to get this top plate here. Actually walks away from it. I don't think he's going to get the gold, right?
He doesn't?
No.
That's quite important in that, as we do see Hook land here onto Enso, but honestly, trade is better here for J-Team. Lava looking for Scuttle. Another brawl possibly between these two junglers. We'll smite it away and look to head out. I don't know how many stacks we're at on Minji so far. It's only 7 minutes in, but...
Yeah, it looks like he's been able to stack relatively freely. I think Jimmy, without having a laning keystone, can't really poke a soul out enough for it to really matter. And has been that top plate taken. It says 175 gold, but I don't think Rest actually picked it up. Long. It's going to be traded on just at the back end of this. That drag still remains alive, and I have to say, versus CFO, that's kind of unusual, right? Normally they do manage to get that dragon very early, but haven't really just had the... They've had prior in the lanes, but they've never had so much prior that they've just been able to start it up and kind of take it. And a lot of time, I feel like, especially from bot lane, CFO do just tend to have the stronger laning bot lane in terms of both matchup and players. I think the Lava being able to pass down early and make sure that dive didn't get off successfully was such a big deal. Could be seeing a very different game if not for that. CFO are pushing in this bot lane. I wonder if they'll swap up for Herald or not. I think getting Herald, maybe using it top, could be good. They have one play on the Gnar already, so it can be broken open a little bit easier. Pause will be coming in.
We just have a player mic issue, so hopefully it won't be too long. But interesting to see. I feel like J-Team have done a fantastic job at slowing down this early potential snowball from CFO. Denying the Dragon, also, importantly, Lava being there for that gank, really has allowed them to sort of get to a position where maybe we will see scaling come in. I mean, Dragon is traditionally like the win con at the moment in League of Legends, and at the moment, I think the earliest it can come in is, I think, 30 minutes.
Yeah, they've done a good job of kind of neutralizing it early. The one thing I kind of worry about still is that until Draven actually dies, there's always the threat of that massive cash-in, right? And then suddenly just finds himself massively far ahead. So I will always be keeping that in the back of my mind until Draven eventually, gets taken out. Until then, I don't really feel like CFO's early game has been completely dismantled, but it is, I think, a fairly solid start from J-Team, coming up against what is one of the stronger early game teams, drafting like a pretty greedy scaling comp, and so far, I think only 400 gold behind or something, so certainly within touching distance, which is exactly where you want to be, especially when you come into kind of those mid-game team fights. And no dragons picked up. I mean, that's really good if you're the scaling team, right? You can just look to kind of scale into the game, not worry about being forced to come out and contest the third dragon at 20 minutes, or so often happens against CFO. Definitely a nice start for them.
Yeah, you could argue one dragon picked up, but it is the Aurelion Soul. Second time actually today. First 2 times in the PCS, so quite exciting. I want to see, though, a bit of execution than we saw in the first game of Aurelion Soul. I mean, it did get very ahead, but didn't really amount to anything. I want to see Minji really push his stacks and push this champion to the limit of what it can really do.
And we are getting back into the game. Dragon and Herald are now both alive, so there is a trade here as an option. Lava's looking for something bot, but it's not level 6. Maybe can hit 6 off a couple creeps? Bruce actually hit 6 before his jungler. Not what you want to see.
Yeah, and CFO probably suspecting something's up because I don't imagine Bruce and Enso were playing particularly bravely up until that moment, but nice dodge out there by Long. It's getting quite low in this top lane.
Yeah, it looks like it will be a plate picked up here for rest. And the tower, is getting a little bit closer to being heraldable. Looks like on the other side, J-Team will secure their first drag. So that honestly kind of shuts down the CFO drag win condition completely. Or at least delays it for a very long time. Jimmy, and he's going to spot this out. Has to maybe be careful if Lava hits 6 off this.
He does hit 6, but won't look for anything. I guess Gemini is, again, in the area and quite strong early game as the Sejuani.
Jimmy does have the laser upgrade now, so can get a lot of priority over this mid wave, and I think Minji can just kind of clear the wave at tower. Don't think there'll be too much, plates or anything taken away. It is quite hard for Victor to actually stop Minji from stacking. The W kind of comes out a bit too slowly. And also you just have to close a lot of that range. Victor, normally prefers to play on that kind of E range instead. Gemini is going to grab this top scuttle. Maybe you can look towards heralding top at some point. Might even just save it to try and break mid as well. Breaking mid against ASOL can be very, very tough. Especially when the Zarya is going to rotate mid later on as well. So if you can get damage on that mid tower early, it could be quite valuable.
Yeah, and Long kind of losing out on many of these trades in the top lane. You saw how much effect bone plating just had in that short trade there.
Yeah, Rest does have himself a small lead off the plate and the CS that he's picked up. But it's definitely not game breaking, and none of the lane leads are. They're all, slightly in CFO's favor. There are maybe potential for plays around bot. I think everywhere else is kind of ungankable at the moment, but you see both CFO and J-Team's junglers moving down. Gemini, maybe he just wants to look for some sort of dive and break this tower.
Lava is close by at the Wolves, though. You suspect he'll sort of sniff this out, and you will see Sejuani there, I do believe, as Slater is coming in. Lava has to be really careful. Shun will be spotted out with that Zeri laser. It's looking like a 4v4 might be breaking out. Bruce getting really aggressive. Does dodge out as Nautilus will be engaged on. Zerial comes out. Jimmy in with a massive Chaos Storm. He picks up Larva on this side as Bruce is trying to get damage done, but massive pickup there. Importantly, however, doesn't go over to Shun, so no massive cash in of yet, and both bot laners here for CFO are low.
I think there does end up obviously a lot better for CFO. They get that first kill, and I think going over to Jimmy on the Victor, while not quite as good as Shun's Draven, it's still a very important pickup. It was kind of questionable, I think, for the side of J-Team to contest that. You still don't even have the Rod of Ages completed on ASOL, right? So while Catalyst is very strong for 1v1 laning, it's very poor for the skirmishing, especially against the Lost Chapter, right? It gives Victor just a lot more damage, and now with that plate, or the Herald dropped mid to take the plates, I think Jimmian is, at least for now, going to scale a lot better than ASOL just in these kind of next few fights. It's going to take Minji a long time to kind of be on a comparable level.
Bruce in trouble here. Really has to survive so as to not give over that gold. Is extremely low now. Can he get away? Shun only just doesn't pick him up, and that is really massive. He does lose Flash, however. Maybe a bit too far in that lane, but by the skin of his teeth, he does just get away.
It was 2 flashes used there for 1. I think overall is pretty decent for Bruce. If Shun had the mana for ult, could have taken him out. Gemini actually getting pretty aggressive with very little health here. Yeah, I feel like he is just going to get forced away from it unless the bot lane can come up.
Jimmian coming down too, and remember he now has that Leandri, so extremely strong on this Victor right now.
Yeah, both mythics completed for the mid laners, but that does mean that Jimmian is a lot stronger, at least for now. Until that Rod of Ages finishes scaling, Leandri's is much better. Rest is actually just going to complete. No, it cancels the recall. It goes back to harassing. And top is getting very low.
Yeah, Rest jumping away. Really well done on that. But Long, you probably imagine, just will push this in and recall, get mana back and health back. And although he did get a lot of mana back just there from the cookie.
Yeah, it does have the biscuit. I wonder if he can play for a dive.
Yeah, Rest getting really low. No flash available for Long. Ghost will be popped, but Rest does get away. But he will teleport in. So I guess all in all, it's just really Flash used. And Ghost.
Yeah, Flash used for Ghost. Ghost is a slightly shorter cooldown, though. Dragon will be spawning another 40 seconds. I think CFO should try and use their mid lane strength as well as the Mythic, or not the Mythic, the Essence Reaver completed for Shun to pick up this drag. They can start building towards their Dragon win condition, but it is actually quite far away. And Minji, now with the Roa and the upgraded ultimate, it's going to be pretty strong in this fight if they choose to go for it. Will they, though? I feel like without Bruce having the Mythic, probably want to give over one. We'll have to see, though.
Yeah, you have to feel like they're a lot weaker if they do try to fight this. And honestly, as the comp that clearly scales better, you don't need to. You can just give it away. Larva will get away there from the Glacial Prison, as Jimmian will also get out of the black hole, and all will be okay.
I think the scaling better is still with an asterisk, right? Like, you've got this Victor who's very, like, fed already, and also Draven can outscale Zeri just by getting so many more items earlier. Obviously won't outscale at 6 items, but just accelerates so fast. J-Team, they want to fight.
Hook lands here, and Bruce is getting knocked up by that Nord ult. 2 already down. Bruce will jump away, as Minji was never even able to enter that fight. I don't really know why they even tried.
That was really strange from J-Team. I think if you do want to contest that, surely you want Minji to kind of group up. Instead, I feel like almost haphazardly contested it, and so didn't fully commit to it. And now that kill is picked up by Draven, and another kill picked up by Jimmy, and so kind of, I don't know, it just felt like they didn't really commit to either giving up the dragon or fighting it, and they're punished as a result.
Draven backing now. Let's see how much gold and what items he can pick up. You almost imagine it's nearly going to be a mythic.
I wonder how much gold he got from the shutdown. Does get, okay, yeah, he definitely spent a lot. J-Team deploying topside, want to try pick up this Herald off the back of CFO's bad tempo. I think CFO, though, you're happy to give this up. In fact, could even contest it. You have ults fairly soon.
Yeah, Nautilus and Gemini are in the area, so do have to be mindful. Will be picked up. Can he get the eye? Does. Now it's the job of making it out. Looks like he'll be fine.
Decent pickup there for J-Team. I kind of don't feel like it turns into anything, but at least denying that off the map, I think, is really important for keeping your mid tower alive. Poor Lava, though, is just forced out of the jungle once again. Can they keep up this mid tower? It's very, very low. I don't think they can. There's too much engage that can come out as well. The tower will fall, and CFO, despite not having their drag win condition, are starting to like pull really far ahead, and I'm not sure. The scaling of J teams isn't so much better than CFO's that they can just relax for 40 minutes and then win the game. I think the fact that Jimian and Shun are both already accelerated means that it's going to take a long time for the J team carries to catch up, right? Maybe do outscale at that kind of 4th item mark, but that's a long time to wait and a lot of time that they have to find in this game.
Yeah, you see Jimian get himself another tower up in this top lane, so a lot of map pressure will be available towards this sort of Baron side as Baron sort of nears coming up. It will be available in 3.5 minutes. And I wonder how many stacks Minji's at. I haven't been able to see that quite yet this game.
It did go for the Rod of Ages, so might be a little behind on some of the stacks. Just didn't have AP for a long time with that Catalyst.
Yeah, 180. We see it now.
Yeah, so it's decent. Definitely nothing to write home about, though. It's still remaining competitive within the game. Though it looks like he'll be going for that Rylai's second. I think it can be quite hard to play ASOL when your team is this far behind, though, just because there can be so much damage that comes through and you never really feel confident about going forward. I mean, look at the kind of difference in mid, just in terms of gold. It's much in Jimian's favor, and as well the ADC, despite it only being 1 kill, just the Draven cash-in is really accelerated Shun so far ahead of Bruce now. And Rest obviously hasn't really had any attention put towards him, but does have himself a 600 gold lead. Pretty much isolated 1v1. It's better than nothing. Minji continues to farm the side lane, and it's quite difficult, I think, for CFO to break anything more. Probably instead need to wait for Baron or for more dragons to be up. While they do have a lot of engage, it's just a very difficult comp to dive, right? There's a lot of counter engage that comes through, as well as the Zeri Lulu is just naturally hard to dive.
Riftfield use and Rest doing a good job sort of fighting away those two, but will ultimately go down, and I'm not sure if Long got gold, but definitely Lalva did.
2 items now come through for Jimian. It's going for the Shadow Flame, so once, you know, a bit stronger early game, I think especially works well if you're the solo AP on your team. There's actually been no Merc Treads picked up against Sejuani yet. I think maybe just... Yeah, okay, so Long goes for the Tabi for the 1v1. And then Zeri's got the cleanse who doesn't need mercs. I wonder if actually a lot of MR won't come through, and then Jimian will just be able to deal so much damage. It's really nice when what is your main AP carry gets fed, especially if you've got other AD threats as well. It just becomes extremely difficult to actually itemize. Tower does go down for Rest, and a substantial gold lead here now for CFO.
Yeah, and as J team now, your playoff contention is on the line. You really have to find a way back, or at least to sort of stem the bleeding, if you will. And I think, I mean, their carries are still competitive, right? Both of them are behind in gold through the nature of the kills and towers, but I just don't know, like, what do you look for? I feel like you give this next dragon, and I feel like you've been given sort of a lifeline with this Cloud Soul instead of one of those other very, you know, game-ending souls.
Yeah, I think that the Cloud Soul is probably the best you can ask for. It's still not great. You really don't want to give it over. You're probably just looking to scale up for a very long time and maybe even play to deny the Baron. I think the A-Soul makes it quite difficult to actually do the Baron. You can always just drop the E and the R in the pit. So from the side of J-Team, I think you do have the time to scale if you want it. But instead, they're actually going to look for some sort of proactive play. I think if this happens, though, it has to be on Shun or Jimian. I'm not really sure if killing Rest actually does anything. Dragon is going to be picked up by CF on the other side of the map. They're really trying to get some sort of trade on the top side, but Rest wisely keeping his distance. If he walks up too far, would be engaged on. Does play it well, though. Manages to avoid that potential danger there. Second Dragon picked up for CFO, and they have themselves a 6,000 gold lead. Baron is very doable. They've got a lot of sustain from this Draven. They also just have a lot of DPS with the Leandries coming in from the Victor. So they can look for that, and I think especially with the control that they have around mid already, could actually be on the cards. They are doing their best to siege down some of this tower. It is quite difficult to break, though. Kind of mid-tower, mid-tier 2 is always the hardest one to break. You got to break a lot of these other tier 2s first. Just kind of bring people down from the side lanes. It's just so hard to actually engage on that tower. I'd like to see them instead try and break this top tier 2. Well, it looks like they're committing back towards mid.
Yeah, Glacial Prison will land onto long, cleans away, and is able to dash out there, but that cleanse being down means Bruce is so much more vulnerable. As Chaos Storm is used, Bruce will try to ult for the movement speed and will just survive. As I say that, Draven ult does come through. He has to be careful of that Whirling Death coming back, but is able to dodge out on that, and massive find there. Flash still available for Bruce, but not having that ult means he will be so weak if there is to be a team fight coming up, and Baron is alive, so...
Yeah, really nice chunk there, I think, especially from Jimmy, and getting the chunk on the Zeri actually made it so they could take that tower. Just made it into a 5v3 with Long forced to answer top. Now they can use this to break open the other tier 2 towers as well, can build themselves up a really big gold lead. This is something that CFO does very well. They use their time in between objectives to its fullest, whereas we see a lot of other teams kind of wait for those objectives to spawn, just kind of force the dragon fight every 5 minutes. But here are doing a good job of still trying to keep the pressure on. J-Team retaking some of this Baron vision. I don't think they'll ever start it up, but just want to make sure that it isn't taken by CFO. TP comes through from Jimmian. Rod of Ages is now completed by Minji. I feel like it's still very far behind though. Honestly, he's been doing fine for himself, but just the problem is Jimmian is so accelerated.
Yeah, almost through no fault of his own, right? A few questionable dragon fights, as well as that sort of fight around the blue buff earlier, has just led to this Vector being so accelerated, as well as Shun, honestly.
Lalva is so far behind in gold that he's only 200 gold ahead of Slay True and is very far behind Gemini. So again, we kind of said Lalva, it's going to be very difficult jungling in this game with 3 losing lanes. Kind of did what he could, but does find himself now extremely far behind and honestly kind of made of paper up against this enemy comm. You're just a Black Cleaver Vi and you can be killed in just a moment by what is almost 3 items here on Shun. Defo, they're now going to take a little bit more of this Baron vision away. It's top jungle. Can they look for something? Bruce doesn't have the cleanse, so there is a small window that they still could look for.
How do you ever look in? How do you ever like get in? If Gemini's here, it's so hard for J-Team to ever get in for vision. Like, you can use some of that range to find out where he is, but you have to be so careful, particularly without this cleanse on Zeri. She can never get hit by a Glacial Prison, or she will just go down and almost certainly will lead to Baron. So
the J-Team, they are trying to keep this vision. It is very difficult, though, like you said, will be forced away. I think their one kind of window to check is whenever Jimmian shows on that top wave, they know at least that one person is showing. It is really tough, though, for J-Team to actually take this back. CFO are going to take all the vision and perhaps a bit hesitant to start up the Baron. Don't feel the need to flip the game when they are still ahead. 1 minute on the 3rd drag. I wonder if J-Team will try contest it. I think they definitely have their mid and top kind of scaled to the point where they need. I'd like to see 2 items completed by Bruce. Like we said, in theory, outscales the Draven. In reality, is more than a full item behind. So it is going to be pretty difficult to actually catch up until very late into the game.
Very accelerated is Draven, and I don't know how many stacks he has right now, but I'm pretty sure it's been like roughly 120 CS worth of minions since he cashed in. So again, if he gets another kill, it'll almost be another full item. And yeah, the game really gets out of hand at that point.
I think while the game is still, you know, fairly quiet in terms of kills, I think the game is almost on a knife's edge at this point, just because if CFO win a fight, they're going to take away the whole game.
Glacial Prison is used, will land on Enso, and he goes down immediately to that Chaos Storm of Jimmian.
I wonder, do CFO look towards Baron? I think they can. They did commit 2 ultimates, so probably have to look for a turn. But they know that they can tank this Baron pretty much forever and have great DPS. I really like the positioning from Slater and Jimmian.
Yeah.
Just zone out.
J-Team do know it started, so everyone is headed towards here, except for Long, but teleport available on him. It looks like they will just be giving it as Bruce gets hooked up, lands the ult on from Nautilus, does manage to just get away. Minji looking in, but possibly going too far ahead as Rest is trying to get towards him, chooses not to.
It is ultimately CFO that pick up the Baron. After they got that kill, are just going to be able to snowball to so much more, and I think this is really their chance to blow the game wide open. They have great dive. They've already broken the mid lane tier 2. and can take more gold on these side lanes as well as the third dragon. So firmly in CFO's control. Now Rabadon's picked up here for Jimmy, and even though the carries of J-Team scale well, they're just so far behind in terms of gold that it almost doesn't matter.
Third dragon started now by CFO, and I mean, that puts you on a bit of a timer, but again, maybe Cloud Soul not the most consequential. But yeah, I don't know. It's very hard for you to ever get back in. You really want what looks like, I imagine, will be a Rabadon's by Aurelion Sol. I feel like you really need that to be completed before you can even have a showing in these team fights. But man, with Draven's items, and at the moment there's no healing cut, you feel like it's going to be impossible. Like, even if you Vi-ult him, that's not going to kill him. Maybe you need the Jax damage on top of it. It's going to be so hard to cut through this health and healing from Shun.
Tower has gone down. They've got Rest shoving mid. I think that looks like the play is going to be to go for 2 towers. We've seen this before though. Sieging and ASOL down 10,000 gold, but has this guy's descent. Could turn this around. There's a lot of lifesteal though on Shun, so it makes it very difficult to actually take him out. Mid tower pressured as well, and it will be the bot tower that now falls. They're doing a good job here, our CFO, of kind of respecting while also pushing both lanes. Looks like bot inhib will just fall and now can rotate perhaps towards mid instead. Hook comes out.
Hook comes out. Lava is going to be altered by Slaytrue, as nothing is yet to happen, but ult is committed. So looking for this guy's descent. It could change the course of this game and the fight and the game even. Nah is used here on the bottom to Bruce. He is eliminated. Sky's descent comes out. A lot of damage on as Draven altered up by the cease and desist. Shutdown goes over to Enzo. Chaos Storm comes out, is doing a lot of damage here to the members of J-Team as Minji just firing away with that Dragon's Breath. Continuing on. Wing forward? No, will back out. But not the worst fight for J-Team here. Do pick up 2 kills. Unfortunately, massive shutdown going on to Enzo, but ultimately will push back CFO for now.
I think given how far behind they were, that was pretty good. You can see just how much damage Aurelion Sol puts out, despite not even having the Rabadons compared to Victor's Rabadons. I mean, if had that in that fight, would be just insanely strong. And when you see a fight like that, it really just makes you question why J-Team fought so aggressively so early around some of those dragons, when you know if you can get to these fights, even if you're 10k down, you actually have a chance. So why not just not be 10k down? The engage does come out onto Lava, who manages to disengage, but I think Bruce really made a mistake here. It looks like he was actually engaged on by Rest, I think it was, and then was kind of just followed up and deleted. Actually still managed to deal more damage than Shun in this fight, but I think given how strong he should be at this point, just being taken out like this isn't really a mistake you can afford. And really just huge damage that comes out of Minji. Manages to salvage the fight at least somewhat. Also Long did a great job on the Jax's fight, but yeah, I mean, I guess you see the strengths and weaknesses of both comps here, right? The Zeri, despite being fed, was taken out in relatively short order. But we do see kind of Minji scaling. Is it too little too late? Actually goes for the Shadow Flame, which is, I'm just going to say, it's terrible. I don't know why you would ever buy that over Rabadons here, especially like when you've got so much AP already. I know he has Absolute Focus Gathering Storm. I'm like, oh, actually, no, that was last game. Okay, maybe it makes a little more sense. Might not have the AP. At the same time, I feel like Shadow Flame is already just sort of useless. There's a lot of magic resist on the front line already.
With Arcane Comet, though, you would suspect the runes.
Yeah, I think he still had Gathering Storm. I don't think he had Absolute Focus, but
okay.
It is really strange.
Siege happening too. Just Slaytrue is chunked. Minji will get hit by that Glacial Prison, but fairly inconsequential, and waves cleared out. Now maybe you just have to wait for this Baron or Soul. Although minions coming in here, attacking the Nexus, you really have to defend this third inhib, otherwise could spell real big problems for J-Team. And again, if they lose here, they will be out of playoff contention, so they've really got to knuckle down and play fantastically for the end of this game.
They are being forced away from a third inhib, and a third inhib often just you know, ends the game straight off. It's very hard to defend against it. They're going to try and engage.
Onto Slaytrue, not the target you'd want. Lava Wild Grove and uses Stopwatch at the same time, so a bit desynced there. Rest on the side, jumped on by Long. Third inhib, importantly, will go down. Jimmy doing a big chunk of the laser onto Long at the side there. as I don't really know if they can defend. They do have this guy's descent. Maybe we have to look for that. Wing in, gets the black hole down, will be disengaged by the Victor ult. Rest jumping in too. Minji, can he even get it down anywhere? Really has to look here. No, nothing yet. Rest, Bruce trying his best to kite out, but ult used a bit late and does pick up Slaytrue, but the game will be over, and so is J-Team's chances to get to playoffs.
Yeah, rough. I think definitely will be pretty frustrated about that game, especially Lalvo, who just had a jungle with 3 losing lanes. I think it's really weird the way that the J-Team drafted. I think if you know you're looking for that Aurelion Soul like later on, that means you kind of need some lanes to prop them up early. And then like I feel like the ADC bans also didn't really do anything. Shin always has the Draven. I think top lane I can kind of forgive, but then maybe should have banned the Nara away. I'm not too sure. It just feels like, again, if you're looking for this ASOL last pick, red side counter pick is very important. It can either counter their comp or it can give you a very good winning lane. If you already have 2 losing lanes, it is quite risky to draft that full scaling. So if that was the plan all along, I think probably just needed to pick at least some winning lane, because Lalva needs somewhere to play around or play through. Instead, just kind of spend the whole early game being pushed out of his jungle completely.
You got to feel like possibly the Caitlyn Lux again. I mean, we saw them play it yesterday to great success, honestly, and it would have sort of gated the early game, allowed Lalva to play through that bot lane, and you'd have to think it actually would completely negate the Draven. Like, the Draven probably couldn't have been picked if you pick the Caitlyn there. It makes it a lot harder, at least. But ultimately, we did see full scaling and no success because of it. But unfortunately, that does mean J-Team will not be able to join us in playoffs. But we do now have our top 6 locked in. Yeah. So now all the games from here on out are just determining placements. So, I mean, that is kind of exciting. It will mean that some teams here may give us more exciting drafts as well, which is something, you know, you like to watch. So, I mean, not all sad, but definitely for J-Team, it is, you know, sad.
For sure. And I think, like, so far, the ASOL, it hasn't looked amazing. I guess we've seen its potential. I think the times it's been picked and just the way it's been, like, kind of played around and used feels like they're not making full value out of the pick. I think it's something that kind of needs to be not practice. Like, I don't think it's the fact that the players can't play the champion. I just think it's something that your whole team kind of has to commit to. And so far, we haven't really seen that. Now, there is still time before the playoffs. I think we might even have a week break before the playoffs, so I'd expect to see it played a lot more then. At least for now, though, it'll be interesting to see if the other teams, you know, later in the day do look to pick it up. Like you said, having that top 6 secured is really cool, actually. I think we kind of get to see a preview at playoffs for kind of at least the next couple of matches coming up. But who would you give MVP for that game? I think maybe
Jimmian?
Yeah, probably Jimmian, right? Like, he did find himself 4-0 and was blind pick as well. So obviously ASOL isn't really a lane counter pick, but whenever you can blind pick mid and come up with a big performance like that, it certainly feels good. And I think Jimmian, you know, kind of has gone from strength to strength, right? He really was one of the weaker members earlier in the split, was having a lot of kind of poor games, especially on stuff like the Akali. But I think now, and it's weird, right? Because he actually was kind of known for Akali, but now transitioning back to the majors has looked very, very good. Let's take a look at this fight. This was really strange from J-Team. I mean, Enzo just walks up and gets hooked. Minji is so far away that this fight's already over by the time he gets here. I think if you're the side of J-Team, what are you fighting for? It's the first dragon. It doesn't even really matter.
My goodness, look at Vi damage. Don't look at Vi damage.
Oh, that was 13 years ago.
Avert your eyes.
Yeah, 2010 damage on the Vi. Ooh, it's tough. And I mean, look how much Jimmian and Rest did. Shouldn't even really need to do anything in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, coming back to that MVP sort of thing, there is also the argument to be made for Gemini, because, I mean, we saw his impact early game. And like, seeing this damage graph, I mean, I think Vi being so disallowed from doing anything was because of Gemini really getting in his face, making use of his winning lanes. So playing that Sejuani and his, like, priority to perfection, I'd say, really did punish the sort of draft phase here. But I mean, I think either of them could have won it, but I just can't believe. I mean, honestly, it's a record. We had Viego with 2K something yesterday, but it was more than 2010. So
yeah, and then the MVP, like you said, picked up by Gemini, who did have 100% KP, only 6 kills in that game, which was kind of surprising. I didn't even realize that.
Neither did I.
I guess it was just one of those games that kind of you know, was slow and steady and then just got ended by the minions at the very end. So, yeah, I mean, 9.7% of his team's damage. I think you're not really expecting it out of the Sejuani, right? It's still a funny stat to look at, but yeah, did a very good job of kind of enabling his lanes to continue pushing and then use that push to really take out the jungle. I still feel pretty bad for Lava because I think jungling with 3 losing lanes it's almost worth a dodge, right? Like, I think it's one of those games and scrims that might even be remade because it's like, okay, this is just unplayable, but unfortunately, that can still happen on stage, right? Which is what happened here. And J-Team, I don't know, they just didn't give themselves a way to really get through the early game and then didn't really commit to getting through the early game anyway. I still think that dragon fight early was just really puzzling, given how well you scaled, right? And we saw the ASOL do that later on. So why do you need to contest so early at the drag? I just don't really get it.
Yeah, it makes no sense. And after they'd already made those mistakes, they stopped fighting altogether. I mean, you saw it was only 6 KP in the whole game, but like, yeah, you really gave over so much to that Victor early, and it just made it so hard to win.
Certainly did, but after this break, we will have Frank Esports taking on PSG. Frank Esports need this win to contest second place with CFO, and PSG on some ridiculous win streak. 10, I think. Can Frank Esports shut them down? Find out soon.
I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 6 Day 2. We just saw CFO take down J-Team in, I want to say, another kind of a stomp. It was a bit of a stomp, but it was a weird game. You know, we did see another Aurelion Sol, which is always exciting, but now what is shaping up to be our game of the night, Frank Esports up against PSG. It's a real interesting match. So last time these two teams faced, I think, was actually in Week 1, and it was when PSG still had their old jungler Husha, but they got destroyed. It was Frank Esports, I think, 17 kills to 2. They played the Callista Nautilus and just took over the game completely. So Frank Esports, they'll be looking to clean that up, and while they can't close the gap to first place, it would still feel really nice just to have that 2-0 head-to-head up against PSG.
Yeah, and also winning here would tie them for second with Flying Oyster, after Flying Oyster just won in our last game. But I want to bring up, actually, these teams kind of have a different style when it comes to their pick bans, or both just how they tend to play games. Generally, we see wins come out for Frank Esports in sort of the top lane. Solo kill really is like a differing factor. He is a different kind of beast up in this top lane. Yeah. Azi, of course, a very strong player. Where they kind of are similar is that mid lane. Pretender and Yubel having a very high priority on that Rise pick, although Pretender, a far larger amount of champions played so far. I mean, only 4, I believe, for Yubel so far, which is
crazy.
Azir, Victor, 1 game, Silas, and Rise. And that's all he's played so far. So maybe we could target that, see if we can play other things, but then you have to be worried about Wako. I mean, what did he do yesterday?
Yeah, Wako just is the safety net for PSG. It's really hard that, and that's something that Frank Esports are going to have to think about. They're so strong in the early game, but because that scaling condition always exists there for PSG, it's risky. Taking a look at their roster though, Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. I think for me, bot lane might actually be the most interesting matchup here, just because, you know, Frank Esports, their bot lane extremely strong early game. I think there's no doubt that Wako is like the team fight ADC, right? But if Frank Esports can do what they did last time, build up an early enough lead that it just doesn't really matter, could see themselves coming ahead to a win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the sort of playmaking that comes from Frank Esports generally comes from Kaiwing as well. I don't think we see that so much out of Woody over on PSG, as we will take a look at their roster now. It is Aze, Junjia, Yubel, Wako, and Woody, that I just mentioned. But as I was saying, I feel like out of Frank Esports, you can expect some plays to come out of Kaiwing. He's really stepped it up, and he's performed well, especially since those sort of nerfs on the long-range support items. Yeah, and so I think he's gotten really into his zone recently. Although Junjia and Wako feel like the best in position so far in the current split. And I mean, yesterday we saw them really push to their absolute limits, and Wako did not falter at all. He played a near perfect game. Like, you couldn't have expected much more out of Eurofilio. So I don't know really how you ever beat this team, but honestly, if there were a team to be able to do it, it would be Frank Esports. They've played fantastically. But yeah, where do you think your target? I think Solo Kill might be better than Aze just in general, and maybe you want to look to give him the opportunity to carry here. I mean, his Aurelia yesterday was insane. As we do take a look here at the bot lane, actually, comparison. Very similar. I mean, damage per minute quite low for Eminem, whereas every stat sort of for Wako very high up there. First blood percentage quite low though.
Yeah, I think that Eminem clearly plays more the early game, right? Very high first blood percentage. Also is a 0.1% higher in the forward percentage. But DPM being lower, I think kind of makes sense. He's played stuff like the Callista, you know, is just playing more for early game and domination rather than for Wako's. I feel like DPM is so inflated from so many late game 1v9s. I think Frank Esports should just target the early game. I really feel like PSG post 30 minutes are pretty much unbeatable just because Wako is so solid as an ADC win condition. But Frank Esports, I mean, they have a very clean early game. I think they must lead the league in terms of gold difference at 15, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I think Frank Esports stylistically do have a pretty decent chance up against PSG.
Yeah, we do head into Champion Select now. It will be the Wukong banned out for the side of Frank Esports, and Jace is the answer for PSG. Zeri, I think very importantly, taken away from Wako. He hasn't lost yet on that champion. Interestingly, actually, I don't know if you realize this, but Wako's only champion he has lost on so far is Lucian. He's lost both of his games playing that champion, although has won 3 times on it as well. But potentially, I mean, that could be a weakness, maybe not his best champion.
Interesting, yeah. Okay. I feel like it could just be that Lucian was like up against like some of the tougher teams, but yeah, maybe just doesn't provide that late game scaling that some of the other champions do. Nautilus is the answer banner now. Caitlyn taken away as well. Nautilus is pretty much permabanned against Kaiwing, so really respecting him there. It's not often that a support just has a champ permanent banned against them.
Yeah, do you take away Leona here too? Because, I mean, those champs are fairly interchangeable, you have to feel like. I mean, slightly different when it comes to a team fight, but I mean, traditionally you do see those two champions traded. Like if one team gets Naught, you take the Leona. So it is banned out here. I don't think that's too surprising. Kaiwing has shown a lot of proficiency. Aurelia hovered. Now, Solo Kill did have an incredible game on that champion yesterday, but you do have to feel like picking it blind is a lot more dangerous than picking it as that counter to a Gnar.
Would doubt it being first pick. I think stuff like the Sedge, the Gragas, even Ashe is still available, so there's lots of options here. Sedge is locked in. I think it works very well with Solo Kill's champion pools. That's always good, and it just is, as we've said before, time and time again, looks like the strongest jungle in the patch. What will you take on the side of PSG? Ashe available, Gragas available, or you could take Vi. Wukong is banned out, so respecting Jinjia on that. We might see something different in the jungle. I mean, Vi kind of is the standard answer, but you know, Jinjia is certainly capable of playing plenty of champions. Lee Sin is always an option as well. Ooh, he wants to rewrite history. Last time against Frankie Spills did lose in the Lucian, but this time, gonna run it back.
Yeah, so most likely a Nami will follow. I don't know if you don't really have to pick it now, maybe looking for a jungle priority pick, but I mean, it makes sense to just lock it in now. You can get that jungler on third.
Sometimes I wonder with this Nami second pick. I think you have to respect it being taken away and just playing something like Draven Nami, which, sure, it's not amazing, but I feel like Lucian without Nami is just so weak that it feels really tough to play without it. Kalista was the matchup played into Lucian last time, although before had the Nautilus. This time Nautilus and Leona banned out. Looks like Xayah could be the option instead. I really like Xayah, honestly. I think it's very, very strong in the patch. Probably second only to Zeri, and even then, it's pretty close, I feel like.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see a Rakan here, honestly. The Xayah does look a lot stronger when paired with that Rakan, and I mean, the champions were kind of made for that philosophy, and it is locked in, so again, Rakan is a sort of playmaking support here. Kaiwing does excel on those. Again, it is a short-range Amelia. They just recently changed it, I believe, to be a melee support, and pairs well with Hollow, so I'm liking the draft so far. Junji not traditionally been playing any of these early game aggressive junglers, but would be quite exciting. He is a very talented player.
Okay, so the Sion is something different. Gonna take it into 2 bans. I think it remains a flex pick in theory, but most likely we'll just go to Arja in the top lane. Well, what do you ban here? The Gwen is an obvious one, maybe the Gangplank as well. It feels difficult against Solical though. He has a lot of top lane counter picks. I feel like this is one of the more difficult champs to pick into, or sorry, Solical's one of the harder top laners to pick into with a champ like this. But Gwen should be a ban, right? Gwen GP?
Gwen is traditionally picked up into the Sion, and while Cassandra is the first ban, so Gwen or GP will be available, or Aurelia even. I feel like Aurelia has an okay matchup into Sion. A little bit harder early game, but once you get that Blade of the Ruin King, you will just be able to sort of take him down. Obviously, armor, you're able to get a lot of sort of physical damage reduction from your W as well, so I don't think you can count out the Aurelia on solo kill after his performance yesterday. I mean, it truly was incredible. Viego banned, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll just ban Viego Vi, or maybe not worried about the Vi at all. I mean, they have pretty decent tools for dealing with it already. So
yeah, Vi doesn't feel too good into the Xayah
yeah,
either,
exactly.
Right?
I wonder what else you could ban then. I don't think you need to ban an AP jungler, although I suppose something like the Maokai, but it just doesn't really feel like it's been that impactful. What is this last top ban? It is the Gwen, so Gangplank is still available. Will he go for it though? We'll have to wait and see.
Aurelia, Fiora, Jax, all available as well, so a lot of good matchups here for solo kill, and he has been able to carry his team on multiple occasions, so wonder what they're going to... Do they just go for a jungler ban? I feel like you do. I don't think the mid lane matchup... I mean, maybe take out the Ryze, because you will get first pick on PSG, and it is the Ryze, so...
Ryze is taken away. I mean, it's certainly good on Yubao. I just wonder if Ryze is actually playable into this comp. Looks extremely difficult to play against. Might suggest that maybe some kind of melee champ is coming out of Pretender. Could be something like the Siles, or maybe they just are respecting how good Yubao has been on the Ryze. Evelyn would be something different.
don't think it'll be locked in, but it certainly would be different. And Elise, yeah, it makes a lot more sense as just the more sort of sturdy pick here. And where do you look now? I mean, ultimately you're picking mid and top. I think yesterday, what did we see? We saw Talia come out from Pretender, and honestly, he was using those walls fantastically, so wouldn't be surprised to see that again. I feel like it does okay in zoning this Lucian away from just being able to E constantly.
Ooh. Still some hovers on the top. I think it will just be GP. Nope, it's actually the Garen locked in, so it's pretty much ungankable, admittedly, against the Elise, and probably does win the 1v1. Very interesting pick, though. Corki is the hover, and would give him mobility, but I'd be surprised to see it locked in. Something like the Talia could be good again. Does just give them extremely strong team fight.
Corki not too bad as a solo AP. Obviously, he does have a little bit of physical damage in there too, but once you hit 16, those ults really do hit a lot. But Victor makes more sense. We'll be locked in there. So what do you do to answer the Victor? Do you just sort of even out the lane? I mean, we have, what do we have, 3 champions possible. The Azir. Oh no, only one. There's only Azir left. Otherwise, he will be... Oh, Sylas as well. He could go for the Sylas.
Yes, we've seen Sylas play in this matchup before. I think it would be surprising to see it though. Azir most likely will be the lock-in, unless he's willing to expand his champion pool. But kind of doubt it. Azir is the last lock-in, and I have to say, I way prefer Frank Esports' comp. I think it's kind of weird. It's almost like the teams have flipped just in terms of what they're playing, right? Normally it's Frank Esports to really try and put on the pressure early. Instead it's PSG. You know, maybe they think that if they can take out Frank Esports in their early game, that they're just going to play the team fights better anyway. So scaling doesn't really matter. On the side of Frank Esports, though, I mean, have possibly one of the best team fight comps you can get. Just Zyra Khan, Victor Sedge. Such a strong 4-man. Garen is a big question mark, but I honestly think it's pretty good. It's pretty hard to kill here. Very difficult to gank on the top side. So as far as Garen picks go, I think this is a pretty good one.
Yeah, and you feel like there's not like the most disengaged. Like, generally on Garen, you're worried about people just running away, carding you forever, but I mean, I don't feel like PSG have the greatest ability to do that. I mean, Nami ult, Azir ult as well, but you can kind of just go in, expend those, and then you've got Q up again in 5 seconds. You can run it all over again. So, I mean, I'm excited to see the Garen. You don't expect it. Today has been quite exciting in terms of picks.
It has, especially in a game like this, right, when it's, you know, second or I guess third now versus first. Pretty close match, and I think when I'm looking at the side of PSG, it's not like they have a bad comp by any means, but a lot is riding on them getting a lead in the early game. I think if you can't snowball this Elise, the Lucian Nami, you are definitely going to get outscaled. This isn't one of those ones where like you have decent scaling, but the enemy scales a bit better. I think that you get massively outscaled here other than the Azir. Admittedly, Yubao has definitely carried some games on the Azir before, but yeah, this is a tough one. I really think Jinjia and the bot lane of PSG have to get quite a lot done.
I do agree, and I got to point out too, I feel like when you have the Xayah Rakan, the Sejuani's even better at coming bot because the Xayah W will also be an attack speed steroid for that Rakan. So you are able to sort of proc that Sejuani stun even better. So, I mean, I think this comp from Frank Esports is so well-rounded. I mean, I guess, as you said, there is a bit of a question mark up in the top lane. Garen, not what we traditionally see. Will be Phase Rush Garen.
Is Phase Rush celerity Nimbus Cloak Ghost? That is going to be the fastest Garen on the planet. I'm not even sure if people can run away from him. I mean, that is just so much movement speed. It's going to be very, very fun to watch. Xayah does opt for the Presence of Mind. I think that's pretty normal on the Xayah. It's a bit difficult to go for the overheal, but it's maybe a little more vulnerable. Also, Eminem does not have the cleanse, which, if you can get away with, is definitely better for team fights. At the same time, no cleanse versus Elise does make bottom dives quite a lot more possible. I think bot is also pretty much the only gankable lane. Maybe you can gank mid. Pretender is immobile, but I think should have a fairly good idea of where Jinjia is at all points. So I'd be looking towards bot ganks.
Look at solo kill. Here we go. First action of Garen.
Oh my god, the game's over.
He's spinning on him.
Got a huge trade in that top side. Does go well for a man. Can even phase rush out. Oh, gets another cheeky order, which might not be worth, but he does have a lot of sustain.
Yeah, engage already. W is going, and Woody is chunked really low in this bot lane. Flash already used. No flash and heal used by Woody, and all they had to cost was Ignite. So, I mean, yeah, this isn't going well for the start here. 2 lanes already at a bit of a health disadvantage.
They do have some sums or some sustain at least with the Nami. Flash comes through.
Again.
Oh, they missed.
Yeah, it doesn't quite hit, but Wako will now take a bit of damage as well.
I think that was double flash, by the way. I'm pretty sure Eminem flashed as well, thinking the W knockup was going to hit. So despite the fact of how well they started the lane, looks like they massively threw it just then by missing that.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I'm not sure that Eminem flashed. We'll have to wait and see. But if he did, yeah, definitely sort of chaotic down there. And he certainly did. So they went from kind of winning their lane to losing it.
Yeah, this is very risky. No sums, no cleanse up against Jinjia's Elise, who is going to spot out Hollow. Ooh.
Will Hollow see him first? Yes.
He does.
All right, so that kind of a saving grace here. Jinjia's... Does he not see Hollow just then?
No, I think he did it. He knows he can't go for it. Can't go for the Krugs either. Just going to walk away. It is nice protection there for Hollow, but I can't help but feel Frank Esports, you know, their bot lane, they started off so well and then threw it back, which is still fine. I think, right, they're definitely still outscaled, but that was an opportunity to really take over the game early. Frank Esports, so known for that early game. Would have been a nice pickup for sure. Raptors are ninja'd away.
Yeah, and saving grace, I think, in the bot lane too, is Xayah is quite good at sort of neutralizing a lane. Even if you push it to her tower, she can clear it out quite safely and quite well. So I think it'll be okay, but you will definitely have to play a lot more careful until those sums are available again, as mid lane looks like trade so far going the way of Pretender, both of them having that Arcane Comet just for a little bit of extra poke and power within the lane.
Trade's top lane are honestly not achieving a whole lot. I think both of them are just probably a bit too tanky for anything to really happen. Solica was taken low, but has so much sustain, the Doran's shield, as well as the Garen passive. Bot lane as well, sort of evened up now. The sustained advantage still here for the side of PSG. I have to say, though, I think if their early game remains somewhat neutral, it's definitely better for the side of Frank Esports.
Yeah, definitely with sort of Hollow coming in on that Sedge will definitely be more impactful than Elise the later the game goes. But in the same right, you've got that Sion, got that Azir. You will be okay heading into the late game. As well as, I mean, Lucian sort of doesn't scale as poorly as he used to be known for, just with how these items sort of work on him now, as well as you've got the Nami. Looking for something here top. Hollow will not be seen yet by a ward, and Arze does have to be careful.
Yeah, it doesn't have any mana.
Yeah, no mana left as well. Does have flash, but Hollow just walking away. Kind of interesting. I felt like there could have possibly been a timing there.
Perhaps just didn't want to show in that top side. I think the top matchup is largely irrelevant anyway. Feels like everything kind of comes down to how do these bot carries as well as the mid mages scale. So any pressure that can be put towards those do go a long way. Bot lane is going to start pushing back towards PSG, and Jinji is resetting, so we'll be pathing out bot from base. Could maybe look for something while these flashes are still down, at least for a little bit longer.
And there's about 2 minutes left on the flash at the moment, so definitely an angle for Junji to look at and really punish the mistake Frank Esports made early.
Both junglers now pathing out bot. They know this is a window that needs to try be taken advantage of or avoided. It looks like everyone will be here. This could be a 3v3, especially with the flashes down. You have to think Jinjia will want to commit to this. We'll find Hollow.
We'll see Hollow. Cocoon used, not much damage done. Hollow obviously already being fairly tanky with that Barmy Cinder.
Yeah, it looks like everything will just kind of go back to normal. Eminem and Kaiwing will try and crash this, actually.
Cocoon misses, will repel away to that Honey Fruit. Get a bit of health back. Wako getting low here in the bot lane, actually. I think got a trade going in the favor of Frank Esports again.
Ooh,
Kaiwing's flash nearly up again. Junji will get caught by the end of the whip, but is okay to just walk away for now.
The wave does end up going all the way in, which is really nice for Frank Esports. They just need this wave to come back before they get their flashes. That way they'll be in a position where they'll just be completely safe from ganks. I mean, they've managed to avoid the window that was scariest here. Wako's pretty so won't really be able to set anything up. Most likely we'll just see resets coming out soon. It'll be interesting to see, will Wako just go for the scaling? Or is he going to buy the Dirk? Because that potentially introduces another window where you can make some sort of play with the Lucian Nami. We'll have to see what he picks up on his recall here. It does not get cancelled. Ooh, goes for the... Okay, so not going for the Dirk. Is playing for a bit more of the scaling, maybe saying that we can't get enough done in lane to really justify it. And we'll get that Mythic early.
Yeah, recalling against Xayah feels so terrible all the time. I feel like early game she has like some of the best, if not the best, wave clear. Just, I mean, what is she? Level 5 with a longsword and instantly clearing waves.
It is pretty broken. I'm not a Xayah enthusiast. I hate versing that champ. And I'm sure Waku does too. Does come back to lane. I mean, he is very strong here. Has a lot of AD, obviously, and can perhaps at level 6 start to use the Solution Army to their advantage. Dragon is started up by Jinjia. It's on a ward, and it doesn't look like there'll be a trade. I think on the side of Frank Esports, though, don't want to make the mistake J-Team did. Fully willing to give up at least a couple dragons to buy yourself time to scale. Eminem's base is really delayed, though.
What do we reckon Garen's going to build? Do you think it'll be Stride Breaker? I mean, he has a pickaxe right now, but that doesn't really tell you much because it could also just be a gore drinker.
Yeah, everything builds out of a pickaxe these days. I'm not even sure what Garen builds. Stride Breaker kind of seems most likely. This is a plate picked up here by PSG, and Jinjia is actually looking for something. Hollow's on the Herald, so there'll be no assistance here.
Yeah, Eminem have to be really careful here. Nice awareness to put down that pink ward and spot Jinjia out. That was almost a certain death there if he had an ov, so fantastic awareness and really, you know, making sure they don't fall too far home and realizing what their win condition is.
Culling comes out.
Yeah, and not too consequential. Kaiwing does have a fair amount of health, and Wako's pretty low on mana, so I guess push will now go towards the side of Frank Esports in that bot lane, although didn't catch what happened. Kaiwing lost all of his health.
Yeah, this I think came out really good for PSG. I'm really surprised that they decided to trade off their bot lane like that, because it feels like bot lane is the most important here. And getting all on the Sejuani with the Herald pickup doesn't really matter too much. It's really if you can find a way to use it in a lane. But so far, none of the lanes really seem, you know, breakable. So I really like that for PSG. And I think Frank Esports probably should have just chased at least around the map instead of committing to the Herald. But at least they take it off the map. Could be gank set up here. Azir has great gank, especially on the mobile mages. Looks like it's just going to set up to push in, though. Now the scuttle will be taken out. I mean, I think we really have to try find quite a lot with this Herald, because otherwise your bot lane really suffered as a result. And Wako now has the Gale Force, and I'm not sure Eminem does. Let's see, will he get it off this base? I don't think he has enough gold for it.
No, he was 700 gold behind, so almost certainly won't. Yeah, just the crit cloak. Cloak of agility, I believe.
So we'll have to see. Does this Gale Force advantage translate into anything for PSG? I mean, it's a massive lead to have, at least for now. And they can definitely force stuff with it. Lucian Nami kind of comes online at these one-item spikes. And while the gold lead is fairly small, the gold is in the right place for PSG. At least it's going towards this Lucian. Gold on Sejuani isn't really the end of the world. Interesting by Yubao to actually go towards the Liandries. Or sorry, to go towards the Ludens instead of the Liandries. Feels like up against the Garen and Sejuani should definitely be a Liandries instead. But once Poke maybe thinks that poking out Eminem is the way to go.
Okay, initiation here. Found onto the back line, and Junjia will only just survive. No, goes down to the Ignite. Culling is used by Wako, and it looks like they will just disengage. But really nice find and great use of vision there by the side of Frank Esports to find themselves the first blood of this game.
That was super, super well played by Hollow there. Even managed to get Jinjia with the Ignite. Now ganks mid too.
Yeah, Yubao getting initiated on and does get chunked to half. We will see the Rift Herald now put down mid for Pretender. And I mean, you don't hate that in this matchup if you get the wave control. The further you, I mean, the first person to sort of pick up this Mythic will sort of just constantly push in and have free will to roam. But top lane not going too well by the looks of things.
Yeah, that Sunfire now completed for Argis, so Solikal's going to have to back off and might even lose some plates there. Obviously, he does not have the TP, so it makes resetting much more difficult. Xayah now, Eminem has managed to pick up the Gale Force. Mandate not yet completed for the Nami, so I think can still contest the 2v2. Shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, Jinjia hasn't really found anything with this Elise. And RJ quietly in the top side, you know, building up a massive lead, takes 2 plates, has 20 CS for himself. Obviously, Garen more of a scaling counter pick, but you have to wonder with a deficit like that, could the gangplank just have been better? Now PSG, they are taking control of this area. Looking towards Dragon as a win condition, especially for your more early game focused team. Have one Dragon to their name already. Could pull a CFO and start stacking them up.
Yeah, and it does seem like that would be the angle, I suppose. Like, it is really sort of, you get out of jail free card if you do get outscaled. And I mean, with Cloud Dragon being this one, you're almost guaranteed to have a game-ending Dragon Soul.
I think a lot of the scaling for me is still, it's still questions that sort of have to be answered, right? Like, how does this Garen really scale? I really like the Victor's going for the Leandries. I think the Luden's on the Azir probably isn't the play here. And some of that also comes from Jinjia, because I think that scaling on Elise, if you're the solo AP, actually isn't too bad. The problem comes from the fact that you can't really build stuff like the Void without suffering, massive loss of damage. And, Merc Trade's already completed for Frank Esports mid-jungle. I feel like Jinjia's time to impact the game is almost already over and really just comes down to kind of a Smite and Cocoon bot. Can keep picking up these Dragons, though, which will certainly be useful.
Dragon is up and, okay, now Solo Kill appears to be winning out. And nice stop on that Q there. I don't know what happened, but it appears Solo Kill's able to win out on the trades now, so...
Even without the Mythic, it's kind of surprising. It's going to be difficult for Arja to reset, although obviously he has the TP. Perhaps doesn't want to invest it, though. Wants to keep it alive in case Dragon is started up. PSG, they're positioning to it, but it looks like they want to try and make something happen bot before. Wako.
Eminem finds a massive choke. Kaiwin going in. Ignite will be used, but Wako cleanses to survive. And Wako can now no longer influence the Dragon fight, but losing Featherstorm and quickness, as well as both Rakan sums, makes the side of Frank a lot weaker.
I think it still buys time for the side of Frankie's, but actually it is PSG that's starting this up, so I guess Wako just has a bit too much sustain, too many ults used. Hydra just ults back to lane. So second drag is picked up, and I think this is the last one you probably want to give as Frank. Giving over the second dragon is normally fine, but I think third dragon onwards you really want to be contesting. So it's a nice pickup here for sure. Now back towards mid. This mid tower, it has taken a bit of damage, and I think if you can get a second Herald and break this, it would be pretty big for the side of Frankie's was. Both times they have traded the Herald for the dragon. And this is kind of where the payoff is. If you don't manage to use it early, you can at least use it to break the mid tower.
And I think I like that as well. Like, you're probably going to lose those dragon fights if you ever try to contest them. So it is better if you can just at least trade on the top side, then you definitely should. And they have been doing that. It just comes down to now, you basically have 4 minutes until you kind of don't want to be giving over any more dragons. It's so hard to sort of play when you're down 3 dragons and, the soul's coming up soon.
Trade's coming out bot. They're trying to just deny them off the wave, and they're doing a good job of it. The tower is actually extremely low. That'll be the first tower as well. Wako has no sums, has to be careful.
Yeah, Hollow looking, does not find onto Woody. Kaiwing looking as well, but will dodge out of the bubble. Nice play by PSG to avoid that there, and they are trying to get this Xayah ahead, but it's just not quite coming to fruition. They did get 1 kill, obviously, at the start of the game, but that's the only kill found thus far.
Bot tower is extremely low. I think if you're Frank Esports, you want to try Herald mid as soon as possible and get that first tower gold, because on this very wave, it will be going the way of PSG.
Eminem will be found. He does just get taken out, not paying respect to the possibility of PSG having vision in that bush, and will be found.
If that's the snowball PSG need, a kill onto Waku and this tower. If you want to win this game, getting a Lucian Nami ahead is exactly what you need. The Herald will be going down mid in the meantime, so this tower will probably fall. But Wako, the consistent carry for PSG, has what he needs to put this game in a good spot for himself. TP does come out from Yubao on that second tower.
Proxy Garen up in the top lane. He does have Stride Breaker, so is the item we suspected he might pick up.
Yeah, so top lane has kind of just been pretty much a net neutral. And obviously Sion does scale quite well, especially if Xayah falls behind. It will just be Pretender they can deal with him and no one else. I think especially a lot of your scaling from the side of Frank Esports does come from the Xayah, right? It mainly is from the Xayah Victor. So if you put Xayah far enough behind to the point where she can't actually scale into the game, suddenly scaling doesn't really become a realistic win condition for Frank Esports anymore, and probably will be forced to contest this third dragon. And so far, PSG looking a lot stronger at it.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't even know what Garen really scales like. I don't even see him in solo queue that often, let alone in competitive, so I mean, it'll be interesting to see. If there was anyone to make a champion work up in this top lane, particularly one that we know can do at least some damage, it would be solo kill and clearing out waves.
Yeah, just kind of trading farm back and forth. Oh, Kaiwing.
Kaiwing used. Will be okay for now, but Kaiwing does get chunked out. And this is really where the power of Lucian Nami starts to kick in, right? You get that rapid fire cannon as well as the Gale Force and Imperial Mandate. You just jump over a wall and immediately chunk a squishy member to, you know, below half health.
I wonder if Eminem can complete second item before this drag. It's only a minute away, so it feels like it's going to be pretty difficult. Really needs it though. Ooh, is he waiting gold? No, he's not. Okay, so does not have 2 items for this drag. This will be the 3rd drag fight, and I think PSG are so much stronger at it. In fact, 1 item isn't even completed here on Hollow in the jungle, so it's going to be really difficult to contest. I wonder if they'll give it over and try keep farming. I think it's always scary, though, when you give over that 3rd drag. Pay particular attention here on the player gold to the difference between ADCs. You know, Wako, off all those plates, the kill and the tower is up about 1.3k gold. And look at the items. I mean, that's where it really manifests. Has the Gale Force rapid fire just to the Gale Force. Eminem, he has 30 seconds to reset if he has item, but I don't think he can get it in time. I think it's a really tough choice here from Frank Esports. Do you give over this 3rd drag? Cocoon comes out. Or do you keep scaling? I think you might have to contest.
Yeah, Pretender backing now. Let's see if he can pick up anything. We saw that, you know, the majority of gold on Frank Esports is on him. Narrowly avoids the Cocoon. We do see just the amp tone, so I guess maximizing potential damage in this upcoming fight. And I mean, Pretender has the possibility of doing a lot of damage here if he can find it onto the right members, as well as they do have good setup for a team fight. So I feel like there is certainly an angle where they can play for and find success, but getting through Arze will be extremely difficult, as well as avoiding Wako from just destroying a squishy immediately.
It is going to be tough. I think if Frank Esports can find some big engage with Cedric Khan, that could be the way in, but I think a straight front-to-back team fight will not go their way. They are contesting a lot of members on the mid-wave. PSG perhaps want to look for something. It's very difficult for Frank to actually contest. Wako has cleanse.
Yeah, Wako will have to use cleanse there, but importantly, Sejuani ult is down. I'm not sure what he just got stunned with. Maybe it might have been the slow field by Victor.
I think this should now get picked up by PSG. I mean, they don't have the Sedge ult engage, and while there is no culling, I'm not sure you want to fight this. The ward comes over. If Hollow can steal, it would buy them, you know, valuable time for scaling. They want to fight.
Yeah, solo kill looking. Quickness used. Massive 3-man. Woody actually avoids it, and we are seeing solo kill in the middle there. Flashes away. Does survive for now. What can Pretender do here? Woody on the side just healing people up. Eminem really not involved in this fight. Dragon down to 2k. It will be taken by PSG. No deaths, but a lot of low health bars.
I think just still too weak, right? You see how little damage Xayah did. Only dealt 200 damage in that team fight. And even after that, is still hasn't picked up the 2nd item here. So does the scaling really matter if your ADC is this far behind? And the top counter pick as well doesn't really seem like it's converted into anything. Lots of times we see Solo Kill get these top counter picks and get so much done with them. The GP was open, but elected to go for the Garen instead. And so far, it's been fine, but it hasn't really paid the dividends we expect out of Solo Kill's counter picks.
Certainly correct there. And I mean, they did gain a lot of summoners there in that fight. And I mean, that's kind of the only saving grace, right? You've traded Solo Kill and Kaiwing summoners for the bottom lane summoners on the side of PSG, so maybe they can find something there. If they do, that's really going to help them sort of propel into this game and get them where they want to be. But yeah, they're down 3 dragons now. PSG just need one of the next 4, and you feel like they're almost certain to get at least one of them.
Ocean Dragon as well, which is always such a difficult one to play against. It almost forces you to buy healing reduction even if you don't really want to itemize it. And it can delay your carry scaling even more if they're forced to buy items like that, especially because Rakan, not a great user of the Putrefier, right? So it's not really something you can even pick up as your support here. Solico, I mean, he is doing great on the CS, but does it really matter? I mean, it feels quite difficult. Maybe you can try find something before Wako has sums again. Eminem now does have the Navori, and we've seen so many times the Xayah start to deal absurd damage at the second item spike. 3 more minutes away on the Dragon, though.
Tower will be picked up by Solo Kill, and you have to feel like maybe in this 1v1 he gets a lot stronger as the Black Cleaver is picked up, because we saw him there just do absolutely no damage, honestly. And Radiant Virtue actually was the pickup here by Sion. I don't think we typically see that. I think it's usually something like the Juck Show, but I guess playing more for his team.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting pickup. The tower will go the way of PSG, which I actually think is a big deal just because it allows you to control vision around that 4th dragon so much easier. You can get way more vision kind of pushed into the jungle. And there always is the option of just doing the Baron instead, right? You've got enough DPS here, especially now. Waka is in Navori too, so 3 items on him is very, very strong.
Definitely ahead of Xayah, but importantly, Navori Quick Blades is picked up. I think that's probably the most important Xayah item in this era. And Garen does pick up now that Black Cleaver, so side lane's probably a lot easier for him, as well as Horizon Focus for Victor.
Interesting, yeah. I guess it kind of makes sense, right? The Shadow Flame doesn't look too good in this game. Neither does something like the Void this early, so it's interesting. Yeah, I guess this is the patch before the Cosmic buffs. So it kind of just becomes the last remaining option. 2 minutes though on the Dragon. I mean, Frank Esports, they've kind of hit the spikes that they need. It just feels like they might be a little too far behind, right? They're only down 1k gold. In fact, even less than that. But the ADC item difference is making this hard. And that's kind of why it was really scary, I think, for Frank Esports to trade away their bot side early. Because it's meant that Wako is just so fed. And even if you've got gold on your Sejuani, I mean, it doesn't matter when Wako is just this strong.
Look at that chunk on Eminem, just 2 auto attacks, takes him down to about 2/3 health.
Now this top tower, it's being pressured. Pretender, he's going to try to keep it up, has Hollow nearby. Can die very easily though. Oh, Yubao might be in trouble.
Yeah, will be found here, and will it go down? No, he does manage to get away, but huge chunk found onto Yubao. Don't know, do you think Victor's ult will be back? There's only 1 minute until this dragon spawns.
Has quite a lot of ability haste from the Leandries, so I assume it'll be up. Also, Yubao not having flash, and I think because he couldn't get that tower, also can't complete his Rabadons in time. Maybe, yeah, no, he can't get it in time, so that was actually pretty big, because if that tower had gone down, Yubao has Rabadon, suddenly this fight looks even more unwinnable. But potentially now, Frank Esports, like, they're still close in gold, they're not super far behind. But it is Wako. You're going to have to deal with him. Always does so much damage with the gold he has.
Cocoon here, found onto Kaiwing, will only receive a little chunk. I mean, by the end, it was about 1/3 of his HP, but shouldn't be too much of a concern. Pretender arriving now, maybe look to find a little bit of poke here. Instead, he receives a lot of poke. He is actually forced to flash away, and now I imagine he's going to have to recall and teleport back in. So massive find there and good culling usage from Wako.
Does have the TP though, and now there's no culling for Wako. I mean, it's still a pretty good chunk, but I feel like in just this next dragon fight, it might not actually be worth it. Solico has a fantastic flank, but will be spotted out in just a moment by Arja on the Sion. I think protecting that flank is so important. Just allow Wako to DPS completely safe on the back line.
Yeah, even him fairly low on mana, I'm noticing here.
It is started up. I wonder, PSG, they can just go... Yeah, send one to mid. When Wako shows here, Frank Esports are just going to force the issue, though, on this drag.
Yeah, solo kill looking for Wako, though, playing with vision pretty nicely. And now that he is seen, we'll be a bit worried. Quickness used, lands a charm and the knockup before a zero comes out onto 3. As solo kill is flashed forward, Junji and now getting looked at by solo kill. Actually, the ult is used there onto Azza, and he goes down, so... One found, and it's now currently a 3v4, although it is split team fight by Frank Esports. Wako extremely low, massive flash forward by Eminem, finds 2. Can they get Junjia as well at the back end?
I think he's going to be out, but this should be Baron for the side of Frank Esports. I really think Wako not having the culling for that fight actually ended up being a mistake. Just look at the damage dealt by the carries. Only 630 on Yubal's Azir compared to almost 5,000 on the Victor, and Eminem as well did manage to out DPS. So now Yubal has completed the Rabadons, but didn't have it in time for that fight, and Junjia is just zoned out completely by solo kill. And this is a big turning point, right? It's now going to be Frank Esports who pick up the Dragon and deny that 4th Dragon Soul, get a Baron and a huge gold injection, and I'm really liking Frank Esports' chances of winning this game. Looking at the replay, I think no culling on Wako is really, really big. Also think this quickness was super, super nice. It just CCs them all up. And I think the Victor also, the Chaos Storm coming out from Pretender, it really just zoned out both the carries there. Did so much damage. Yubal almost had no impact in this fight at all, which is insane given that he's, a level 15 Azir. But only dealt 630 damage. Wako, he gets just a bit too confident, but this isn't the Zeri with the Lulu. Isn't quite as strong as he perhaps normally is. And yeah, just really well played by Frank Esports, who now their comp, it's well and truly online.
Absolutely, and I think my favorite part of that, I mean, it was really well played by Eminem at the back end there, as well as Pretender sort of through the middle, but just seeing Solo Kill kind of run after all these people as they dash away from him, God, it just looks like the typical Garen experience.
Typical Garen experience, indeed. Is very, very tanky. Has magic resist coming through, and there's no Void on Yubao. He's only 2 items. He's got the Rabadons, but Void is still so far away. How much can they get done with this Baron? I think breaking the inhibs could be a bit much to ask for, but you've already reached the point your comp needs to. If you can take away just a couple tier 2s, it's more gold in your pockets.
Wako does have cleanse, Woody doesn't, but should be okay here with the rest of the team coming in. Garen's starting to work on that mid and actually gets that mid in a turret, so at least one tower is found here, and Azir will answer in the middle.
Frank Esports have to be very careful. They have no flashes on their carries and can be engaged on very easily. It isn't the most reliable engage coming out from PSG, but just need to keep that in mind. Obviously, Xayah is a little safer than the Victor.
Ooh. Yeah, for sure. Stun lands here onto Wako, and he will not cleanse out of it, and honestly didn't lose too much health, so a lot used by Frank Esports for very little gain, although Junjia now probably has to back so to avoid death. Kaiwing also looking for a flank. They don't have Victor Chaos Ult or the Glacial Prison, so not sure what they can really do. Just pushing them away and get this bottom inner.
Looks like they will just reset, but they have the gold lead that they need. And this next Dragon fight should go their way. I think if PSG don't have a pop-off team fight from Wako or can't pick up this 4th drag, I'm not too sure they're going to be able to come back into this game. Yubao is very strong. Admittedly, can still deal a lot of damage. There isn't a lot of magic resist on the carries. So if he can get his ult onto them, it's good. But I think Frank Esports are starting to outscale now. So it's really PSG need to play this next team fight better than Frank Esports for them to be able to win it. And we've seen time and time again, PSG, they're very, very good at team fighting, particularly Wako. But this isn't the kind of 1v9 late game ADC that we always see out of him. Like you said, his only losses so far have been on the Lucian. Only a 3-2 record for him. And compared to everything else, sitting at what, 100% win rate?
That's exactly right. And you have to feel now that Xayah's going to have such an easier time in team fights than Lucian. He's got, he has cleanse, but you have both Glacial Prison and quickness to worry about in these team fights, and I don't know that he's going to be able to output enough damage to match the likes of the Xayah and Victor at this stage of a game.
Especially now that Pretender has picked up this Void stuff, so finally can kind of deal with the Scion. As well as Eminem having that LDR. Feels like RJ, while still very tanky, is not that just immovable object that he's been for so much of this game. Only 10 seconds left on this Dragon. I think if Junjia can steal it in the middle of a team fight, could still be pretty solid here for PSG, but it's starting to kind of get away from them.
Yeah, still would change sort of the outlook of this game, I feel. As Solokil just trying to get pressure here on the side. Does have to be careful. A lot of members of PSG down towards that way.
Dragon, it's being pulled. I think Frank Esports can afford to play this slowly.
Yeah, if Solo Kill looks here, he will be spotted, and you have to feel like he would be in a bit of danger. Just trying to get Pretender with some of these pokes out. Glacial Prison will go wide. Quickness is used. Garen on the backline on top of Junjia. Wako trying to deal with them. Can they do it? No. Will run away. Dragon picked up over by the side of Frank Esports, and Solo Kill is happy to just sprint away.
A sprint away indeed. He has so much movement speed. We said at the start of the game, has a Celerity, Nimbus, Ghost, Phase Rush. Is just actually can't catch him at all. Wako tries in vain to culling him at the back end, but it's not quite able to. And this is another Dragon picked up for Frank Esports. You're not expecting them to complete the Dragon Soul, but just continue to deny it from PSG while you scale further and further into this game. Oh, perhaps looking... Jinjia's in trouble, I think. It's going to chase Eminem.
Yeah, Eminem might be the one in trouble, although that field there will help them get away, and they will. 44 seconds on this Baron, so it looks like because of this, Frank Esports will have to recall, which will give up a lot of pressure around the Baron, but it's going to be really hard for PSG to ever think about even taking it because so much damage can come out in such little time now from Frank.
They definitely have better control over this area and definitely aren't lacking for Baron DPS either. Void stuff now completed by Yubal, so can actually deal damage into this Garen and Sedge. Still, obviously, did go for the Ludens rather than Leandries, so doesn't have as much damage as he'd like, but, you know, 3-item Azir, certainly pretty scaled, and that's really their scaling win con in this game. A lot of that DPS is going to have to come from Yubal.
Wako looking for Kai Wing. Hollow also stunned up on the side there, but both will be okay to just run away.
Chaos Storm is used early. Looks like it was traded out for the culling. I think that's slightly better though for PSG. No Chaos Storm on Pretender is so much extra damage lost in that team fight. And they also have control over this mid wave. I wonder if they actually want to look to start and kind of force Frank to fight while they don't have the Victor ult.
Yeah, Hollow doing a good job of trying to maintain a little bit of vision around here. Kai Wing also going to find a ward. But, I mean, it's so hard to poke this Scion as well. I feel like these teams won't really kill each other through poking around and pushing these waves. It's just going to be an all-out fight in which... I mean, honestly, it feels a lot like yesterday's PSG game.
Yeah, but they just pushed to the very limit. Oh, this is being actually taken here. I think it just goes the way of PSG.
Solo Kill scouted out. He doesn't have a ward. He's just sitting in this bush, and well done by PSG. An incredible find, and Frank called their pants down.
PSG, they just always do this in games that look so lost. They manage to find a way back in, whether it's stealing away an objective or winning team fights. And now with this Baron can potentially claim back a lot of this gold that was starting to build towards Frank. And Baron, they'll still have it when Dragon spawns, so it could be quite difficult for Frank to actually get out of their base and fight it. But tower does go down. Perhaps want to siege more. I'm just walking up. Don't have a lot of range though. One's taking a lot of damage. I think that might be it though. Will PSG look to just back off? I think you've already got what you wanted, which is really, you're going to have this Baron push for this 4th Dragon, which is so important.
I think it has to be said that this is just proof that you can play 2 safely, right? Like, it's not like Frank are weak. They definitely can sort of tank in and get in there with Hollow, as well as Solo Kill was in the area of that Baron, but just not willing to risk anything, give up a free Baron, and you feel like PSG have a real good chance now to sort of get this Dragon Soul, and the Dragon Soul will change the entire outlook of this game.
Yeah, I think fights still should go the way of Frank Esports, but it's still close enough that it comes down to execution. Junjia, though, I feel like well and truly out of this game. Really can't provide a whole lot other than the Smite and Cocoon. But hey, a Smite is all you need with this 4th Dragon coming up. If they can maintain control here, PSG, keep the lanes pushed with your Baron, I think they should be able to pick up this 4th Drag, which, like you said, it flips the game on its head. There's no healing cut from the side, no healing cut at all from the side of Frank Esports, so that Ocean Drag can be extremely hard to deal with, and it's a lot of invisible power that kind of comes through in that team fight.
Yeah, Garen has rapid fire cannons.
Interesting.
I don't know what that does. I don't know what that does for the fight, but it's certainly entertaining to watch, at least.
I guess it's... yeah, no, he's a mad scientist up there, is Solo Kill. And Hollow, he's very tanky, wants to regain some of his control.
Yeah, Junjia will be jumped on. Doesn't have anywhere to repel to, so really gets charmed up, has to use the stopwatch. Garen does execute him, so Wako on the back here by himself. Chaos Storm sort of zoning him, but Ozzy comes to the rescue. What can Solo Kill and Eminem find here? They are the damage threats. Ozzy will flash away as Yubel gets caught by a Glacial Prison. Eminem getting really low, has to commit Feather Storm. Will get away for now, but a lot of pressure over to the side of PSG. Teleport coming in now again for Ozzy. He'll be full health. What can they do? They have to stop them from getting Dragon. Obviously, Junjia is dead, but double knock up here, and Wako has definitely got enough damage to deal with these two on their own. Solo Kill with that celerity and the flash will get away for now, but Hollow now dead for when Junjia is back, and Dragon Soul on the line.
Yeah, I think they should be able to pick it up off that. Obviously, don't want to go towards it quite yet. Can take a little more here. Could maybe, I don't think they can play for the end, but could probably grab an inhib while Pretender's still dead. And this is definitely the game starting to go back towards the way of PSG. Honestly, just play the team fight a little bit better, which feels like what we always say when we're watching PSG. We'll now back off and pick this Dragon. So I think Frank Esports, they had the lead, unable to do enough with it. And now PSG, the ball's back in their court.
Yeah, Junjia starting up this Dragon Soul, and it will just be going to the side of PSG. And honestly, it felt so illegal that Wako was just 1v4 in the back line and lives while putting out so much damage.
I think maybe just too much was used on the Junjia. I mean, it feels good, obviously, to take out the jungler before drag, but look at this. It's like, what do we use here? I think it's like Rakanol, Garanol, Sejol, maybe? Yeah, it looks like the Glacial Prison was used as well. So much used on a Junjia. Now, no pressure onto Wako at all, who can just freely hit, if not for the Chaos Storm. But that's so much DPS coming in from there. Yubel as well, completely untouched. I don't think Junjia actually matters at all. Probably would just prefer to have all those ultimates to use on the carries instead. And Frank Esports have just pushed away. I feel like the teamfight execution just not quite clean enough. I mean, yeah, take a look at the damage. Mid-damage difference especially. Almost 9,000 here for Yubel.
Importantly, Pretender will have his sums next fight, so I imagine we'll have a bit more of an impact. And one thing about this sort of Ocean Soul is so many people can just so immediately die that it can, it can find little use in team fights. Obviously, for the likes of Sion and Garen, Sejuani, it'll be I mean, obviously, the two of those people don't have it, but like for Sion especially, you'll get so much use. The other members, though, Pretender can really just start to look to one-shot them very shortly.
They are sieging. There's no Baron buff yet, but Baron in 50 more seconds. Solo Kill once again has the flank. This time, though, I think cooldowns have to be used on a Wako and Yubel. They're too strong to ignore in these fights.
Yeah, Solo Kill on a bit of an adventure at the moment. I'm not quite sure. I guess just getting ready to flank for when this sort of Baron inevitably starts. Maybe looking for Junjia here.
Ooh.
No, will run away. PSG wise enough to realize that Solo Kill's up to something special.
Doesn't quite have the ghost yet.
Oh, no sums available. It looks like he will just be going down. What can they find on the other side, though? Woody and Yubel get Chaos Storm on them. Don't really lose much, so it's just Solo Kill kind of dying for free. Maybe a bit too aggressive without that ghost up.
He's dead for the Baron, and I think PSG should be able to pick this up. I think that Garen hasn't really found the impact it needed. I can't help but feel like a Solo Kill Gangplank probably would have won this game by now. Instead, Garen hasn't really found what he wanted. And PSG, I think they're at the point where, scaling doesn't matter at all. They've got a Baron and they've got a Dragon. And like we said, it's not like the scaling is so insane at this point that it's completely unwinnable. Especially before Pretender picks up this Rabadon, is not going to do as much damage as Yubel does. GA comes through on Wako.
Yeah, both AD carries reaching max items, at least in the near future. Xayah sitting on that BF sword currently, but I'm sure that will be finished up and turned into a GA shortly.
Mid is being sieged down. They already have an inhib, so PSG, they might even play for the end with this Baron. If they can find the teamfight win, they'll certainly get it. Rabadon's still not completed on Pretender. Only has 300 AP, so not as strong as you'd think he is. Rabadons just provide so much additional AP in this build that without it, you're actually kind of weak. I'd be interested to see U-Bowers because I feel like it's over 500. Yes, 600 actually. So despite the fact that the Victor should be scaling well until he picks up the Rabbit. Okay, now completed. We'll be able to deal damage once again. It's going to path back out. How much can be done with this Baron? It will be gone before Elder spawns. But lots of damage coming through here already.
Yeah, Xayah, a very good champion at taking out these waves, so possibly not going to find as much as they'd hope, although they do manage to get top inhib tower. Pretender comes up here to try and close. Obviously, AP champions really do struggle against Baron empowered minions. Knock-up, huge knock-up actually onto Hollow. Wako will then relentless pursuit into the base as Arzee's positioning extremely aggressively. Looks like 3 inhibs will be going down now, and wow, that was a massive chunk onto Eminem.
I think the 3 inhibs going down might just be game. There's going to be so many Baron waves here. They still have it for another full minute. Frank Esports kind of have to get a miracle here to win this.
Yeah, now or never. What can Kaiwing find? Glacial Prison goes wide. Only a one-man knock-up from Kaiwing. He goes down almost immediately. You're down to pretty much Eminem and Pretender. What can they find? Chaos Storm doesn't land on because of Junji's stopwatch. Arzee walking forward. Wako doing massive damage even to the tankiest members here. Arzee just tanking up 1v3 as well on the bot side. Featherstorm used. No end yet, but you have to feel with this next minion wave, there's nothing Frank can do. And it looks like PSG will once again find their 11th win in a row and sort of confirm the top 3 positions as Flying Oyster second and Frank third.
They do manage to pick it up, and I think, I mean, wow, it was, I want to say Frank Esports once again could have won that game. I think their comp sort of scaled better, but the problem was the scaling never became much of a factor because Eminem was so far behind. It was pretty much always at an item deficit the whole game long. And I think as well, the Garen counter pick kind of felt pretty lackluster to me. So I feel like, you know, if Frank Esports had perhaps, you know, drafted slightly differently in the top lane, managed to stabilize bot lane by not trading away their bot lane for the Herald early, I think Frank Esports probably should have won that game on paper. But obviously you can't ignore what actually happened in the game, right? And I feel like PSG, they played the map earlier, or they played the map better earlier in the game. And also, they just once again executed team fights better. I feel like it's such a common thing that CC is used onto kind of targets that don't really matter anymore, especially later on in the game. Like if you can CC the jungler early in the game, all the time that is a very high value target, right? But as we're getting to kind of those 4 and 5 item carries, does killing a 2 item at least really matter? No, I don't think it's worth really using so much on it. So Frank Esports, I mean, they put up a very competitive game, but you can still see why there is that divide between what is PSG, the team on an 11-game win streak, compared to Frank, because I think just not quite clean enough, you know. Again, just like across the board, it's like slightly better pick in the top lane, maybe play the bot lane like a little bit cleaner. They were actually pretty close to picking up solo kills a lot of the time. It was a very winnable game for Frank Esports.
Yeah, and again, I think for the bot lane especially, that sort of level 2 or level 1 even, when they did miss that flash, they really like, they did get themselves a level 1 lead for that engage, you know, the Rakan Xayah power at level 1, and then just sort of threw it away by missing those flashes. And yeah, I mean, Wako really did take over, and what a surprise, you know what I mean? That guy has just been taking over games week after week, and I mean, he's done it again here. Honorable mention, I'd say, to Arzee and Yubao. I think Arzee obviously did pick blind, won his lane, I'd have to say. I mean, he was at his tower, but up CS. And then also Yubao really in some of those team fights where Wako wasn't able to do damage, he started finding, I think it was 8k damage in one of those fights or something like that. An amazing game from all around. Who do you reckon will be the MVP? I think this one's so close.
I feel like it probably will go to Yubao, but I almost think it should go to Arja, who just found, you know, like you said, he won his lane while blind picking, which especially against solo kill is a really tall ask. But like, I guess the bans, I mean, it was really strange because GP was left open and perhaps just wanted to try something different before playoffs. But I think if they had just locked in the GP, most likely would have walked away with a win. So yeah, I think I'll go to Arja, just tanked up for so long. And I think, again, a lot of the time, scaling is kind of, it's based on if the game is going normally, right? But because Eminem fell so far behind, it just couldn't kill Sion for so long of the game that by the time he reached those items, Sion was much stronger than he normally should be. And while was getting taken out in relatively short time later on, it was just a bit too late. So let's look at the fight that ultimately kind of broke the game open. Just so much committed onto Jinjia, who just doesn't matter at all. Rakan used, Sejol used. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels not really worth it. Even the Garen ult was used on him. And then on the side, Wako played the team fight really, really well. Pretty much maximized his damage. And the whole time, Arja is in here, soaks up so much damage. Even managed to flash out while Yubao is just hitting for free. I really think slightly better team fighting there from the side of Frank Esports could have netted them the win. I mean, I want to say, kind of look at the Garen damage. I mean, it's not really there for what is meant to be your top lane counter pick, actually just being out-damaged by the full tank Sion.
Yeah, look at that gold graph. It really tells you that for a time there, Frank had a bit of a stranglehold on that game. But I think, as you said, that team fight we just saw was kind of the turning point, I'd have to say. And then from there, PSG just closed it out, as you'd imagine. But look at damage on Wako. Another amazing performance. And it's games like these that show us why his DPM is so high. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of crazy the amount of damage he can find. Like, how many AD carries do you think would E over that wall behind a 5-man team to then culling and while running away and picking up that much damage? It's very impressive how he finds sort of the min-max of this AD carry position.
Yeah, seeing the damage graph, maybe it should go to Wako. I mean, like we said, he got that kill and bot and broke the tower. And then after that, kind of took it away to a massive lead. But it is Arja that picks it up, and I think very respectable. I mean, he had a very strong game. And yeah, I mean, it was only the damage graph making me think otherwise. But 83% of his KP, again, wasn't a whole lot of kills. But really the eye test, I think, came through on this one. Just, yeah, won his lane while blind picking against someone who's known for these, like, extremely strong counter picks. So, yeah, well played to him. And it's a really good look, I think, coming into playoffs, because kind of answered a lot more questions for us there, right? Like, you can perhaps blind the Sion up against solo kill if you ban the right champs. Wako, again, looking good on the Lucian, keeps his kind of ADC options open. So coming up against PSG next time, I mean, I feel like multiple teams, they've tried different things. A lot of the time they've gotten close, but no one's really been able to kind of just clean it out, right? Like close the game out fully. Just think, I don't know, I like the strategies coming up against PSG. I just think no team's really clean enough to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. But that will do it there for game number 3. Up next, we do have Beyond Gaming against Impunity. Another exciting one, so you can't miss it.
Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains see my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm stunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gonna stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep-rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their grave. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they pack the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, oh darling, yeah, oh. You've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust, now this time is through. All I ask from you is time together. All you gave is what's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be?
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split. We're coming up very soon on the playoffs now. We're on game 4 of today, and if you're just joining us, you just missed PSG up against Frank Esports. PSG did take the win, but were once again pushed pretty far on it, and Frank Esports with that loss are not unable to acquire second place back for at least today, although it could come back tomorrow. But coming up next, Beyond Gaming versus Impunity for our 4th game of the day. Last time they played against each other, Beyond Gaming, I think, did manage to pick up the win, but it was pretty close. Like, I don't think it was like a storm by any means, and I'm not even sure who I favor in this match. Currently, both teams are tied, right?
They are definitely, yeah, they're tied at the moment, and honestly, Impunity not looking as hot as they have been in previous weeks, so something to look out for. I will say one stat about Impunity, which I have found out during the break, is 86% of the time when they are ahead at the 15-minute mark, they do win. So I feel like that is quite an impressive stat, considering they're sitting at like, I think it's like 56% win rate. As we will now go take a look at the lineups. First up, we do have Beyond Gaming. Up in that top lane is Lakai. We then have Kongyu, 1116, Feng, and Kino. And on this lineup recently, I mean, yesterday, they did lose, but Kongyu had probably the best jungle performance I have seen. I mean, globally this split. It was crazy, the engagements he was finding on the Wukong. It really was a clinic, but unfortunately weren't able to get across the line. But how do you feel about them coming up in this game?
I think that Beyond Gaming, at least in terms of recent form, probably come in the favorite, but I think it is very close, and I think a lot of this will come down to the top side. It feels like the Impunity, you know, mid-top, or especially Driver actually more recently has been kind of like their main carry. And then on the side of Mega Bang Beyond Gaming, right, Kongyue is obviously a big kind of catalyst for this team. Lee Guy, I feel like, is very up and down, right? Gets solo killed a lot, also trades a lot of them back. And 1116 is kind of a coin flip in my eyes, like sometimes very good, sometimes not. Impunity though, Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature. I think that they've kind of moved away from their roots in a lot of the ways. Like before, it felt like Mission would just always play a control mage. They're obviously very good on those. Has experimented with a lot of other stuff and just hasn't really found the same impact. But it has been Driver who non-stop finding those top lane carries, just, yeah, really kind of dragging Impunity across the finish line to a lot of these wins.
Yeah, as well as Atlan, I have to say. I mean, I think particularly on the Draven, he had another standout Draven performance. I don't think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? Anyway, very recently. I think it might have been. But yeah, he has been playing really fantastically on that Draven, and it's something that maybe you have to watch out for, because recently they haven't found the utmost success, but he has on that champion. And Driver, again, it seems like you can kind of put him on anything, and he will thrive. Mission as well, definitely has had better performances on those control majors. We'll go to a stats comparison. It will be the top laners here. And we have a look. It's quite interesting, right? Kill participation #1 here for Lakai in terms of top laners. I think that's a really important stat to consider. As well as damage is #1 for Driver. I don't think that's awfully surprising, to be honest.
It does play a lot of those top lane carries, especially, you know, racks up a lot of damage on the likes of the Gwen. And I think that really does speak to kind of what Driver's role is on this team, right? A lot of the other top laners, they aren't really much of a factor for a lot of the game and then start kind of getting involved 3rd and 4th drag onwards. But, you know, very consistently, Driver is a big driving force of his team, plays stuff like the GP, the Gwen, is always just someone that is either going to, you know, like win his lane, consistently try and put the game in a good state for his team. So for Lakai, going to have to find a way to deal with that as we head into Champs League. Sejuani Jax the first 2 bans. Elise taken away. I'm not even sure how I feel about Elise anymore. It feels like she's kind of fallen off quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly enough, the most banned champion against Impunity is Azir. So I'm wondering if we will see that taken out against Mission. Obviously does thrive on champs such as Azir. So an interesting stat to consider. But it will be Jace instead, the 3rd ban here for Beyond. What will Impunity answer with? It looks like they're targeting the jungle pill. Again, they do. Greg is obviously a flex, but does do very well in that jungle position.
Okay, Xayah is the first pick. Higher priority than the Zeri or the Ashe. I think Ashe actually fell through the draft in the previous one, so I suppose not super surprising. Wukong and Vi kind of seem like our premier jungle picks, up to kind of which one you want. I think Wukong probably is a bit better against Xayah than the Vi.
And it has to be said, Kong Yue has been really instrumental on this Wukong to like allowing his team, so taking away from him too. Definitely like that. As we see Aphelios hovered, fantastic Aphelios performances recently. I even remember Atlan played one game where he found so much damage in many of the team fights, so something he's certainly comfortable on. As Azir is going to be locked in, so possibly punishing, not banning that away from Mission. He has had a lot of great Azir games.
Yeah, BYG failing to pay the mission tax. Do let through the Azir, and we'll have to see why it's so feared. Rise is hovered as the option, which is a very interesting matchup because you get a lot of push early, but it's quite hard for you to actually TPS in team fights up against Azir's range. Looks like Rakan will be taken instead. And I think Xayah Rakan does just make any team comp very solid. Ooh, Sars being hovered. I don't think it really makes sense in this game. I'm not even sure the Rise makes sense. I feel like it might be better to take your jungle instead. But if they're set on a mid laner, most likely would just be something like the Victor to sort of match the lane. Yeah, going back towards the Rise. I mean, they've looked very, very good on it. I'm just not sure this is the game for it.
Yeah, we have seen quite a bit of Rise into Azir, and it always seems like Rise fares well early, and maybe the way he gets advantages is roaming. But as the game sort of gets to the later stages, has a difficult time in these team fights, working his way around Azir.
Sion.
Yeah, Driver has had some amazing Sion performances too. So even though it is less of a carry and more there to provide for your team, a bit of a front line, he has really popped off on this champ. So I mean, all power to him if it's locked in.
It is locked in, and I think that kind of means that the Impunity bot lane is playing something different, something like a Draven or a Varus, because I think just a lot of your standard options will be taken away. I mean, there's still the Zeri and the Lucian, but I have to feel they'll be banned away. I think Impunity probably will look to target junglers here, or maybe ban out top counters for Sion. Lakai has played, I want to say, the Fiora before. Don't think he's ever picked up the Gwen, but could be wrong.
Yeah, you kind of expect the Gwen to be banned. It's just so commonly the answer to the Sion. So we'll be banned out now. As we look, do you focus here the AD carries, or do you think maybe some of the supports take away maybe the Leona Nautilus?
I think
Zeri?
Yeah. Looks like they're kind of at ADC bans. Probably go for something like the Zeri Lucian. Maybe even Zeri... I mean, there's lots of options, right? Zeri Varus, Zeri Caitlyn. Even Zeri Draven. I feel like there's still enough ADC options that Impunity won't really feel like they've been, you know, hard focused. What will be our second ban here? I mean, GP is always an option. Fiora, Jax, Cassante. Maybe Cassante even, just get rid of... Okay, so actually go for the Vi. It's not caring about any of the other top matchups. I think Vi, I mean, doesn't do a whole lot, at least what they've shown already, but perhaps their ADC could be quite immobile. Cedo, second ban.
It does tend to be sort of the next best thing that hasn't been banned or picked, right? So I guess just getting it away and possibly getting Kongyue onto something a little bit less comfortable. But Varus will be that final ban from Beyond, so I imagine here you're going to... I mean, both solo laners are picked, so I actually think, yeah, taking the AD carry and leaving last pick sort of a comp counter for Nature might actually be a good idea.
Varus still being up as well. It feels like the second phase ADC bans didn't really do a whole lot. Maybe it would have been better to target supports, but even then, there's so many supports that can be targeted. What will be your 4-5 here? Definitely something different in the jungle. Kindred, not a huge fan. I mean, it does work well with Ryze, goodness Sion, but the other champs can be quite difficult for Kindred. Have to see though. I mean, Kongyue, he's looked very good on basically everything he's played. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on it. Okay, it's locked in.
Wow.
I mean, that's pretty exciting. That's our last pick though. Top lane answer into the Sion. Ooh, maybe match it with another tank. Yeah, Fiora we've seen before. I mean, definitely gives them a strong split push win condition. Will I think be committing to 1-3-1 though? I don't think you're going to win team fight with Ryze Fiora up against, you know, what is an Azir Sion. Yeah, K'Sante I think I like a lot more. Is locked in. Definitely still gives them the chance to contest these 5v5s. And Thresh is the last pick.
I like this. So I gotta say, man, week 6 drafting is a whole different beast to the rest of the PCS, and I'm liking it. We have a Kindred here.
Yeah, I think just so many junglers banned away that it's kind of forced to go into something sort of unorthodox. I'm not really sure who's drafted like better. I actually think it's just very comparable across the board. Both teams have options for team fighting for picks, so I really like the drafting between these two teams. I'm not too sure who will come out on top. I think it's also funny how both the mids kind of got what are you know, kind of considered to be their best champions, right? The perma-banned Azir and what is often banned Ryze on the other side. So it'll be really interesting to see that matchup play out as well. And this match means quite a lot because Beyond Gaming right now, I mean, they're tied, but Beyond Gaming have the 1-0 head-to-head. So Impunity, if they get this, can potentially, you know, force the tiebreaker, even if Beyond, like, win tomorrow or something like that. Otherwise, though, you know, if Impunity lose, almost guarantee that Beyond will finish above them.
Yeah, you have to think so, but I'm excited for it. These teams are tied at the moment, as you just said, and I'd say very evenly faring in this team comp. Like, there's no one you could say really got out-drafted. I think a lot of it comes down to what impact can Kindred have in this game? Can he find the marks? Because I feel like the marks are so important for a Kindred, and you have to feel like as levels start to come in, the Azir will start to win out a bit in the poke in the middle lane. And I guess top's probably going to be favouring K'Sante, but we are going to load onto the Rift now, and I really want to sort of take note on how these teams play around the marks. I feel like the marks really are going to sort of set the pace of the game.
Definitely. I think that the fact that you get more range with the marks is, you know, pretty important for later on in this game because there is a lot of range coming in from the Azir and even later on the Aphelios, so it can be tough as Kindred if you don't find the marks, if you don't find that snowball to actually deal damage in this game. At the same time, if you get those, you know, we'll feel quite good about it. Looks like we have the first strike coming in from Mission, so playing instead for a bit more scaling. And I think I like it versus sort of comp. Needs to be very strong in team fights here to be able to deal with, you know, the very beefy K'Sante. And pretty standard now from the Aphelios, has gone for the overheal as well as the absolute focus gathering Storm in the scaling. No Ghost taken by K'Sante, which is sort of weird. I feel like this is actually a pretty good Ghost game rather than Flash. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, maybe thinking Flash can give him more opportunity to isolate this Aphelios as the game gets a bit later. Definitely, I mean, one angle to look at it, but we have sort of seen Ghost and Flash being picked by this champion, and I think both of them see reasonably similar success. But it looks like bot lane here for Beyond, Feng and Kino will be getting prio, and you do expect that on this Xayah Khan. Atlan has to be really careful. Will get engaged on. Feng hitting from the back, getting a lot of damage onto Atlan.
Yeah, Atlan is going to be able to sustain this back up, though. I think it's still a nice start. You're not really worried about the Ignite. You can just put it on cooldown very early in the lane, kind of establish yourself a little bit of control. And with that Doran's Blade, And the red gun. Ooh,
the W
follow-up
lands
connects.
again. Feng will use W, so Kino getting a lot of damage onto Atlan already in this early game. And although you have that red gun, the sustain is so little when you don't have much AD nowadays.
I wonder, can anything be set up on bot side with that health chunk? Feels like Kindred early ganking isn't great, but the mark is put onto Atlan. So it's possible. Like, normally you need really guaranteed setup to make something work as a Kindred, you know, extremely early. But here, has the bot priority as well as the Rise mid. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kongwei just enter the bot side jungle rather than pathing to top side, try and fight Alex. Looks like that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, Alex is in that quadrant of the jungle too, though, and in the early 1v1, I guess it's pretty similar. There's a lot up to skill between these junglers, because if you can sort of dodge out that mark...
Yeah, looking for something mid.
Yeah, 116 getting poked quite low. Kongwei is coming in. Won't quite use that slow, but Alex, has he found his way in unseen? Or he has seen on a ward there. The zombie ward will catch him out.
Okay, and so Kongwei is actually going to defend rather than going up to the top side. 116 is forced to base though. I mean, he's playing very aggressive. I mean, knows, I guess, that mission isn't the best in the 2v2.
Yeah, Kongwei coming in. Alex will dodge out as the bot lane from BYG were headed up too. Now, importantly, Mark is on this bottom side scuttle, so first Mark will be picked up now for Kindred. I believe it's 4 is the threshold to pick up that extra range for the beginning. And
top lane is... Her Likai actually stops, or doesn't quite stop it. He's going to take a lot of damage on the way out, but looks like he's forced... Oh.
He does land the knock up. Does have to be careful here, you feel, though. He doesn't have any support from his team just yet, as Kongwei does enter that side of the river, but disengage will come.
Kongwei instead going to go back to his own camps here. I think Mission being able to push 1116 out of this lane early did mean that Kongwei couldn't enter that bot side jungle. So very nice from them. And the CS lead, though, is, for mid lane, at least in the way of 1116. Kind of expected just because Rise is much easier CSing early. Mission probably can clean at least a little bit of that back after he picks up this wave. But so far, everything else remains sort of even.
So we are just in a pause now. Beyond Gaming having a sound issue. Hopefully we'll get back in there, but how do you think, like, where do you think these teams sort of spike in the game? What do you think Impunity's main chances here, or on the other side, Beyond Gaming? Where do you think these teams really look towards? Is it Dragons, early Dragons, perhaps giving away a few of them and then focusing on late, or?
I think for the side of Beyond, like, being able to pressure the map with the Rise and Kindred early is pretty important. I think while you can't really, like, make anything really big happen, I think stuff like invading buffs, you know, securing Dragons, should be the kind of thing you look at as we head back into the game here. And then on the other side from Impunity, I think just trying to hit that one item spike and then really look to fight. Flash comes through.
Yeah, Atlan getting really low here. He doesn't have Flash to get away. Will just survive, but that's massive, I believe. Now Atlan will have to base, lose quite a fairly substantial minion wave here, and a huge benefit for BYG.
I wonder, does that mean Kongwei can actually come down and perhaps invade that Gromp? Look for the mark. I kind of don't think so, because Beyond Gaming, I think, still have to base on bot lane. Although maybe can stay. We'll see what they go for here. It looks like they'll probably reset. Would definitely be better for their lane. And yeah, Kongwei resets as well. So it doesn't look like there'll be anything they can do here. Reset is coming out from Feng. Keenan will match up as well. So they'll get out of there.
Nature doing his best to see us under tower, but not the easiest job as a Thresh. But more importantly, that was like a 10 or so minion wave Atlan loses. So both XP and gold lost for that Aphelios.
Definitely a pretty nice pickup. 116 does not have the TP and is getting chunked pretty low. Hopefully he can pick up the Catalyst on his next base, because otherwise it's going to start finding this mid matchup not going the way he wants. Might even need Kino to come here and maybe alleviate a little bit of pressure, as both mids just hit level 6 here. Sweeper does come out. This is going to make it a bit harder for Mission to pressure, but Azir very safe from a lot of ganks anyway. Actually entering the river, I think 116 does have to recall. If he doesn't have the Catalyst, then I think Mission's lane is still in a very, very good spot. If he has it though, then he'll... Okay, so he does have it and is going to be able to start pressuring the map pretty heavily.
Yeah, and Atlan pushing in here, so should be fine to do that, although both junglers on the bottom side. Who do you think will have sort of this priority towards Dragon? I feel like Wukong early might fare a little bit better than the Kindred, so that might be one thing, although the bot lane of Beyond will have more impact as well. So I feel like the skirmish is quite even in reality.
Yeah, I think I would probably favor BYG just because like it feels like they should have priority from mid and then the Realm Warp as well, just to kind of get things started a bit earlier. But I think you're right, it is pretty close and most likely just won't see a whole lot happen. It's kind of people just trade back and forth. Although BYG, they're trying to get aggressive. Will they just start up the Dragon? They will. So using this bot priority, looks like they're bringing 1116 here. No, okay, so he's actually going back to his mid wave. Has to be a little careful of a gank while they're on drag, but looks like it will just be picked up.
Yeah, and importantly, nothing to trade. Riftfield not up for another 50 seconds, so just a free Dragon going to the side of BYG, and good use of the lead bot lane.
Yeah, when that lead translates into more than just CS, that's really when you kind of start to feel the bot gap. And while it isn't substantial, Impurity's still going to scale well. Having that first Dragon taken very early into the game sets you up for a nice drag win condition if you want.
Yes, Shurima Shuffle into the Emperor's Divide. BYG 116 is very low. He does have Phase Rush to get away. Flash and Phase Rush committed. Lakai also here to try and prevent Driver from getting in. Will do it, but Driver flash forward lands the slow. First blood over to Alex. Well played there.
So 1116 did not have the Realm Warp, which is why he found it so hard to get out there. And actually used this flash and ended up dying. So there's always a chance of a repeat gank. It is the kill, the first blood that goes over to Alex on the Wukong. So perhaps would have been better on mission, but it's a nice pickup. Flash comes out.
Yeah, it doesn't land the follow-up hook. Does get the root from Atlan, but loses the majority of his health there to the feathers. And you got to like this bot lane so far from Beyond. They're really pushing their advantage, and Atlan's finding it hard to walk up anywhere near his minions.
Feng and Kino kind of just bullying out Atlan and Nature here. Looks like Kongyue on the minimap is starting up the Herald. And I don't think there will be any contest for this. So the one downside of using those ults mid is that Herald will be given over. Currently though, there isn't a great spot to use it. Maybe bot if you can continue to bully.
The charm does land on Nature. Nature looks like he will be going down. Atlan tries to trade away some damage, but nothing to come of it. And so we didn't see how that started, but it looks like just an alt W from Kino will land onto Nature and find the kill.
Really nice kill there. And he doesn't have flash, so can very easily die again. And that bot tower is starting to take a bit of damage. I think Kongyue will definitely look to path down there to see how this happens. So Nature does not have the flash. And I'm assuming, okay, the hook hits on the Feng who has the cleanse. Did use it very early, and then, yeah, pretty much just Nature died straight afterwards. So much damage coming out from the Zyra Khan lane. Which is really starting to kind of return into the meta in full force.
Yeah, and a little scuffle up top, but no real damage to talk about just yet. Lakai dodges away from that devastating smash.
Impurity trying to do what they can to slow down Kongyue entering bot side and just dropping the Herald on their tower. They take a little bit of bot side jungle and river control, and they have missions pushed, so it's not super easy for Kongyue to just run straight bot and drop it without losing a lot. At the same time, I mean, bot already took a lot of damage. No flash on Nature, can easily be reganked. 1116 as well has to respect the fact that he does not have flash, so not being able to get active on the map here as the Rise. But doesn't matter.
Yeah, Streamer Shuffle lands again, and 1116 will be low. Cyclone does cancel the Realm Warp, so a kill over to mission, and 11116 really getting sort of exposed for not having that flash.
It is very difficult to avoid that Azir ganks it up, but there is at least some sort of trade here that can come out of BYG. They're going to try set up for something bot. Kongyue showing in the lane. We'll perhaps just try and siege at least some of this tower down. Mission though, this game's looking like it could be on him. Azir's been banned against him so many times for a reason. Bang and Kongyue both clean up their goal, which is gold, you know, right where you kind of need it here.
Now looking to get aggressive on this blue buff. Alex is in the area, and Atlan's gun's not too bad, although the sniper gun will be fading in just a couple of auto attacks, or even this Q. But there we do have even better guns now. No ult, importantly, on Alex. Quickness used, and Kongyue is really in there. Will find the kill on Alex. Getting a little bit low, though, but Mission doesn't seem like he's able to move from his lane for this. So kill and blue buff will go over to the side of Beyond.
It's definitely a nice pickup here for Beyond. The gold difference, I mean, it remains very, very close, swinging back and forth. But these camps picked up, as well as the gold going onto both the BYG carries, is really, really good. They might even look for something more bot, though they are on a ward. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to try and secure the free reset before this dragon spawns. Try and keep that stacking up. One thing I think we should keep an eye on, though, is Mission has the Leandries so much earlier than 116 even has, you know, an inkling of a Rod of Ages. So perhaps can pick up the Rod of Ages now. See if he gets it. Here's resetting. I assume he has it. Yes, okay, so has a Rod of Ages. 12 minutes, not the worst timing, but still needs a while to scale up. And normally, you're expecting it to come through before the Leandries, given that it's 400 gold cheaper. But Mission is going to be so strong in this fight. Not fully scaled yet, though. And I think fights should still go the way of BYG, at least for now. They want to set up the second dragon. Will Impunity contest? Doesn't feel like it. Well, they're in the area. Maybe instead just look to make a repeat play on mid. Kongyue is starting this up, and Alex is nowhere to be seen. So this should be going over. I think you don't mind this too much as Impunity. Still obviously have a very strong 5v5 team fight later on. Want to perhaps have Atlan hit that one item spike before you fight this too heavily. Does go over though. I mean, 2 drags here at only 1250. If BYG can keep stacking that up, you know, Dragon Soul very early in the game could be on the table.
Yeah, you're definitely correct there. And Kindred now at 3 marks, so 1 off that range increase, which is really important sort of when you come towards this 5v5 stage as BYG looks, well, sorry, 1116 looks towards Azir, but this tower's getting so low and it's all just off Mission hitting it. So really, Mission finding a lot of room for himself and ultimately a lot of gold. And as you said earlier, it feels like this game's kind of on him to at least get through the mid game to where Atlan gets some of those Aphelios items and really scales up. But Kongyue coming in from top side here. Mission has to be careful, but we'll spot him out on that pink.
Yeah, has people in the area, so should be fine. Is really making that 1v1 matchup hurt though for 1116. Ooh,
yeah.
Flash comes out.
Quickness is used. Can he get Emperor's Divide? It will miss, and that's a massive lump of gold for Kongyue.
Yeah, another really nice pickup, and I think that's very, very important. 2-0 on this Kindred that needs to snowball. Mission, it's a really hard engage to respect, right? The Flash Rakan engage is one of the strongest in the game, but does end up going down. At least it won't be anything more taken off the back of it, but Kongyue, he's really looking like he can carry this game here for BYG.
Yeah, and Kino really finding all of these early advantages for his team. He's got 100% kill participation. He's found a lot bot with his Rakan play, and then he found Mission in mid. So taking Mission off the map and getting such a big lead bot, you have to really look to him and be quite impressed.
Mission, I can kind of understand why he walked up to this, but ultimately his support is showing, or is about to show bot, and Kino is still off the map. So he does end up going down. It's pretty difficult to read though. Obviously very strong engage. You can see he's a bit frustrated after that one. This type of support gap. And all chat, it's fine. Looks like Herald is up though, and will be picked up here by Impunity. No contest. Oh, Kongyue actually, he's entering the river. Maybe a late contest.
Yeah, it does have a Lamb's Respite to give a bit of safety. Actually, Shiralia is used here. Doesn't quite have quickness available just yet. Nature rooted up. He will be going down. What else can they find here? Doesn't look like anything for now, but managing to find that pick onto Nature without even needing Rakan ult is quite huge, because you're a lot more dangerous now as Driver heads to try and get this eye. Oh my goodness, that is terrible.
I should have flashed for him, maybe. Probably not worth it. I think the Herald at this point doesn't do a whole lot anyway. I guess it would secure you that mid tower, but it probably will go down later anyway. Now, gold is still, again, relatively close for this next dragon, but I think the gold just being so accelerated on Kongyue's Kindred means he's in a very good spot to actually carry this. Mission still remains very strong, though. Certainly going to outperform the Rise. in this third dragon team fight. And I think Impunity, they're not normally the ones that look to give a third dragon and try to scale even more. But Atlan still doesn't have his mythic. 16 minutes in the game. I think it has it now off this recall, but it's very, very late.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this lane assignment as well from BYG. It feels like Driver's going to have a better time against Rise than Lakai has against Mission.
I think you kind of just have to keep Lakai bot side because he doesn't have TP, so you can't really afford to send him top at this point. Just need him grouped for what is, you know, a very important third drag.
Hungary bot now to defend this tower from Mission as we see Atlan gaining some very much needed CS in the mid lane.
Lakai? Yeah, weird lane assignments again. I think Rise should be top. Otherwise, Lakai will end up being topside without TP. I mean, maybe strong enough that they can just secure the drag in the 4v4. Certainly possible, right? Kongyue is extremely strong here. Did he get his 4th mark or is he still on 3?
I can't remember, but about that sort of dragon fight, Sion has a lot easier a time to get there, however, with that unstoppable force can just sort of drive it down. Excuse the pun.
Yeah, I wonder, he's reset, so it looks like he will just be pathing out here. Impunity, they're pretty committed to this. Lakai as well is just pathing down the map. BYG, they have the control and arguably the stronger items at this point. I think it really comes down to can Mission and Driver do enough in this fight to kind of make up for the item deficits. Ooh, Nature has to be careful. Can very easily get picked. And the side of Impunity is very split. It's very hard to regain this control when you are so split. At the same time, BYG are losing minions on bot wave. Driver's probably the only safe member to actually face check things.
It's okay for now. Lakai finding Alex, but will receive the Lantern. And that Lantern is big because it removes a lot of safety from this Aphelios. Does have Flash. Dragon started now by BYG as Mission pokes from the side.
BYG, I mean, I'm not liking their position that much. I think they could have kept people out instead of Impunity. They're starting to find a way back into this river. I think BYG should still win the fight given that they're ahead, but Mission, he's finding the value he needs.
Yeah, Mission on this side really finding a lot of health as Rooted Up does get Driver. He is okay, is the Scion. Flash engage onto Alex. He will get away just at the end there. Low health bars for the side of BYG as Mission's finding so much damage onto the bat line. Atlan's still full health. Doesn't have the greatest guns for this, but that teamfight ultimate for the Moonlight Vigil can do a lot. Feng Hooked will use the cleanse now.
Or very, very low.
Yeah, Driver looks like he might go down, but he'll just go into passive as Lakai will go down to Nature. Alex jumping over to this Dragon. It's now a 4v5, but low health bars across the board. Driver extremely low. Realm Warp coming in. What will happen here? They are going to take it as Atlan will find Feng. We also seen Atlan now find Kino. Ran out Lamps Respite used, but Nature's hook will land, and Kongyue is not long for this world as well. Atlan finds another one. Can we stop this recall? No, it does not look like we can, as 1116 will escape just barely.
That fight was so close, but I think Impunity got what they wanted. They get that Dragon and slow down this kind of drag win condition. They also get Atlan well and truly back into this game, now 2-0. And while the health bars were really low, I think Impunity actually just outplayed them in this fight. It feels like they found the damage that they needed, and they've also managed to disengage away from BYG. Credit to 116 who found a lot of damage as the Rise kind of in the back end here, but Feng is so low and can't really DPS. Take a look at all this like Rise bounce that comes out though. Just a lot of damage that kind of comes through when they're all stacked up here. I mean, look at that. Huge damage that goes out all 5 members. Mission had already done so much, and Atlan's still full HP. Kind of weird by BYG to try and re-engage because Atlan is full HP and you have nothing left. Even if you kill Driver, where is your damage for Atlan after? People have to stop ignoring the carries. Atlan just cleans everything up. Also, really nice flash hook here from Nature. Just barely grabs Kongyue at the end. Pick up a shutdown ion to him, I believe. Yeah, it is a shutdown. It goes the way of Atlan again. And BYG, that's a fight I think they should have won, but slightly misexecuted. Gives Impunity a way back into the game.
Yeah, we didn't see damage done there, but I have to feel like even though Atlan's sort of picking up some of those kills, Mission really was sort of the key person to get them across that, right? Like, he was finding so much poke early on in that. Now, where do you go from here? Do you just sort of stall out for the next 3 minutes, wait for that next dragon, or do we look towards Baron control and heading there? Because it feels like even now, without Mythic even completed, although as I say it, Radiant Virtue is completed on Driver, that guy can just tank forever.
He is very, very strong. I think you're playing for second item on Atlan here. He can't be too far away. And I think you don't want to fight into this Navori Xayah. That seems like too strong a spike to try and fight into. I think you honestly, yeah, just try farm for a couple more minutes. Once you get that second item on Atlan, you can look to hard contest. Although Feng, he has no sums. He's being looked at on these mid waves. Obviously still has a lot of safety, but has to respect that.
Yeah, 2 items on mission importantly too, and as we sort of touched on before the game, look at that player gold actually. He's well ahead of most people, although Feng is really steady in this game, but other than that, it looks like Impunity are really in control for the little bit.
Yeah, Feng's still ahead of Atlan after what was an amazing laning phase for them, but their gold has largely been caught up, right? It's only down like a couple hundred now. So ADC's, after what was such a good early game for Feng, just go back to being even. But like you said, gold well and truly in Mission's favor. And it's only going to get stronger in these team fights compared to the Rise. Ooh, Baron has started up. They have a lot of DPS just with the 2-man.
Yeah.
I think Impunity, this might just end up going over. They have no clue this is happening.
Yeah, we are looking for a fight here mid though, so maybe it is disengaged from, but as people head towards this Baron, maybe Impunity suspects something. It is scrying orb to find out. Alex, nice dodge, but will get charmed up, and Baron will be going over to the side of Beyond, but what can they get with it?
Ooh.
Oh, Decimating Smash will not find them. 1116 running for his life up here. Can Mission get enough done? There is 3 people stuck at this tower. Emperor's Divide is good. Driver tanking the tower for his team as Lantern comes to save Mission. All out goes Lakai, and Feng hooked as well. Lakai will get out, so it looks like no one will go down and these Barons will be picked up, but fantastic macro on the side of Beyond.
It's a nice pickup there, but I wonder if it's actually worth it overall. I mean, getting the Baron off the map does feel good. I think they're up a slight amount of gold, but it still was, I think, a kill picked up by Atlan here, as well as like a lot of mid waves lost in the meantime. So now Atlan actually pulls ahead of Feng in gold. It really will come down to what can you get done with this Baron. Currently sitting at plus 400 gold off the Baron. So far it's pretty neutral. They have to get more towers off it for it to really be, you know, better than just kind of the Baron picked up, taken off the map. Third Dragon is spawning soon though, and I think both teams very competitive. Atlan has the IE now.
Mission finding a lot of damage there onto both Lakai and Feng, and Atlan may be able to find some too with this, I think it's Infernum is the gun's name?
Yeah, that's the blue one. Is pushing out this control. Okay, Kongwei once again just starting up the objective. This time I think Impunity will be here in time to pick it up. TP comes through though, so they want to fight for it. The Mission has so much damage and so does Atlan. I'm actually not sure who wins this fight.
Yeah, Atlan not got great guns though, and they will find a hook onto Lakai. Unstoppable Force will be used as a 3-man ult from the Moonlight Vigil comes through. It looks like at the moment it'll just be 1 for 0, and honestly health bars on the side of Beyond quite high still, so Impunity at a very big disadvantage. Although as I say that, Kino is quite low. Will they look for something here? 1116 will flash away as a Zed turret's used mid, so it looks like third Dragon going to the side of Beyond, and Impunity trying to pressure this Dragon.
And maybe instead can just play for towers. The top tier 1 is still up, and this mid tower is taking a lot of damage. Does go the way of Beyond Gaming, and it's crazy. 25 minutes in here, the gold is virtually even, right? It's like 100 gold difference. So both teams certainly have a big chance in this game, and I think scaling as well, very, very similar. Really will just come down from teamfight execution. Mission though, he might be in trouble.
Could be. Realm Warp not available though, so hard for Rise to close that gap at the moment. And you have to say, while team fighting could be the deciding factor in this game, even if Impunity start to pull ahead, if at any stage of this game Kongwei can steal away the Dragon, you feel like you just have to give the game to Beyond.
Yeah, the 4th Dragon, especially the Hex deck as well, very difficult to deal with. Even on the champ like the Kindred, right, can supply it so easily and chase you down. Mission, looks like he's going to be going for the Void 3rd, so should have that in time for that 4th Dragon fight. Allen as well, now itemizing towards the LDR, going to make a big difference. Lakai on the Cassante has just been soaking up so much damage, which takes so long to die in the meantime. You know, Driver's kind of been taken out relatively quickly. It's just a lot of health right now. It doesn't have a whole lot of resistances, but they will soon be coming through.
Yeah, it really confuses me, this sort of Radiant Virtue on the Scion. I guess it gives your team a bit of extra health, but I feel like you could just tank forever if you have that Jug Show, where the given health is not worth as much as your ability to disrupt these team fights.
Okay, so Feng goes back towards the mid-wave. Is actually just going to try and farm even more. So really trying to pick up what is, I'm assuming, what do you think he picks up third item here? I mean, it's going to be more damage, looks like.
Yeah, it'll be the LDR as well. He's just gone for the crit because it amplifies due to that Navori on his E, but I imagine it will be the LDR next as well for both AD carries.
Yeah, it must be, right? So much armor on the side. I think it was 225 last time we checked. Gold still extremely even. And Baron's up in a minute and a half. And Impunity definitely won't want to let Beyond just sneak this next one away. Although I don't think the last Baron really converted into a whole lot. It did kind of help them win that team fight. And now Mission, he's going to go back towards topside and grab that wave, which does mean... Well, actually, I was going to say, does mean the mid-wave go the way of BYG, but it actually still goes to Impunity. So you're actually getting everything they want here. I guess did have Driver around, who will soon be forced to answer the bot wave. This is going to clear out the scuttle. Now I'm on 240 armor, as well as a lot of HP.
And Wukong too, obviously that armor passive is Lakai and Driver. I think nothing is to become of that. It'll just be a bit of a slap around.
Apparently lots of pings coming out on mid. Is another pause.
Yeah, Kongyue on 5 stacks we can see down there too, which I feel like isn't that much considering we are 28 minutes into the game. Although it is a lot harder to get those stacks in competitive than you do see traditionally in solo queue, but not sure. How do you feel about the Kindred so far?
I think it's looked pretty good. I think the Kindred ult hasn't really led to anything, but I think just the rest of the Kindred has looked good. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm liking the pick, especially because once your jungler kind of gets banned out like that and doesn't have many picks available, even if your jungler does averagely, I think you're kind of fine with it just because, well, we don't really have many options left. So there's 3, 1, and 2 in this game, and yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. I think it's also nice just to have that extra DPS for dealing with Driver, right? It's just another kind of extra DPS on your backline that can make the difference. With the Black Cleaver as well, can shred a lot of that armor for your other carries.
Yeah, it looks like he'll go Hex Drinker next too, so a bit of protection from Mission.
Hex Drinker is kind of weird. I feel like it's not really needed.
Maybe a Wit's End? Does Wit's
Yeah, I
End?
was thinking that, but it doesn't build out a longsword, does it?
I don't think so either. No, that axe does that? The Hearthorn axe or...
Maybe, yeah. I actually can't even remember. I don't build that item very often. I guess, yeah, Wit's End would make more sense if he can build it out of that. Just a minute away on this dragon now, though. And Baron is up 5 more seconds. Beyond have great control around this. And with the Realm Warp, can always go immediately to it if they find something.
Yeah, Driver has to be careful, but you feel like if he gets engaged on, he'll be okay for a little bit. But Allen really far away. I'm not sure that Beyond know that. But definitely, for the side of Impunity, you cannot fight without that guy.
Allen completes LDR, and it's actually Feng who goes for the BT instead of the LDR. So maybe just enough shred with the Black Cleaver that doesn't need it just yet. Having the BT does mean that you have a lot of extra staying power in those fights. Also very good up against the Azir, who is just, you know, consistently poking you out.
That is true, but a lot of these fights have been happening around objectives like Baron and Dragon, and so you don't get as much use out of it there, where there aren't the minions to hit in between the trades, but we'll have to see here. Lakai is sort of going in. Driver will go in. Doesn't find anything yet. Alex finds 2 men at the back. He will go down, however, to Lakai. On the other side, we see 1116 going down. Nice flashes out of the carries from Impunity as Lakai is going all out onto Mission. Will he be able to get... Yes, he gets Feng there, and Emperor's Divide to back into Atlan, who will... Oh, well, sorry, actually, it is Mission who picks it up, I guess, with Leandri's there, and teamfight win for Impunity.
Both ADCs deal so much damage in this fight, 7,000. And I think Kongyue should be forced away from this 4th dragon, although they don't have the smite. But you have to feel they can just zone them out if they play it well.
Yeah, I imagine Driver's going to go mark him, and Kongyue's not looking for it anyway, rather play safe, which I think is a smart decision.
Yeah, it just picked up. I kind of want to see what happened because I want to see how Feng died. Felt like he definitely should have had a lot of impact in this fight. Initial engage on the Driver, I think, comes through. I actually think all started out relatively well here, but 116 got hooked on the side and taken out very, very early on. Feng as well. Looks like he overcommitted and then took so much damage from Atlan. Also wasted the cleanse. Oh, really nice, but actually just put himself in danger. I mean, tried to salvage the fight. I think 116 being hooked so early did actually change it. So credit to Nature who found that on the side. Kind of not saved the fight, but put it in a great spot for his team. And yeah, ADC DPS, certainly balanced.
To be fair, Atlan found a really nice flash away there from Kino's engage, and I don't know, we're seeing maybe a repeat of yesterday's Zaya versus Aphelios. I mean, that one went for like, what, 52 minutes, and we saw it really go the full distance. It was extremely exciting, and so far this game delivering very similarly.
Driver, he's maybe looking for something again.
Yeah, no flashes on anyone, really. I mean, 1116 does have his, as does Driver, but I don't feel like those are the most important.
Mission's even gone for the Medjais here with no flash. Really feeling like he can just... Ooh, hook comes through.
Kai hooked, getting a lot of damage. He will look like he goes down. Nice hook out of Lamb's Respite as Driver now tanking up the whole team. 4v5 now. Do Impunity, look towards this Baron. It's hard for you to walk in as Beyond. You still have Driver up. Alex and Driver both going to the same bush. Kongyue will get hit here. Is not going to get hooked, unfortunately. Realm Warp used, Cyclone to interrupt, and Atlan will catch up and provide the DPS needed.
Disaster for BYG, and this looks like should be Impunity's game to win. They will pick up the Baron here. Can Feng and Kino salvage anything off the back end? Maybe a mid-tier 2 if you really push for it. But that's such an important win here for Impunity, who find themselves with this Baron and are now going to be getting closer to those 4 items on the carries. And I think the DPS coming through is just insane. Likai, who is so tanky, just falls apart almost instantly under the sustained barrage from Azir and the Aphelios. It's kind of strange how the tanks can so easily become squishy once the kind of anti-tank items come through. Bang. He doesn't even have the LDR here, so it takes him a lot longer to kill that Scion. Like you said, a lot of these fights haven't really come down to the poke. It's really just been who can kill the enemy tank first, and Lakai has been kind of the weaker of the two. Sieging down mid now, not playing 2 lanes. Currently all 5-manning mid, which is kind of weird. Probably need to get someone on this bot wave. They have TP available on Mission. Maybe just want to try and brute force down mid?
Does look like it at the moment, but certainly is an interesting decision, especially when you have Scion who can take out a tower in such quick time. Rakan, however, looking for something on the side here, does take that Hextech gate. Nature is marking him. Looks like he did land the hook potentially, but Driver will get the demolish off, lands a slow onto Kongyue, but nothing will come yet, as slowly but surely Impunity pushing in towards this base.
Yeah, first inhibitor's taken down, but with no other waves to speak of, can they get anything else? They still have a minute and a half. They could maybe commit 5 members bot, so really trying to play this out as slowly as they possibly can. Just really respecting the engage that can come out from Kino's Rakan. I think just grouping up, taking the one hit. It looks like they're actually happy with that as well. They don't want to go for anything more. Instead, all resets come out. Just going to try and complete items ahead of what is going to be probably just Impunity's 3rd Dragon. Don't think BYG can contest. And I think it's so hard now for 116 to really DPS. This is where it's very tough to be a Rise. Like, you kind of do have control of a lot of that early game, but well and truly outscaled is he in this mid lane. I think it's up to Feng to kind of 1v9, honestly. Even Kongyue, despite having the marks, doesn't have enough range, I feel like, to compete with a late game Aphelios Azir.
Yeah, and honestly, just not enough items yet. He doesn't quite have that LDR in. I mean, I feel like you need, like, that rapid fire often comes through on Kindred, which gives her so much power.
BYG, I think can they contest? Doesn't feel like it. They're trying to trade on the mission top. He has the Medjais and a shutdown. If he dies here, it would be disastrous. Oh, I think he's actually going to walk up.
He does have flash up now, but Kongyue shows, so he'll know not to walk up anymore as Alex does take bot tower. So it is traded 1-for-1 for now. Atlan starting Dragon solo.
It looks like Dragon will be picked up. Bot tier 2 went down as well. Atlan on now 5 out of his 6 items. Extremely fed.
Yeah, but Fing got the same amount of items, so really, it's really coming down to what looks like Xayah versus Aphelios again.
I think Mission, as soon as he completes this Rabadons, will be able to add in so much extra DPS that 116 just cannot match. And I think he should definitely have it before the next Dragon or Baron. So it's going to be an extremely big pickup here for him. Can BYG find something before that happens? They're looking for it.
You're looking for Alex. And Snare landed by 116. Alex will be going into Guardian Angel. Can this be salvaged? Nature goes wide on the hook. Ooh. Flash away. Fantastic work by Alex. That was a big flash.
Yeah, so ultimately it is just flashes traded. I'm not even sure who that's better for. I mean, I guess it's better for Beyond because they got the GA out ahead of this next Dragon. But now, you know, really nice by Impunity to avoid that window.
Kino uses quickness early. Doesn't actually hit Atlan, importantly. Moonlight Vigil comes out, but will not quite hit as Driver, Unstoppable Force in. Will find a knock up here onto Fing. Fing kiting back. Lamb's Respite now used. Atlan untouched in the back right now. Will find a kill onto Rakan, and oh my goodness. I felt like that was so close for one of those Imperiums to just kill everyone as Fing is dying here on the back.
Yeah, he's extremely low. Ooh.
Oh, does manage to kill Atlan. Now he's up against the raid boss. He's doing almost no damage, although when those feathers come through, it really puts out some pain. Yeah, Driver gets rooted.
They might be able to end, though. I mean, they've delayed the bases by a lot, and Driver can deny it more. TP's coming through. Okay, so it will just be one Nexus tower.
Plays it safe, but that is also massive. I mean, Feng does pick up a lot of gold there.
He also picks up 14,000 damage, which I think might have just been all onto Driver at the very end. Did take him out. Importantly, though, the shutdowns still remain on all the carries. So no carries actually went down.
And Kongyue in the bottom of our screen laughing, so he's in high spirits. I mean, if you're a Beyond fan, that's definitely what you want to see.
All flashes were used as well. I think the quickness just, used so early. I'm not sure if he actually could have done anything, though. Nature with a really nice flay, and then kind of just got chased down. I think, it feels like now, again, like once the quickness is used, that's all the threat gone. So it's so easy for Atlan and Mission just to DPS. The Realm Warp out was very clutch. It was a TP in from Rise, and then a Realm Warp out to kind of get the homies away. They did manage it, and Feng, very nice here to clean up Alex. It was extremely close. If Alex had the flash, would have been able to kill him and potentially end the game off it, but instead doesn't quite, and Driver, can't quite catch up to him. And Feng very, very happy about how that one went out. But now Baron's up, and Impunity is so scaled. Kino has a flank, but does not have the flash. Is spotted out by Alex early.
Yeah, good job marking him. And look at that damage to champions, man. It's just one massive line for Xayah.
That roll seems weak. 2 more minutes though on the 4th Dragon, and Baron's already up. It goes down so quickly to either team. No flashes up, so Engage can be very deadly here as well. How much health does Driver have? It must be like 6,000 or something. I mean, the man just has health bar after health bar.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I mean, even Mission looks quite tanky at this stage. It's kind of crazy.
Baron is going to go down extremely fast. I think we'll die before BYG can do anything about it.
It looks like Kino will be caught out and actually just gets absolutely demolished. Feng having to use Feather Work will get flayed out of that, or Emperor's divided out. Kongyue doing what he can. Atlan sort of one-hits him on the side, and 1116 will also be going down here. All out onto Mission, and wow, that's a really nice lantern, but looks like the game will be over. And I mean, that last team fight there was really just a whole bunch of teamwork, and Mission just on top, getting it done. 24 stacks on the Medjais, not quite 25, but we will see after a long game, Impunity picking it up.
Yeah, 40 minutes of gaming. Can he get the 25th stack off Lakai here? I think he will. So he does finish it fully stacked up on the Medjais. They do take out Beyond Gaming. They tie up the head-to-head 1-1 and pull ahead 1 win ahead of them, right? So now that's really interesting. If BYG managed to win their game tomorrow, you know, it could potentially be a tiebreaker between these two teams. I think really important that Impunity won that game, especially for kind of that 3rd, 4th spot. You know, DCG a little bit below them. I guess they're playing for the 4th spot. I'm not sure if they can catch up to Frank at this point. That's really nice.
Oh, we got the driver darts.
Oh my god, he just queued him.
Yeah.
Oh, and he ate him as well.
Oh my goodness, what else?
Holy.
I don't know
Is
what
he
this
gonna
last
ult him?
part is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He didn't ult him.
Just showing a bit of love.
Yeah, it looks like he got away. Oh, must have been on cooldown. But anyway, yeah, nice combat of driver there at the end. I think, I want to say real quick, underrated MVP option for this game, Nature on Thresh. I think really nice lanterns, really nice hooks. I feel like it probably will just go over to maybe Mission or Outland because they were so strong on those carries. Yeah, probably Mission, you're right. But I want to just shout out the Thresh. I mean, kind of went under the radar, but had a massive performance.
I definitely think it is probably between Thresh or Atlan. Sorry, Atlan or no, not even Atlan. Sorry,
Mission
Nature
or
and Mission. Yeah. Sorry, I do think it is between those two. I think early game Mission played such a vital role of like sort of creating, getting Aphelios back into that game. And I mean, we saw it the last team fight there, 8,000 damage, not quite up to the 14,000 of Feng in the fight earlier, but different circumstances.
And I think it's really important that you bring up the fact that that very first fight that kind of brought Aphelios back into the game, while it was Atlan that was the kind of beneficiary of it, got the 2 kills, it was so much poke put down by Mission before the fight started that really set that up. And I'm not sure if we'll end up getting a replay of it because there were so many insane fights during the game, but I think Mission, he really made such a big difference in the early game and kind of gave Atlan that chance to come back because, I mean, when we were looking at that game, didn't even have Mythic on Atlan's Aphelios at 16 minutes. I mean, it wasn't looking good for him. Turns around to a 7-0-5 performance or something like that, so have to be happy with that.
Yeah, certainly. It was really well done. I mean, impressive all around. I mean, we've said that quite a lot tonight, but it truly was. Even Alex, he was off to a bit of a rough start, but ended up coming back and really allowing his team fight with some great Wukong plays as we do head to this highlight here around the Hextech Dragon.
Yeah, so that is that first fight, I believe, right? Where it's just, so much poke was already dealt by Mission. I mean, just look at the health bars. Feng can't really DPS on his current HP. And then at the back of this, it was just Lee Kai who went down, and while 116 was putting out so much damage with the Rise bounces, importantly, Impunity picked up the drag. And even if they didn't get away with this, probably still would have been enough. But the fact that BYG tried to overchase, Driver also like really well played to not actually disengage, just stay around, help secure those kills for his team, and Nature off the back end. The flash hook, that was so long, by the way. I'm not sure that should have hit, but I did end up taking him down. And it was 2 kills and a shutdown going over to Atlan. Look at the damage put out by the Impunity carries. 40k here and 34k as well. Look at the gold graph as well. I mean, it was very close for very long, then just exploded in Impunity's favor.
Yeah, kind of crazy, that gold graph, actually. We haven't seen one like that for at least a little while. Sometimes we see it swap, you know, somewhere in the middle of the game, but yeah, really crazy gold graph. And it does kind of tell the story of that game. I mean, that dragon fight we saw, probably around the 10-minute mark, I have to think. Like it was, or maybe it was, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe around the 21, then we see the swap. But I mean, Mission doing the most damage. I don't think I'm too surprised by that, seeing as how the fights tended to start off of him throwing out some of those Azir Qs and just getting a lot of auto attacks in, especially with first strike, getting a bit more damage onto Lakai that would really help take him out. Very well played all around, and honestly, as you said, Nature with a fantastic flash hook there, had an amazing flay on Kino in the middle lane there at one stage, and even at the end we saw the lantern really save Mission. So he did really have a great showing on this Thresh, and it has been traditionally something to pair up with the Aphelios, but we do see Mission very well deserved be our MVP. Fantastic KDA, finished with 25 Magi stacks, and I mean 6k gold at the end.
Very, very nice. And I mean, BYG, they failed to pay the mission tax. Azir has been banned almost permanently against him for a reason. And we saw that reason here. But let's kind of look forward to playoffs for these two teams. So Beyond Gaming, I can't even remember who they verse tomorrow. But are going to need to pick up a win in order to tie up that record. Otherwise, we'll be falling into that kind of 5th, 6th spot where you start and lose this bracket. And so it's probably Impunity at this point that are going to sneak in at 4th, just below Frank. And I think that's really big, right? And it actually means that Impunity would be one of the first teams taking on the LCO teams as well, which I think might be a blessing and a curse, right? Because you don't actually get to see the PCS teams play against LCO and see what they like to play. But you also get
Yeah.
a second chance.
Yeah, I do think it does look like with this win that Impunity will be looking for that 4th place position. I don't exactly know who they're versing tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure they've already versed S9. BYG. Who have they versed? CFO and
They versed
PSG
as
on
well.
week 4, right? Yeah, so we don't really have them versing any of these top teams coming up next tomorrow. But anyway, we still have one more game left today. It will be DCG against Doish team, so please stick around after the break.
I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded. Get up in the vibe. Intoxicated. Get ahead of time. And even it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, attempting to feel. Don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
flying, rocking all over the world. Feel the waves coming in, oh. Feel the waves coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the waves crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. I know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up, yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous, all of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to dead, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this.
Hello and welcome back to our final game of Day 2, Week 6 PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and carried live. Impunity just beat Beyond Gaming and most likely secure a 4th place position in the playoffs, but it's still up for grabs in tomorrow's games. Our final game of the day, though, is DCG taking on W6D2 team. Last time, I mean, it was kind of a stomp. It was a 30-minute game. I think it was also a Nesty 1v9 on Talia, from what I remember. I don't know what to expect from W6D2 team here. They are eliminated from playoffs already, so there's no pressure on them. At the same time, they could play spoiler. I think you said there was like a niche scenario where if DCG lose, there's a possibility J-Team can make it in.
Oh yeah, there's a bit of a reach. I think if they lose both games, they can get in anyway. But anyway, we do go to DCG's team. It is Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Cascada, and Orca. And yeah, as I was saying, I think if they lose both games and JT win tomorrow, then they can possibly get a tiebreaker for that 6th spot. And so it is important. And also, if they do win here, they'll be tied with Beyond. So either way, either result will have implications sort of going forward into our last day of the split tomorrow. So definitely an important game for Deep Cross Gaming. However, less important for Duish Team, so maybe see some fun stuff out of them. But definitely nothing too bad, because they will, I mean, what they do here does have implications on the rest of the entire league.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Duish Team have to show us. I think that they have really kind of fallen off. Like, it's hard to say, because they did pick up those 2 wins, but it's never really led to anything beyond that. And I think, honestly, recently, Sem9 have looked better, especially with Keras and the ADC in those last couple games. So Duish Team, perhaps now, can perform better with all the pressure off their shoulders. We've seen some very creative drafts from them. I think last time they actually played the Ziggs Leona up against DCG, but you know, kind of fell apart very early on to the game. But hey, this could be the game to bring out your wild thing that you've been waiting all split for. The Kunai WSL, Zhao, Pepero, and Enhao is your lineup. We've been looking towards WSL as kind of that consistent carry, especially on the AP junglers. I do think AP junglers are kind of falling out of meta though. Feels like Elise and Maokai, not as high prior as before. Difficult to slot in something like a Karthus. Nidalee can be there, but so far, I mean, he had that one great Nidalee game, but it was picked into Elise. So it feels kind of unlikely that it's going to be prioritized. Maybe we'll just be instead back on the Wukong and Vi.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see Zhao on something a bit more fun. Like, he's had that Lee Sin game, which obviously they did pretty well early, honestly. And then it kind of fell to pieces as the game progressed. But, I mean, it was exciting to watch, and he genuinely did play the early game well. And I feel like he has sort of had these sort of moments of brilliance when he is on these sort of non-standard mid lane picks. As we will now look towards that mid lane for the stat comparison. First in kill participation here for Nesty, and 10th both in damage percentage and CS at 15.
Post 15.
Yeah, oh sorry.
Yeah, CS percentage post 15, so it's not picking up much of his team CS after that. Zhao though actually is, so kind of farming into the late game. I think you really see both the mid laners kind of playstyles represented here, like the KP being super hype and ST likes to be active on the map, and the champion pools are also very different from both each other and from the meta, right? Like, these are 2 very unique mid laners, and ST plays pretty much whatever he wants, and Zhao just seems like he never really cared about the meta at all. He's played stuff like the Diana, so we'll have to see what they're going for. I kind of would like to see Nesty on something like the kind of what has been his very consistent ones, the Talia, the Lissandra. I think that kind of puts the game in a good spot. Nidalee is actually the first ban from DCG, matched here by the Annie. So interesting they're respecting the Nidalee, even without these kind of AP junglers being prioritized. Veigar is banned away as well. Could even be a flex for the side of Duish Team, given that they play Ziggs bot as well.
Yeah, where do you go for Duish Team here? I mean, Nesty's had some good performances recently. I mean, yesterday as well, Kriskada had a fantastic performance on that Xayah, so maybe something to consider, although Heimerdinger is banned out.
Yeah, okay. Interesting ban, the Heimer. I feel like, have we seen DCG play it?
Yeah, we did, but it was Char. It was Char played that Heimer with Ashe bottom, but we haven't seen Orca play it, and Elise is the ban, so targeting out WSL and what he kind of had the best showing on.
Does make sense, I think. WSL has certainly looked like the star of the roster. Caitlyn is banned away. Kriskada has been playing that a fair amount. So Sedge is available. Gragas for Nesty is also available. Ashe up as well. There's a lot of power picks left up. I think DCG, okay, they do lock in the Gragas. They definitely seem like one of the more Gragas teams, right? I think for a lot of the teams, it's a pseudo 3-way flex, but you wouldn't actually put it on your mid laner. But Nesty obviously very comfortable both playstyle-wise and just in terms of his skill on the champion.
Yeah, and I also think Hana played it earlier in the split with that Dark Harvest, Night Harvester build in the jungle too. So definitely something that can be flexed, and we know this for Duish Team could potentially be a flex if it gets locked in. So it is locked in, and now for DCG, you don't actually know where it's going, although you would probably suspect it to more likely be the jungler. It wasn't last time, as Echo now hovered again, another flex, honestly.
We saw Lee Sin Lilia, I think, earlier in the split from DCG. Will it be picked up again? I'd be kind of surprised. I think you at least keep that lead flex alive for a while. Xayah will be picked, and Varus has just fallen off a cliff. I mean, we're not even playing it anymore. What will be the answer? Zeri is open. I mean, yeah, we can still go Varus Ashe.
Yeah, Varus Ashe both could be picked up here, and it has, I mean, Ashe has had a lot of success. Viego, not too successful, you'd have to say. Wukong, yeah, definitely one of our premier picks. Interesting to go for that over the Sedge, but this does now tell you that Gragas is at least one of the solo laners.
Aphelios locked in. I think people do tend to prefer the Aphelios or the Zeri. I think trying to match the scaling rather than all-inning on some sort of early lane like the Varus Ashe. Will you just take Rakan here? I think it could be good. Rakan into 2 support bands looks pretty solid. So probably would be the best. Okay, actually opting for the Thresh instead. It does take that away from Aphelios, but you could always take it away with bans. So it's kind of curious there. I think maybe, yeah, I'm actually not too sure why they wouldn't go Rakan. Interesting anyway. Now, I think probably still will look to ban supports. Yeah, want to make it so it's difficult to match its Aphelios up with something, and also it's just hard to target solo laners, given that obviously the Gragas remains a flex. The sign of DCG, probably ban AP junglers. I think you don't really mind if WSL is on the lead. Maybe just ban the Lilia, was played earlier in the split. Could also target top lane picks, but I think AP junglers would be the best against Duish team specifically. Yeah, Maokai banned.
Karthus as well, we've seen him play the Karthus earlier.
Do you care about Karthus? I'm not sure you do with Aphelios. You have a lot of lifesteal, so it shouldn't be an issue. But I think, yeah, Lilia, even Evelyn, like it was being hovered before. I'm not sure if it'll get played in competitive, but it's always possible. Now, what will be the second ban? So the ban 2 enchanters away from Aphelios. Can always play Aphelios with a tank support. It's perfectly fine. Second ban, which AP jungler will it be? There are so many left available that it is actually kind of hard to decide.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Karthus, just because he has played that. I mean, you said he played the Lilia as well, but...
Okay, take away the Sedge.
I guess that's a strong jungler regardless, even though it's not typically how we see Duish team play.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the stronger junglers, if not the strongest on the patch, so definitely like that.
Now, what is your 4th pick here? I think you probably pick... Do you pick jungle or do you pick top? Depends if you want to reveal your flex. Okay, so it looks like they're going to try keep the flex alive. Asante will be locked in. I mean, obviously is a safe blind. I think now, on the side of DCG, probably send this Gragas mid and look to counter Cassante. Might even see a Gnar coming out from Hanabi. It's kind of the classic for him. Nautilus is hovered. Yeah, it will be some sort of tank support. Yeah, I think maybe just Nautilus Gnar could be the 4-5. It gives you pretty strong team fight 5v5 and gives you that strong top matchup. Yeah, otherwise, I could see Nesty pick up, you know, his Talia or Lissandra. Talia's quite good in this game. Probably will just be Hanabi's Gnar though.
Does seem that way for now, and I mean, now we get to find out where this Lee Sin is going to be headed. We don't really know yet. It looks like from the hovers could be jungle, but nothing locked in of yet. I do suspect it will be the jungle Lee Sin.
Yeah, I don't know. This Silence could even go jungle. It has been played earlier in the split. It wasn't by WSL. I think it was by Kongyue. But yeah, Silence mid here is pretty good. Has the Nord ult, the Gragas ult, even the Gnar ult. So really good ult here for Silence. I guess it most likely is Silence mid. Yeah, I would expect it to be Silence mid, but it is possible that it goes in the jungle, although it isn't as strong. Looks like we have our comps here. I think, again, very solid comps for both sides. I think we've got great teamfight AoE from pretty much everyone. I think this will just be a game that comes down to gameplay. I don't think there is a whole lot of draft difference here. Maybe curious to see kind of how the top matchup goes, because I think it's one where Hanabi against weaker Cassantes has really taken over in this matchup, but against the stronger ones hasn't really found the same lead that he would normally.
Yeah, and you have to favor Hanabi against Lakunai. I would personally think he has had some really good performances recently, and as has just Gnar as a champion. It really seems to be quite strong. I mean, earlier today we saw Rest really make the most of that champion. Interesting to see that one though, but yeah, I think a lot of pressure coming out in mid early, especially with the Silas Lee Sin. I feel like you can really sort of close a lot of gaps and punish the mid lane with those two champions, but
Yeah, it definitely is good mid-jungle 2v2. I'm actually not too sure if they win, though, just because there's so much CC coming from the Gragas Wukong. Like, I think it might be whoever engages first sort of tends to win out on that. I don't think it's super clear-cut, but yeah, obviously Silas Lee Sin is very strong 2v2, and it's kind of crazy that they don't just auto-win, but Gragas and Wukong pretty much just as strong as we do head on to the Rift for our final game of the day.
Yeah, onto the Rift we load, and sort of to that point, maybe the thought could possibly more. We've seen them do this before, but like maybe you're sending the Lee and the Silas down to that bot lane, especially once Silas hits 6. Bot lane will not have access to their ults yet. Can take the, I believe it's the Nautilus ult and really punish Aphelios down there. But interesting to see where these teams go. I think Deep Cross Gaming are favoured to win this. I don't think there's much debate about that, but with the pressure off, we might see something different out of Duish team, and already they are 5-man stacking this bush. Orca does have to be very careful here.
Wow, something different though. Look at Nesty's runes and sums. He's got Electrocute, Ignite, Gragas. So not something we at all see, but has the strongest rune page possible. Absolute Focus and Scorch are picked up. Even the cheap shot. So it's really playing for a lane victory. I mean, that is not something you see every day. Hoping to see some solo kills coming out there. It's not often that you can see Electrocute picked up in competitive in combination with the Ignite on Gragas, but I think Silas is probably a matchup where you can, right? He doesn't have great push, so you're not punished too much for taking no TP. And obviously having the healing reduction from your Ignite always feels good. I really want to see how this mid matchup goes.
Yeah, it's actually kind of exciting, right? It's not the Dark Harvest which we've seen come from the jungle or the Comet just for a little bit of lane pressure. He's really going for that all-in by the looks of things. And I mean, this looks like the easiest level 1 for Aphelios against the Xayah so far today, being that there's no Rakan against him. It really does shape the lane a lot differently.
Trade comes out mid. Electrocute actually wasn't procced there.
Still wins out because of minion damage by the looks of it, as Inhao will get stunned up, but be okay.
Yeah, kind of crazy just how different Xayah's level 1 can be without having the Rakan.
Yeah, it was really hard to start that W, which is where a lot of her power comes from level 1, without having the Rakan. You really like struggle to sort of hit minions without it. Without Q, sorry, and so...
Ooh.
Oh, the hook does land, and Pepero will take a lot of damage here as Aphelios is cycling through his guns.
Yeah, pretty nice there. Was level 2, level 1, Xiaotu. Looks like Nesty burned both his sums, and ooh, actually could be in a bit of trouble. I mean, Xiaotu is going to TP back.
Ana is here. We'll see WSL. Ana does have to be careful here, though. You do think to favor the Lee Sin here.
Oh, doesn't manage to flash it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, WSL will escape on 1 HP, but we're already seeing the effects of sort of these runes and the mid lane matchup where both jungler and mid have all lost all of their sums already.
Yeah, so what happened here? They both hit level 2. Chains were missed. Then Nesty, I guess, just tried to follow up with his E or something after. Yeah, I mean, he is getting pretty low here. Must have got the E. Yeah, Ignite early maybe. Oh, did not Ignite to cut the W heal. Should have been able to pick up that kill, I feel like. Oh, and flashes were traded out. It's so important that you apply Ignite first. But no sums on either members here. And it is going to be Orca who comes out and helps push this wave in. And we'll actually just get a nice reset there for Nesty. And because he's got the Electrocute Ignite, I wonder if he'll even consider going the tier, or if he's just going to build full AP. I think he might just go for the early game build. Something like the... Oh, okay, goes for the tier. Interesting. The one some scaling, I guess. WSL, he's getting pretty aggressive here. Knows Nesty is off the map.
Nothing to find, though, so won't really result in anything.
Yeah, just kind of walking around. Doing a bit of strolling. Wave here is pretty big for Duish team's bot lane. Will they try and get aggressive on the side of DCG? They have jungle in the area.
Yeah, Hana nearby does have a good gun here to sort of set up for that jungler. Will look for the root. Root will land. Followed up again, and Inhao getting low, but will look to be okay as the clone will be hooked.
So was Flash committed for not too much extra, but still pretty decent. I mean, it was just a Flash trade at the end of the day. Probably should have been a 1 for 0 in terms of the flashes, but I mean, that's fine. And we don't have Ignite up yet here for Nesty, so can't push for the kill just yet, but trades are certainly going in his favor, and Zhao2 very low on mana. WSL trying to trade what he can in exchange for that bot gank. The wave is looking really tough here for Zhao2. He wants to reset, but the wave's in a very rough position. I think Nesty, with that ward as well, can just continue to cancel his base. Yeah, cancels it again.
At some stages, Zhao2, you just have to accept you're not going back and either.
Ignite is almost up for Nesty. This could be a kill opportunity pretty soon, especially when he gets level 6 and Ignite. Zhao2 knows Orca's in the area, so can look to back off. But I think Ignite is available in 2 seconds now, is up.
Doesn't have much mana though, so we'll be getting a little bit left back with the use of W, but
Bot lanes. I mean, no flashes on both the supports, so there is at least a little bit of volatility.
and Cascada's so confident, just walking up there, doesn't really care about Thresh, but
Lantern has been used to make sure this wave crashes. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to be punished. Can they perhaps hold the wave here? Doesn't look like it. And this might be mid lane getting dived. Hana's in the area. Zhao2 won't be level 6 in... Okay, no, is level 6 in time. Probably needs to take the Greg Assault early. Oh, WSL's in the area though.
Yeah, Hana jumping onto WSL. He has to be careful. Explosive cast is gained there, but almost hits him towards WSL. Will be okay to escape, but importantly, there is no Greg Assault available now for Zhao2 on the Silas for quite a while.
Did manage to disengage from that play though, which I think is pretty decent given how that started out. Hana will be around the bot side. Could maybe look to start up the Dragon, I think. Has that bot priority as well as cooldowns used in mid. Yeah, it looks like Dragon is getting... Oh,
Hook lands now onto Pepero, and he has to be very careful. Will have flash available, but nothing will really come of it. There wasn't too much damage even traded, but Hana starting this Dragon. You do like the early Dragon here taken for DCG, getting them ahead in this Dragon game.
Yeah, pretty early, only 7 minutes, and again, whenever you can grab this before Herald spawns, it makes the trade so much easier, or can even remove a trade being on the map at all, depending on how your bot lane's doing. But Dragon is picked up. Nesty probably will go for a reset of his own here. Does have to match. It is Catalyst picked up by Zhao2, so it's going to be quite hard, I think, for Nesty to find kills onto him now. But still has very strong power in the 2v2. Does pick up that Hextech Alternator. So going either towards that Night Harvester or even the Rocket Belt.
You'd imagine probably the Night Harvester, right? I feel like it adds a little bit extra to that combo, and ultimately with what he's going for here in his runes, you feel like he's just looking to one-shot.
Yeah, it kind of depends, because I think you still get Magic Pen from the Proto Belt, which is nice. I think Ability Ace normally more valuable on Gragas. I could definitely see him going for both, honestly, or either. I mean, they are both very strong items. Hanabi.
Yeah, first time in the game we've actually looked anywhere near top lane, as Ult will be used, but importantly does not land into the wall, and Hanabi's fine to flash away. Rift Herald now started for the 4 members strong Duish team.
I'm not sure Duish team are allowed to do this.
Yeah, DCG looking to fight. Narod is up, and a massive explosive cast deletes WSL from the map. Nestie's still okay for now. Can Lakunai find a kill on the back end? Does go all out on Nestie. Will find that kill. What else can he find? He's going really strong in this team fight.
Yeah,
it looks like, yeah, Lakunai does get away with it for now. Can Hana find him on the back end? Does. Really well played by Hana, as Hanabi now in Little Nah will have a nice little bit of damage from that boomerang, but ultimately a 2 for 2, no one getting that Rift Herald for now.
Was an extremely close fight. I think Lakunai really salvaged it for the side of Duish team. WSL immediately blown up by Nestie's Gragas.
Literally.
But, yeah, he actually exploded. Let's have a look. I think that just so much damage. It was actually a solo kill from Nestie. It was just all the Gragas damage. Even the Norhook missed, so he was taken out very early. But then again, there is kind of a lack of damage. I think the Naro used onto Thresh wasn't the best. And the Kunai with the Ghost and the All Out just deals so much damage in this fight. There really just isn't enough to kind of take him out. It was nice, I think, by Hana to end up sniping him and then get over the wall. But yeah, ends up being just a 2 for 2. And maybe now will be something else.
Yeah, Hana uses the Cyclone here as Nestie does appear. And WSL knows what this guy can do. will flash away for now. Explosive cast not quite up, but will be up in the near future. And I believe Zhao2, he'll take the Nautilus ult now.
Both the top laners dealt so much in that extended fight. Just kind of the kings of those really long, extended trades that were going on. Ult comes out, it's just traded.
Trade. Chris Carter does be in the favor here. Pepero getting extremely low, but taking a tower shot will almost certainly lead to Chris Carter's death, as well as heals still available for Pepero for now.
Yeah, both ADCs, I mean, maybe pushing that wave is a little bit risky. Chris Carter just commits to the bait early. Perhaps can even have it just freeze on his side. I don't think Pepero can afford to push another one. Now, there does have Thresh nearby. Orca's looking mid too. There aren't sums up on Zhao2. We do have another pause come in. And for me, I think Silas has actually kind of done his job in this game, right? Like, you're kind of picking more for the team fights. You want to get those big ults like the Gragas, the Nord ult. And I think you are just expecting to fall behind, especially up against an Electrocuting Ignite setup, right? But has managed to pick up a kill, is only down, I think, 17 CS, which isn't the end of the world. And it's getting closer to that Rod of Ages. So if there's a shining light on the side of Duo's team at the moment, I would say it's Zhao2 on the Silas.
I do agree, but for me, I just want to see this Gragas really get stuck in there. It's like seeing what he was able to do just there to WSL. It was like, man, I want to see more of it.
Yeah, that was pretty disgusting. Is only going to get worse for the side of Duo's team once that Mythic is completed for old mate, Nesty. In the lane. Couldn't think of his name for the moment there, but...
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I like this. Today has been kind of exciting in terms of these picks, as we will head back into game. And I've really liked the drafting today. It's been so much different to every other week we've had. And so just giving it a bit, you know, a bit spiced up in the PCS.
Orca. Ooh, okay. So Hanabi, he's just checking the Herald. Doesn't look like anyone can look to pick it up yet. And it is a very slight gold lead for DCG. They also have a first dragon. So starting to pull ahead in this game. But, you know, it's not really anything to write home about, at least not yet.
1 minute on this next Mountain Dragon. So see if there's any recalls come in. The Nautilus ult does now fade away, so quite a nice ult for Silas, not going to be able to be used. But you do imagine that Explosive Cask will become available again, as well as Cyclone or the Gnar ult.
I wonder, will this just be a trade? I think it will. WSL can start up the Herald. Will Pepero get dived? It's very hard to dive at Zai with both summons, but she does not have ult.
Okay, Hana doing his best. Orca does flash in, but it is dodged by Pepero, and Hana just goes down there for free, really.
That was really weird. Okay, look, Kunai comes in with the engage after, takes Orca into just another round, pretty much.
Yeah, we do see a fight going. Cascada is able to finish off that kill thanks to the help of the explosive cast. Zhao2 low on mana. Nesty will find him, but the Lantern to get him out. Now it is a 2v3 down here at the moment. Massive ult from Cascada. If he's able to get into range, he will do so much damage with just one single auto attack. Isn't confident enough to flash forward on that, and I do have to respect that because he will also explode if he does get hit by a hook.
Interestingly, WSL abandons the Herald and runs all the way down the map. I wonder what the Herald health was on, because it felt really strange there. And the top side, though, Hanabi manages to trade quite a lot back, just got to farm and didn't TP. And yeah, can't even pick up the dragon. So I'm not sure why WSL did that, just ran down the map. Somehow Hana, the guy who just, I don't know what he was doing behind the tower, but he got taken out for free. How is he the one that gets dragon? I'm not sure. It feels like a big macro mistake from Duo's team.
It kind of looks like he just DC'd.
He DCG'd, that's for sure. I'm not sure what this was. I don't really know why he went so early. Like, they know that there's no kind of, there should be nothing kind of coming out from this. Just needs to kind of wait for the mid priority, just needs to wait for the dragon. Then a lot was used on the Orca. Cascada actually gets like very ahead in here into the team, and Nesty is just so strong in these early fights. Zhao2 didn't quite have the Rod of Ages, so it wasn't at that point where he could really look to take this fight. And I think because WSL showed on midwave, that's why Cascada didn't commit some more there.
Dive possibly coming through here, although No minions, so unlikely. There will be just a disengage. And DCG coming out with both objectives now. WSL really seems like he should have just finished off this Herald. And
yeah, that's really strange. The fact they got both objectives and Hanabi was just in topside the whole time.
Yeah.
Just got himself, I think, a 30 CS lead up there, which is really, yeah, it's really random. I'm not sure. WSL definitely does not look as good off the AP junglers. You know, I think much more suited towards the tempo style rather than something that kind of has to pressure lanes like the Lee Sin. Oh,
yeah.
blue buff given over. What a nice guy.
But I guess in this game, you're really kind of starting to see, and it's really sort of amplified, just the difference in how some of these more veteran players play versus, you know, a couple of rookies on the side of Duish teams. So, I don't know, very well played, and I just... Nesty, what I want to see is when is this item going to be completed? Because it feels like it shouldn't be too far off now.
Yeah, I think he should have it. He do be building a few different items here, though. There's Darkseid on the tier as well. 3 minutes on the next drag, so as long as he gets it before then, should be no trouble whatsoever. I think DCG should keep up the pressure. They should win fights pretty handily, I would say, especially if they can CC Zhao. I think that's where a lot of this damage will come from. Pepper not at the point where he's kind of a 1v9 machine. More looking towards the 2-item spike for that. This tower does take some damage. That's the second... Is that the second Herald? Might
yes.
Even be the,
it might be the
I think it is the second one. Actually, don't even... Maybe it is the first one. It feels like it wasn't picked up for a long time.
I think it was the first one, yeah. More priority.
Yeah, because there was that fight that didn't end up actually picking up the Herald. Now, it looks like lane swap will come through. Nesty goes back towards bot. 2 more minutes on what is the third drag here, and Duish team have to start thinking about contesting this one. Triforce comes through for Hanabi. Can probably start to get damage done in the top side.
Oh my god, Nesty looking for it, and he will find a lock.
No shot.
This has to be the worst pause timing.
Yeah. Pepper's thinking, is there any way out? I don't think he can click the lantern before he dies. He doesn't have flash.
I think it depends on if Cyclone comes up, because once he comes down, he will be able to directly click that lantern, but guarantee you right now, we have a bunch of people spamming their trink. There's just, I don't know. How does he get out? Does he get out?
He's really close to getting out, right? If he can click the lantern, he's out, I think. But like you said, I feel like Hana is spamming R and spamming Trinket at the same time, just making sure he gets everything off there. And we're being stared down the camera.
Nesty taking a look at us. It is Zhao, disconnecting, which is leading to this pause. Obviously, he is playing remotely, not in the studio, so get him back online and get back into game. But what a terrible time for a pause.
It's not called the Pause Championship Series for nothing. That's what they say. But yeah, I mean, I think that this fight, if you kill the Xayah, do you get anything off it? Dragon's still 2 minutes away. Maybe you get bot tower? I think it's still up, right?
Yeah, I think, I don't even know if a tower's been taken yet this game, so I think there is definitely bot tower up, but I mean, just getting the gold, getting her off the map, you know, anything sort of advantage you can get is good. And plus, you've gotten the sums, I mean, the ult out of Xayah, it probably will be ready before this dragon fight, but it looks like at least on the screen now Zhao 2's back, so I'm sure he'll be hoping to load back into game where we can continue, but I'm just anticipating what's about to happen. It's like he's on such low health.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it does depend on if Cyclone is back up by the time he lands from Featherstorm.
Maybe some Morse code going on through here. Tapping on the wall.
Yeah, who knows? But, I mean, ultimately, DCG do need to close out this game, of course, for their playoff.
Yeah.
I mean, if they win this, we'll be at least top 6, have the opportunity to fight for 5th, which gives them better seeding in obviously the lower bracket of the playoffs. And just on today as a whole, do you think we've seen such crazy drafting because it's sort of going to confuse the LCO teams that are about to come? Like,
I wonder. I feel like it's just kind of teams can feel a little more confident knowing that they can try stuff out, especially with either playoffs secured or just being out of playoffs contention altogether. Definitely have seen some interesting stuff today, right? We've seen 2 Aurelion Souls, the Gragas with Electrocuting Knight. What else have we seen? feel like there was another crazy thing, but I can't remember what it was.
The Garen.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The Garen from Solo Kill. How could I forget that? The man went rapid fire cannon.
Rapid fire cannon Garen. Really got it done, but he didn't. But, you know, he tried.
He certainly didn't. He did about, I think, you know, it's funny, like later on in those team fights, both ADCs were doing like 10,000 damage apiece, and there was Solo Kill spinning in circles dealing like 300 damage. Like the man he was not hitting.
I feel like he ended up just being there to try and apply black cleavers.
Yeah.
You know, try and get through the Scion armor, which was pretty immense. But yeah, I don't know, different drafting today. And it's been exciting, I gotta say. We've also sort of seen a swap from this Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu / Yumi meta to now what it has come up to be Zaya and Aphelios meta bot lane.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're going back in time almost. Zaya and Aphelios, I think, was more, I want to say, 2021 meta? Yeah, it's been a while. But anyway, we will be going to a 5-minute break, and hopefully after that, Old Mage Zhaltu will return in the game. So see you guys soon.
was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sonning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gonna stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemetery. I'm offended.
We're back. That's me. We're back. Well, after those breaks, I'm not sure if we're actually ready to go into the game or not. I kind of really hope we do. But for those of you that don't know, it's because the Duish med did DC, so that was Zhao, and he can't reconnect for some reason, which is strange because his camera's on, right? So his internet's obviously working, but for some reason can't reconnect to the game. Not sure what exactly the protocol is for following that up. I'm not sure if you go for, you know, do you just chrono break the game? Do you go for the full reset? I'm not really sure.
Surely you do not chrono break in the current position. I mean, just a
I actually
recap.
forgot about that.
Yeah, just a recap. Xayah is currently in her ult while Wukong's in his underneath her. And it was like, what? She's at about 100 HP?
Yeah, she's very low. Headsets are back on, though. I mean, this could be the play. Are we going back in? No.
No, we're just having a look at the players. I got a little bit excited there.
Okay, that kind of suggests we're going to go back in the game, though, right?
It does. And I mean, I hope there's not a chrono break. I feel like that's so unfair to the side of DCG. I don't feel like it affects the bot lane play in particular. But if there is a chrono break, obviously that changes everything so much because you'll just run away if you're the side of
you can just walk away. Can't really be expected just to walk back up to the tower again. And what if he did actually chrono breaks? He just walks back up again.
That'd be alpha.
Pulled out for a second time. Nesty.
Yeah, Nesty really twiddling his thumbs here, but I mean, get back into this game. I think DCG are probably going to take it away. It does look like they've got themselves an early lead. There's no sort of scaling to worry about. Both teams do the same. We are going back, and he did die. So the kill is found. There was no chrono break, so kill goes over to Nesty. We're back into this game. 15 minutes says the timer. Feels more like 35, but
I think also it must feel so depressing for Pepro, who just waited like 15 minutes of doing nothing.
Yeah.
Has to wait an extra 20 to get to play before anyone else. Is just dead the moment he comes back. But yeah, 2 dragons to 0 and the 3rd dragon spawning pretty soon. And I think if that pause, you know, mentally crushed Duish team the same way it did me, they're going to have a really tough time contesting this drag.
WSL fighting harder down the bot lane. He will be going down. No, actually. Really lucky, I have to say, to be able to use that, although...
He's on a ward. Oh, he got dubstep ignited. He does get taken out. Hana's low.
Hana's low too. This is chaotic. Zhao 2 having some impact after the pause is able to find 1 kill back, although Chris Carter now with that Moonlight Vigil will find 1 too. Nesty going in. Orchid almost hits Pepero, causing flashes. This is chaotic. Oh my lord. Chris Carter out by the skin of his teeth, and
Yeah, so much happened there. I think people just wanted to press their buttons after the break because everything happened all at once there. I actually wonder because I think that for me, when I've been in pauses before, it definitely, you kind of lose track of just like where the game is going and like what's happening during that time. So WSL, he's engaged on very, very early. Nice flash hook comes out of Orca. He does get out. I'm surprised he just didn't fully disengage. He actually just turned around again and Orca just slowly walked up to him, ignited him. He even flashed, man. Like, what is going on? He just goes down on the side. I don't know what he was thinking. But Dragon now, 15 seconds away. DCG, they just got even more gold and should feel extremely strong at this Dragon fight.
Yeah, Hanabi joining, importantly, does have that Triforce available. So, honestly, has a shutdown despite being only 0-0-1. He is upsizable CS because of before when Lakunai joined that fight. WSL will have to use the kick.
Yeah. Kick used early, so won't be really any threat onto Cruscata.
Lakunai unstoppable, and Orca's really deep here. He will be going down to Pepero, so Zhao2 now a bit too deep, goes down as well. This is now a 4v4, so the advantage gained by Duish team lost almost immediately, and remember, because of what happened as soon as we unpaused, there are almost no summoner spells available. I think only Cruscata with the flash, everything, oh, and sorry, Unhao does also have his, but aside from that, nothing up.
Yeah, really no engage ults. I wonder if anything will even happen here. It kind of feels like we just have to look at each other until something happens. Maybe just go back to the bot wave. I almost feel like neither team wants to start this out. Now, Lakunai should probably just base and TP. I feel like you don't really want this fight on half HP. Had plenty of time just to look for the reset, but now is maybe vulnerable, so it's weird. I think perhaps waited too long. The mid tower went down in the meantime, which is the first tower picked up.
Yeah, Nah ult almost available, so have to be careful of that. They are quite grouped, our Duish team, and you have to feel like this Nah can play a huge impact in these fights. Zhao2 now back, full health, does claim the explosive cask.
Lakunai trying to reset now. Might still have time, but it's so late. I mean, you had so much time. Why wait till everyone gets back? But can maybe go for the TP flank. Okay, TP's right at the same ward.
Yeah, what a chaotic game, as we do see Zhao2 engaged on. Very nice Zhonya's used there to escape the damage of explosive cask. Hanabi on the side will be getting Mega Nah anytime now. Is used now. Orca will be going down. No, he will not. Sorry, he does go down, but massive Moonlight Visual as Nah does come down, will kill WSL. Lakunai trying to see what he can do. Ghost is used. He is quite fast. Pepero not able to find anything, will be going down to Cruscata, and you have to feel like Cruscata is just so far ahead now. He's just picking up kill after kill. He's 5-0. I don't even know when the last time he backed was. And third Dragon, importantly, going over to DCG.
Yeah, this looks like it should be pretty good game for DCG from here on out. 5-0 on your Aphelios. Has to feel very, very good. He must have so much gold. They were just fighting at that Dragon for so long. So TP comes in, and I think initial engage actually not too bad here from Zhao2. Managed to kind of disengage it. Hanabi on the side, though, you know, is stacking up the Mega, and then I feel like here, Nautilus, it looked like he was caught out, but managed to get the hook off, and just so much AoE coming in from Nesty and Cruscata there. Feels like Duish team can't really stand up to it. And I want to say as well, WSL feels like a complete non-factor in this game when in so many of his other games, particularly on the AP junglers, has been kind of a 1v9 machine for Duish teams, so just can't really find the same impact on the Lee Sin.
He definitely has not, but we've got a bit of a lull now. This is the quietest the game has been in a while, even before that pause. But you have to feel Cruscata wasn't actually able to purchase the Infinity Edge yet, so you'd think for DCG, sorry, Explosive Cast comes out, Zhao2 in a lot of trouble and will just go down.
Yeah, he does just get kind of annihilated there, and that'll be top tier 1, maybe even tier 2 going down. Cruscata has to be careful on this mid wave. He's going to be trying to wave clear 1v3. Maybe the DCG members can come down and bail him out. Yeah, maybe could even engage, actually. There's no mid tower here, so they have to be very careful about being this far up in the lane. Do have WSL around, though. Cruscata has to be careful. Does spot out WSL.
Yeah, nice work of that, using that scrying orb to spot that out. And alright, Shock, you're the Gragas in this game. 10 stacked on the Dark Seal. Do you recall and get the Magi's?
You buy it? You have to buy it. I think that, honestly, I think Gragas is a really good Magi user because you always have AoE, so you're going to get lots of stacks every fight, and he's really tanky. You also have low CD on your E's, so it's really easy to get out of bad situations. I think you buy the Magi's here. Extremely good on this Gragas.
Yeah, we haven't seen it once tonight as well, so I want to see it. Man, this guy exploded WSL first time there was a fight, and I want to see it continually happen. I mean, if all nice hook landed, Pepero does have to use that Feather Storm. Nautilus ult will hit him in the back as Lacuna tries to go all out, but will fall in the front of that team fight. Pepero now, flashing over the wall, is able to escape.
I wonder, can this just be Baron picked up by DCG? They still have a lot of their ults available. They use the Cyclone and the Nord ult. But here they have Nara and Gragas can engage here.
Is looking for it. Gragas explosive cast does land onto 2. Won't find anything as of yet, but the hook follow-up will mean Xiao 2 goes down. Inhale with that lantern, won't find anything. Na flashing forward, picks up 2, and will pick up a 3rd. Gragas finding Lee Sin as well. So DCG almost certainly going to win this. I mean, they're at a 7k gold lead now.
And I think they can pick up the Baron too, and probably the 4th Dragon 2 minutes later. So I think you've kind of run out of options here for Duish team. Just damage from the solo laners of DCG are so high. I mean, 4,000 damage on your Gragas, when so often Gragas just ends up as a facilitator pick, but Nesty really just going for the full damage, and it's certainly working out. Want to see if he picks up the Magi's. So the re-engage here comes through, and I think the Duish team think they're on Baron, so they walk up, but then Nesty finds that engage really early. Xiao 2 as well, despite being reasonably strong, just gets CC'd and can't really play the game, honestly. WSL, I mean, he did kick Hana in, which was a kill, but it just feels not the same impact that he has. I'm just thinking back to those like at least Italy games where he's 10-0. Doesn't even look like the same player here at all.
Yeah, WSL getting found again, but will get out. Moonlight Vigil, however, won't quite catch the backside of WSL, so he is fine. We'll go to his Raptors and get a little bit of sustain up, but 1 minute left on this Hextech Dragon with 2 minutes on the Baron still remaining. You have to feel like there's no real play for Duish team.
Yeah, you're really just hoping the DCG make a mistake. I think on the side of DCG can just continue to push up.
Yeah,
try and use this Baron. Yeah, they're sieging.
Yeah,
wow, so much. Is that Cassante a tank or not?
Not when it comes to Nesty, and he does have 2 items.
Yeah, he didn't buy the Magi's.
Yeah, well, Inhale will go down.
He got him.
Look at the damage this guy's doing, though. It is actually unreal, and really showing the power of this Electrocute Ignite Gragas that, I mean, if you don't get a hit, it probably feels weaker.
It does look good. Oh my god, another really nice hook on a Pepper. I'm not sure how he keeps getting hit by them. It's just forced to trade Zaya with the Nord Q pretty much every fight. Another hook land. I mean, Orca's kind of smurfing.
Yeah, absolutely. WSL finds a really nice kick, actually, onto Cascada, and he will get all out. He is somehow out for now, but follow-up by Lacuna will find him as everyone goes down on the side of Duish team. Inhale just respawning now, so 4v1. I don't think he can sort of stop this. Nah does go in. Inhale in the middle of the team. Just KDA picked up further for Nesty, and this will be the game. So a 25-minute game. But we will see eventually DCG takes it out.
They do. 23-9, pretty decisive, and I really love just the build from Nesty. I hope that guy gets MVP, even if he didn't build the Magi's, but that will be Nesty locking in their playoffs spot. They can still, like you said, contest for 5th, potentially with a tiebreaker, I believe, but currently sitting at 6th place or 5th place tied.
I think they are now 6th place tied with Beyond.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Or 5th place tied is, I think,
with Beyond, you're right. Okay, so still 1 below Impunity. But yeah, we now have officially our top 6. It's kind of been like that for a while, you know, bar some crazy stuff happening. But now we finally do have it officially. And I think, again, yeah, interesting stuff shown by DCG at the end there. Probably one of the scariest teams to give Gragas to, because unlike a lot of the other teams, it is a true 3-way flex. Now, as I was kind of saying before, a lot of the time it's like, yeah, we could put this mid or we could put this top, but do we really want our carry top or our carry mid on that champion? Perhaps not. At the same time, if they build, you know, full AP Gragas here, maybe it is a carry champion.
Yeah, I have to say in this game, I definitely think it was a carry. Like,
yeah.
I mean, they started the game one-shotting WSL, finished the game one-shotting everyone on the team. So,
yeah,
extremely well played by Nesty there. He has to have my vote for MVP. I mean,
100%.
You can make the argument for many of those players. I mean, Cascada finding a lot of impact in the fights, but ultimately, I think Yeah, Nesty has
It must be Nesty. The man was making a montage while everyone else was just playing the game out. I mean, yeah.
Were they playing the game out?
Sometimes they were.
No, but it was a good game by DCG, and it really gives you a bit of confidence for them going forward. I mean, obviously they will. I think almost certainly they are going to be in the 5th, 6th spot, so the lower bracket. But I think there is a long shot where they can possibly have a 3-way tie for the 4th position.
Yeah, it depends how games tomorrow go, right? They're 1 point behind Impunity. So I guess if Impunity lose and both these teams win, potentially a 3-way tie.
Yeah, and that way they would be facing LCO when LCO do come over here first round. But yeah, I mean, it is still important for them, and it gives you a lot of confidence, as I just said. I do like their showing. I mean, the last 2 days in a row, actually, they've probably been some of their best performances all split. I mean, particularly Chris Carter, he's performed fantastically well on both sides of the Aphelios-Zaya matchup. And, I mean, Nesty really shown a new take on Gragas mid.
He certainly did, and I think that point you brought up about the kind of Zaya Aphelios meta, it is pretty different, right? The very start of the split was a lot of Zeri Lucian trades. Then we kind of got more tools like the Spellcaster ADCs, right? We saw a lot of Varus, a lot of Ashe, even Jhin mixed in there. But now meta has changed pretty significantly once again. This is that very early replay of where it feels like Do-ish team, they kind of got what they wanted to begin with. Like they got away the Gragas ult, which was really nice, but yeah, just didn't really respect the AoE that can come through, grouped up too much, and Pepper is just not strong enough, right? We normally see the Zaya spike extremely hard on 2 items. Unfortunately, I'm not even sure if he got the Navori by the end of the game, but definitely did not have it here, and just deals so much less damage as a result. Yeah, taking a look at the damage, it is actually Nesty doing 27k in only 26 minutes. I mean, that is actually, you know, more than 1k DPM on a Gragas is not something I would have expected, but yeah, certainly made the Electrocute Ignite look good.
He definitely did, and I think we honorable mention to Orca. He was fine. I don't even remember him missing a hook. That guy was on point, and like, I think many of these team fights he even was able to walk away with a sliver of health, so maximizing the output of what Nautilus can really do. And I mean, how many times did we see Nautilus Q traded for Zaya ult? And I mean, you're DCG, you take that trade every game, but ultimately, no surprises, it will be Nesty picking up the MVP. Very well deserved. One of the most deserved ones, I think, that I've seen in a while. But fantastic. 4k gold lead at the end. And that was against Yalto, who did kind of get what he wanted early. He got a little bit of a lead there.
Yeah, he was 1-0-1 and had the Silas into kind of a good comp. I feel like, though, Silas is one of those champs where if your team does fall behind, you can be very, very useless, as we see Nesty once again giving us a little emote.
Yeah, the thumb up emote even. Yeah. The original, the OG one you get.
Yeah, that's right.
Very well played. I'm very impressed by what DCG's been doing the past 2 days. I mean, their game yesterday against PSG was probably the best showing against PSG since the incorporation of Junjia. So
yeah, it was very, very close.
Yeah. And then today, just an absolute clinic. Anyway, we are going to take a look at today's results. We had Halpigs first take a win over Sem9, followed by Flying Oyster take a win over Taipei J Team. Next up, not too surprising, but a good game between PSG and Frank. And I mean, Frank won out. And did you see the last 2 there?
It was Impunity that took down Beyond Gaming in game number 4, and DCG finally took out Do-ish team. Looking at the standings, it is PSG Town in that 1st place position. CFO in 2nd. That can potentially be changed tomorrow, depending on between Frank and CFO. Frank obviously coming in at 3rd. Impunity at 4th, 10 and 7. And then DCG and Megabank Beyond Gaming tied up in that 5th place position. Are they going to be able to kind of... I guess we're going to see a tiebreaker. We'll have to see. And then the rest of them, unfortunately, eliminated from playoffs. They don't really matter at this point. But upcoming matchups for tomorrow. Impunity versus Sem9. What should be a free win, but an important win nonetheless. Do-ish team taking on Frank Esports. Again, kind of important if they want to contest that 2nd place spot. Megabank Beyond Gaming versus CFO could have a lot of playoff ramifications. DCG versus Hellpigs, again, maybe could help them tie things up. But yeah, maybe not the most important game. And finally, PSG Town taking on J Team. Kind of an inconsequential match at this point, but there's actually a lot of matches tomorrow that do mean a lot for the seeding within that top, I want to say top 6, you know, almost below PSG. It's really just the 2 through 6.
Yeah. PSG cemented first. I mean, they're like, what, 3 wins ahead now? I think maybe it was 2. I can't remember now, but yeah.
They had 15.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the only thing they're really playing for now is that win streak.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
They're
You
on
can't
11.
lose that.
They're on 11, finishing off with a strong 12. I mean, it'll be very impressive, and I think also it would mean Junjia stays at 100% win rate here in the PCS so far.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And you just got to think it'll really make it so much more worrying when it comes to the LCO teams coming here. But anyway, that will do it for us tonight. We will be back here tomorrow with another group of games, and I think tomorrow, very important, we're going to find out where people are seated in these final 6, so catch us tomorrow.